Chapter 1 Eat delicious, become stronger. Chirping. A vicious creature resembling a snake and a frog screamed, chasing a handsome young man in white. Chu Feng's heart was broken. He had just crossed into the world of Toriko and had not yet figured out where he was currently. A monster half snake and half frog jumped out of the bush next to him, showing his mouth full of dense teeth. What a pity, as soon as I crossed over, I was chased and killed, it was too miserable. Goldfinger, won't you show up soon? If I don't come out again, I'm going to belch. While running wildly, shouting in my heart. At this moment, he also knew that the place where he was located was the barren islands in the human world, and the beasts that chased him were snake frogs, capturing level 1. Don't underestimate it, it's just capture level 1, but now Chu Feng is an ordinary person, without any equipment, it is impossible to kill the opponent. You know, according to the determination of Ego, the capture level is 1, which is equivalent to the combat power of 10 soldiers. What worries Chu Feng even more is that this is the Balon Islands, where there are 200,000 kinds of beasts. Snake frogs are the lowest level. If you encounter other more powerful beasts, you will undoubtedly die. Chirping. The snake and frog are chasing closer. The split snake head almost licked Chu Feng's back. Ding! It is detected that the host is in danger, and the God-level gourmet system is activated. At this moment, a mechanical sound rang in my mind. Hearing this, Chu Feng was ecstatic. Haha, it's a golden finger, it's a system, ancestors bless. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 32, 30 for ordinary people, including physical strength, defense, speed, endurance, etc. Eating food can improve. Cooking skills, level 1, level 1 is the lowest, level 9 is the highest, after level 9 is the god of cooking. Food luck, weak, average, better, full level, god level. Spirituality, 100 meters. Ability, none, can be obtained by signing into the location or completing system tasks. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, less than 1. There are check-in locations and taskbars below. To put it simply, you can get ability rewards when you sign in and complete tasks, and the more you eat, the better you eat, and you will become stronger. In this world of food captives, having such a system is a perfect match. After all, in this world, the most indispensable thing is food, even anything can be eaten, and it is delicious. Ding! Refresh the sign-in location, Balon Islands, and reward the Sonic Punch. Ding! The host has been detected to reach the Balloon Islands, do you sign in? System sound came. This is simply sending charcoal in the snow. Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately said silently, sign in. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing to the Balloon Islands and rewarding the Blast Punch. Ding! Do you practice? Cultivation. Chu Feng was unambiguous at all, and immediately responded. In the next second, he mastered the popping fist. The sonic boom hits the target to produce a powerful sonic boom, causing damage to the target from the outside to the inside. Chirping. At this time, the tongue of the snake frog has touched Chu Feng's back. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly turned around, clenched his fists, and slammed a fist on the head of snake frog. Boom fist. Boom. The powerful sound exploded. The snake and frog screamed and fell down. Chu Feng blasted this punch, only to feel that his strength was exhausted, and his right arm was paralyzed, but when he saw the horror of snakes and frogs, his eyes couldn't help showing horror. The whole head of the snake frog was shattered, and the brain was spilled on the ground, and it had died tragically. In other words, blast snake frog's head with one punch. Haha, so strong. Chu Feng was very satisfied. The power of this punch, calculated by the capture level, may have reached 4. This is equivalent to the power of Toriko's continuous nail punches. Oh oh oh, oh! At this moment, there were roars not far away. Chu Feng shook his whole body, quickly picked up his mood, and hurriedly left the scene with the corpse of the snake and frog. Find a relatively safe place to hide, this is a sigh of relief. Then his eyes fell on the snake frog. Hee, this is a delicacy, especially its liver, it is a rare delicacy. The eyes were glowing, not long-winded, so quickly deal with the snake and frog, and then start a fire and barbecue. After a while, the snake frog is cooked. The outside is burnt and the inside is tender, and the aroma is tangy. The saliva must flow out. Can't help but bite down. Click and click. The skin is crispy, but the lower layer of meat melts in the mouth. The smell of frog meat and snake meat fills the entire mouth and touches every cell. Good to eat. Chu Feng couldn't help exclaiming. Unexpectedly, when I came to the captive world of food, the first ingredient I ate was so delicious. It's so cool. However, more cool things are yet to come. Ding! Eating snakes and frogs will reward your physique with +1. Ding! Eat snakes and frogs, reward cooking skills +0.5. Ding! Eat snakes and frogs, reward food luck +0.01. Ding! Eating snakes and frogs will reward God's consciousness with +1 meter. A series of voices came. Haha, it really makes you stronger if you eat good food. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Fight the tiger with bare hands. Spit out and swallow. In a short while, Chu Feng cleaned up the whole snake and frog as big as a calf. Physical strength is restored and I am very happy. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 33. Cooking skills, level 1+. Food transport, weak+. Spirituality, 100 meters+. Ability, Sonic Fist. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, inferred 4. The sign-in location is being refreshed, and the system task is being refreshed. Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes were full of laughter. Just now he was a weak chicken, chased by a low-level beast like Snake Frog, and now he has become a good strong man. After all, although there are many types of beasts in the Balon Islands, there are not many that exceed the capture level 4. Therefore, Chu Feng has the capital to survive in the Balloon Islands. In addition, if Chu Feng continues to collect food on the island, his physique continues to improve, and his strength will continue to improve. At that time, if you can explode twice the Sonic Fist, and the capture level is equivalent to 8, even if you encounter the King of the Balon Islands, the giant crocodile of Grera will have the power to fight. Without much thought, Chu Feng immediately walked out of the temporary residence and began to collect delicious ingredients. Although he can't eat them now, he can put them in the system space. In addition, activities can also digest food. The surrounding leaves and the ground are wet, as if it had rained. Call out. Suddenly, a figure jumped from a leaf onto Chu Feng's hand. FK. I looked down and was shocked. It was a leech the size of a thumb. I quickly patted it off. It's not an exaggeration to call this kind of thing a monster. Like to suck blood. However, the blood-sucking process is not painful. This reminded Chu Feng of a friend of his childhood who took a bath by the river. When he went down, his face was red, but when he came up, his face was pale. When he saw it, his back was covered with leeches. The leech almost sucked up his blood. This kind of thing gives Chu Feng some psychological shadow. However, what Chu Feng is more worried about is not the leech, but the gala crocodile. Because, according to Chu Feng's understanding, the leeches in the barren islands are all raised by the giant crocodile of Grera. Spread the leeches and let them track their prey. The leeches are attached to the prey, and the gala crocodile can track it and prey on the prey. Now, Chu Feng's strength is far from enough to deal with the gala giant crocodile, so he left the place immediately without hesitation. Coming to a relatively dry forest, the spiritual consciousness spread out, and no leeches were found nearby, so Chu Feng relaxed. However, many delicious ingredients were found within the scope of the divine consciousness. Chu Feng did not keep them, but accepted them all and put them into the system space. The dog tortoise that captures level 2 looks like a puppy with a tortoise shell on its back. It looks honest, but its strength is extraordinary. The dragonfly bird that catches level 2 looks like a bird, but with dragonfly wings, it is fast and difficult to catch. There are 8-hoof horses, pterodactyl birds, and so on. These are not only delicious, but also strength. Ow! At this moment, a roar came and the woods shook. To distinguish it from the sound, it is a tiger. The divine consciousness swept away, and under the detection of divine consciousness, it was found that it was a huge tiger, especially the 2 long teeth like swords, which looked extremely ferocious. Chu Feng knows, this is Baron Tiger. Capture level 3. Wailing. Barong Tiger jumped onto a huge rock and stood there, his eyes bursting fiercely, roaring at Chu Yang, showing the king's demeanor. Chu Yang squinted. This guy doesn't taste very good. It would be a waste to catch it and eat it. Even if it is eaten, it can't improve its strength, but its combat power is not bad. It's good to fight a battle and improve its combat experience. Want to eat me? It depends on whether you have this ability. Chu Feng made a provocative voice, his expression disdainful. Upon seeing this, Baron Tiger was furious. Especially Meow, even a weak human being dare to look down on tigers? If the tiger doesn't show off his power, will I be a sick cat? As a result, Baron Tiger roared and rushed to Chu Feng fiercely, opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Chu Yang didn't dodge or dodge, looking at the opportunity, he punched Balonghu's chin from bottom to top, sound fist. Boom! The sound exploded. Baron Tiger screamed and threw his head back, leading the entire huge body to fall back to the ground. The nose, mouth, eyes, and ears all showed blood, which was very miserable. Chu Feng succeeded with a punch. He was not proud, nor did he give the opponent a chance to react. He rushed forward and rode on the back of Baron Tiger, grabbing his head with one hand, and holding it tightly, while making a fist with the other hand. Hammer hard. Bang bang bang. Punch after punch. Baronghu screamed again and again, and after taking 7 or 8 punches, he lay directly on the ground, and a bloody fist mark appeared on his head. Seeing Baronghu fainted, Chu Feng stopped attacking and lay directly on Baronghu, gasping for breath. Beat a tiger with your bare hands. This feels so cool. Wusong's fight against a tiger is nothing more than that. The corner of the mouth slowly raised a satisfied smile, asterisk. Chapter 3. Don't worry, I won't eat you, please ask for flowers. Rest for a while, recover a lot of energy, find a place nearby, and start eating and drinking. Although he immediately beat Baron Tiger, Chu Feng also understood that after using the popping fist once, he couldn't use it a second time in a short time. This was due to his weak physique. Therefore, improving physical fitness is the most important thing. Take out some ingredients, set fire to start grilling. After a while, the fragrance overflowed. A horrified meal. Dog tortoise, the meat is delicate, not only the deliciousness of white-cut dog meat, but also the tenderness of turtle meat, the entrance is like jelly, and it tastes really delicious. The smell of dragonflies is very special, rusty, not like bird meat, more like vegetables, cool and refreshing. Other ingredients, without fine products, are delicious. There is a feeling that the food previously eaten at the Blue Star 5-star hotel is not as delicious as any of the ingredients here. For Chu Feng, who likes food, this is simply exciting. Ding! Eat dog tortoise, reward physique +1. Ding! Eat dog tortoise, reward cooking skills plus 0.5. Ding! Eat dog tortoise, reward food luck plus 0.02. Ding! Eat dragonflies and reward your physique with plus 1. After the delicacy, the system emits a series of sounds, the physique is improved, the strength is strengthened, and it is refreshing again. Ooh! At this moment, Baron Tiger, who was not far away, woke up, his head was still dizzy, and he let out a low cry. Chu Feng looked at it, Baron Tiger felt the other's gaze, and immediately trembled all over with fright. My fork, why is this human who killed 1,000 knives still here? Then I saw a pile of leftover bones next to Chu Feng, and I was shocked again. This human being will eat me too, will it? Chu Feng grinned and said, don't worry, your meat is not delicious at all and won't eat you. Otherwise, I would have roasted you a long time ago. Baronghu seemed to understand, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Come here. Chu Feng beckoned. Baronghu was stunned, then walked up cautiously. Sit down. Chu Feng ordered. Feeling Chu Feng's terrifying gaze, Baronghu immediately persuaded him, and immediately sat down, as well behaved as a cat. Really good. Chu Feng reached out his hand and touched its head, reward you for eating meat. When a human touched his head, Baron Tiger's heart was very aggrieved. This is a kitty. It's a tiger. However, he did not dare to attack, and was worried that he would be beaten again. I was beaten just now and my head was still buzzing. Forget it, forbearance, after all, he is very strong, he can't beat him, and he gave me meat. After the Belong Tiger finished eating the meat, Chu Feng smiled, riding on the Belong Tiger's back, and instructed, go, take me to catch the ingredients. Baron Tiger was dumbfounded, feeling very uncomfortable inside. It is neither a cow nor a horse. How can humans ride it? It's a fierce Baron Tiger. Cannot accept. Seeing that Baron Tiger hadn't moved, Chu Feng slapped the opponent's go. Baronghu wanted to turn the human on his back down and step on a few more feet, but after thinking about it, he didn't dare to do so. Damn, forget it, let him ride today. When the injury heals another day, I will find him to settle the account. So, Chu Feng rode the Belong Tiger to collect food everywhere in the Balloon Islands. At the end of the day, the harvest is full. Soon, night fell. The night in the Balloon Islands is terrifying, and many beasts will come out to hunt, especially the giant crocodile of Grera, which also appears at night. On a cliff, dig a large hole as a temporary shelter. After eating and drinking, prepare to sleep. Tonight, you help me watch the door. Chu Feng said to Baronghu, as soon as a danger approaches, notify me immediately. After speaking, lie down and close your eyes. Baron Tiger lay next to him, thinking wildly in his mind. Damn, this human actually ordered me to guard the door? Do you treat me like a dog? Damn, do you want to eat him while he is asleep? I don't know how long it has been. Perhaps Baron Tiger was tired and fell asleep too? The next day. Damn, I didn't expect to sleep so well last night. Chu Feng got up and stretched. Rinse briefly, and prepare food immediately. Anyway, his current life is to eat, sleep, capture food, and loop endlessly. After cooking the ingredients, eat and drink, and get a lot of physique bonuses. This feeling of watching the improvement of strength every day is really cool. Baronghu also woke up. Suddenly a little confused. Why did I fall asleep last night? Seeing Barong Tiger wake up, Chu Feng threw a large piece of meat to him. I did a good job last night, now hurry up and eat and work after eating. Baron Tiger lowered his head to eat meat, his heart was complicated. Does this human praise me? But I am not happy at all. After he was full, Chu Feng rode a Baronghu out to collect food. Baronghu has no temper at all. In this way, one person, one tiger, and the days are fixed, passing day by day, ***. Chapter 4 Dare to beat my pet and die. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this period, Chu Feng ate countless delicious ingredients. The strength has been greatly improved. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 120. Cooking skills, level 1+. Food transport, weak+. Spirituality, 150 meters+. Ability, Sonic Fist. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, estimated 11. It can explode twice the power of the sonic boom. It is a pity that during this period of time, the sign-in location of the system was not updated, and the system tasks were not arranged. Therefore, he did not leave the Balloon Islands. Of course, he has no boats and other means of transportation. It is not easy to leave here. In addition, Chu Feng did not encounter the Gala crocodile during this period, which may have something to do with his food luck. After all, his current food luck is still weak, and some of the top delicious ingredients in the Balloon Islands have hardly encountered. There are several times to capture the top delicious ingredients, it is the Baron Tiger's credit. This day, Chu Feng is cooking the ingredients as usual. During this period of time, eating so many delicious foods, cooking skills have also improved a lot, and will soon break through level 2. A lot of knowledge of ingredients and cooking methods appeared in my mind inexplicably. This feeling is very strange. Follow the cooking method in your mind to cook the ingredients, and the deliciousness is more than doubled. If this continues, Chu Feng will become a very good chef sooner or later. Soon, the food ingredients were sorted out, and the aroma was pungent. It's been so long, but Xiaohu went out to catch the ingredients and didn't come back? Nothing will happen, right? Looking outside, his brows frowned. Usually, Baron Tiger goes out to catch food, and usually comes back within an hour. But now, it has been more than 1.5 hours. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion not far away. Chu Feng stood up immediately, his gaze moved, and his spiritual consciousness was released. After a while, his eyes were gloomy. FK, dare to beat my little tiger, and look for death. Rush out immediately. The other side. Baron He fell to the ground, dying, his mouth was full of blood, and there was a wound in his abdomen, bloody. Click, click. A tall robot came over, with chicken feet, a pointed mouth, a bunch of yellow hair on the back of his head, and an iron chain hanging from his body. If Chu Feng is here, he must recognize that this is Bisho Kyukai's GT robot, imitating the appearance of Nitro. It is remotely controlled and can be synchronized with the controller to maximize the strength of the controller. The purpose of Bisho Kyukai's GT robot is to go to some dangerous areas to capture food, so as to reduce casualties. At this moment, the man who controls this GT robot is the eccentric Xiba, a member of the 6th branch of Bisho Kyukai, a 35-year-old man with a bald head and black runes. When angry, he will show his mouth full of fangs. His purpose in coming to the Barren Islands was to capture the Gala crocodile. However, Baronghu accidentally touched him and was beaten to death. Little cat, you can't escape. Xiba made a playful voice, although your meat is not fragrant, the taste of offal is very good. Hehe, I like to eat offal the most. Walked to Baronghu, squatted down, raised his right hand. Ready to reach in through the blood hole in the abdomen, and pull out all the internal organs. He often does this kind of thing. It's disgusting, but that's his hobby. Therefore, his nickname is Weirdo. Baronghu looked desperate. Before the provisional, the person in its mind was Chu Feng. Although I haven't been with Chu Feng for a long time and I am often bullied, but it is very warm. Hey, what are you going to do? At this moment, an angry voice came. Hearing this voice, Baron Tiger's eyes silently shed tears. Chu Feng came to save it. Xiba looked at it, and saw that a young guy was killing him angrily, very fast, and frowned. In the next second, Ziba saw a fist smashed in, and immediately pulled back and retreated away from the Belong tiger. Chu Feng punched in the air. Instead of chasing after him, he checked Baron Tiger's injuries. He was seriously injured, but fortunately he couldn't die. "Hey, kid, this little cat is my food," Ziba said. "However, if you like it, I can give it to you, but I can accept your innards." He. He prefers to pull out human entrails rather than pulling out animal entrails. Laugh at your sister. Chu Feng was furious, his momentum rose to the extreme, and he rushed over again. If he dares to severely wound his little tiger, the other party must pay a heavy price. Seeing Chu Feng killing him, Ziba grinned, rushed towards him, and blasted out with a punch, mixed meat fist. Just now, it was this punch that severely injured Baronghu's abdomen. Chu Feng's eyes sank, not long-winded, his fists clenched, and a fist greeted him with a fist, 2 times the explosive fist. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Destroy the GT Robot. Boom. In the next instant, 2 fists collided together, producing a powerful sonic boom. What? Ziba, who controls the GT robot, screamed, and his fist exploded, exposing the parts inside and smoking black smoke. At this moment, his eyes on the little devil in front of him have changed. One punch can smash the fist of the GT robot. How powerful is this? Chu Feng was not triumphant. His right foot stomped the ground, turned into an afterimage, and instantly approached Ziba, and then blasted out with a fist. Ziba opened his mouth, and the energy gathered inside, ready to launch the death ray, but at this moment, Chu Feng's angry fist had arrived, and it hit the opponent's open mouth directly. Boom! The energy in the fist and the mouth collide, producing a more powerful sonic boom and power. As the sonic boom sounded, the entire GT robot's head was blown to pieces. Ziba lost contact with the GT robot. Chu Feng won. However, there is not much joy. Although he was successful, he consumed a lot of energy, and he broke out twice the sonic boom twice, and his physical strength was almost drained. In addition, Ziba's strength is 9 at most by capturing level. It seems that the physique will continue to improve and eat more delicious food. Otherwise, there will be no way to deal with even more enemies in the future. At the same time, the 6th branch of Bishokyukai, GT Robot Control Room. Damn kid, don't let me meet you next time, or you will pull your intestines out. The weirdo Ziba roared. He came to Baronghu again, squatted down, and simply treated the wound for him. Wow! Baron Tiger uttered a low cry, tears already in his eyes. For a moment, it thought it was dead. Fortunately, Chu Feng appeared in time. What about when a kitten is touched? What about being ridden as a cow or a horse, or even as a dog guarding the door? It has already regarded Chu Feng as the master. He brought Barong Tiger back to his residence, and left it aside, ignored it, and started eating and drinking. In the next few days, nothing special happened. The day was business as usual, but the strength was getting stronger day by day. After another 2 days, his physique directly reached 200, and his capture level exceeded 20. The sonic fist can play 3 times the power. Although the strength has been improved, a problem has also been discovered, that is, some common delicious ingredients, such as those with a level 1 or 2 or even level 3 capture, have almost 0 bonus to their enhanced strength. In other words, Chu Feng needs to capture higher level and more delicious ingredients in order to better improve his strength. It seems that the ingredients of the Balloon Islands may not continue to satisfy me. It's almost time to leave. Chu Feng thought to himself. Ding! The system mission is updated, capturing rainbow fruits to reward empty steps. At this moment, the system made a sound. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng looked overjoyed. Finally, the system sends out the task. Rainbow fruit, this is a fantastic ingredient. I heard that there are 7 flavors. The wild one has been extinct. Now there is only one tree left in the 8th garden of Igo. As for the air step, this is a very good skill. After training, you can fly in the air, which is similar to the moon step in One Piece. If you practice empty steps, not to mention the improvement of your strength, there will be an additional means of life saving. Therefore, the empty step must be obtained, so Chu Feng must go to the 8th courtyard. What? At this moment, a frightened scream came from a distance. Hearing this voice, Chu Feng was stunned first, then ecstatic. FK, isn't it Komatsu? In the original work, Komatsu and Toriko came to the Balloon Islands to capture the Garara crocodile. Without thinking, Chu Feng immediately followed the direction of the sound. If it is really Komatsu and Toriko, then they will be able to leave the Balloon Islands smoothly and even go to the 8th courtyard of Igo. At this time, the Balloon Islands wetland zone. A tall and mighty figure, 2 meters in length, short blue hair, 3 claw marks on his left cheek, bright eyes and handsome sunshine. This person is Toriko. The other one is a bit unbearable in comparison. He is short, at most 1.5 meters tall, with big eyes, a flat nose, and ADK, wearing a safety helmet on his head and holding a gun in his hands. And he is Komatsu. The exclamation just now came from him. Hey, don't you be scared and yelling at the level of snakes and frogs. Toriko said angrily. Then he hit the snake frog's head with a punch, and the poor snake frog fainted to death. Toriko was holding the snake frog in one hand, his eyes glistening. For a foodie, any ingredients will make people drool. Yet, I'm sorry, this is the first time I saw a live snake frog. Komatsu apologized, but just after speaking, he exclaimed again, "Ah, what is this, Mr. Toriko?" Asterisk. Chapter 6 Hello, Toriko. Looking down, Komatsu saw a weird bug bigger than a thumb on the back of his hand and looked very sick. He exclaimed that he was about to pat the bugs with his hands. Toriko hurriedly stopped and said, "Don't peel it off forcibly, otherwise the wound will expand." Komatsu said anxiously, "Then, what should I do? It's sucking my blood." Toriko glanced around, then walked to a tree and plucked a handful of leaves. "What is this, Mr. Toriko?" Komatsu asked curiously. Toriko replied, "This is the leaf of a mangrove." I stretched my hand over. Komatsu reached out his hand. Tick tick. Toriko squeezed out the mangrove leaves and dripped them onto the leech. As if frightened, the leech immediately got out of Komatsu's hand and fled quickly. Toriko explained, "Leech hates salt. The leaves of mangroves grow on the seashore, and the roots absorb a lot of salt. The leaves contain salt, and even bugs don't like to eat it. That's it." Komatsu suddenly realized. Whoops! At this time, a roar came. A huge tiger appeared, very ferocious. Komatsu saw that his face changed again, his legs trembling with fear, and he panicked and yelled, "Ba! Baron Tiger!" Toriko's face was as usual, staring at Baron Tiger, his eyes flashing with a sense of war, and both hands clenched fists. "Hey, Xiaohu, don't scare people, sit down." An indifferent voice came, and an extremely handsome young man walked out. It was Chu Feng. Hearing the sound, Baron Tiger condensed his fierce look and sat on the ground, obediently like a kitten. Komatsu's eyes were horrified, and he looked at Chu Feng and couldn't believe it. This person actually tamed the Baron Tiger. Toriko glanced at Barong Tiger, then set his eyes on Chu Feng, his expression slightly moving. Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Toriko. To make a good relationship, you can leave the island in Toriko's boat, and follow Toriko into the 8th courtyard to capture rainbow fruits. Besides, Toriko is very real, and it's good to make friends with him." However, after hearing Chu Feng's words, Toriko frowned and was a little puzzled. Do you know me? He had never seen Chu Feng before. This is the first time the two have met. However, the other party actually said his name, which is a bit puzzling. Chu Feng smiled and said, "You are the four heavenly King Toriko, who doesn't know him?" As a traverser, Chu Feng who knows all the plots, no one does not know him. Upon hearing this, Toriko laughed, "What is your name? Nice to meet you." He didn't feel any malice in the other person. It's good to get to know and make friends. In addition, he feels that the opponent is not simple and is very interested in the strength of the opponent. "My name is Chu Feng." Chu Feng replied. After a brief introduction, the two became familiar with each other, and they chatted. "Go, please have a big meal," Chu Feng said. "If you want to consolidate your friendship, entertain Toriko with delicious food is the most useful." Haha. Toriko laughed and said excitedly, "Okay." When it comes to food, he is even more interested. The two of them walked forward. Komatsu couldn't speak, only a smirk. Find an open space, set up a fire, and the three of them sat next to each other. Chu Feng took out a large amount of ingredients from the system space, skewered them, and grilled them on the fire. Toriko and Komatsu were shocked when they saw Chu Feng take out the ingredients like a trick. "Hey, Chu Feng, where did you take out so many ingredients? It's amazing." Toriko couldn't help asking. Chu Feng clearly had nothing around him, but he took out the ingredients out of thin air. It was amazing. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Oh, this is the food I collected before and put it in the system space." System space. Toriko was thinking about this strange word. And Komatsu was shocked by the system space, but was not interested. He was interested in Chu Feng's cooking skills, his eyes sparkling, that. "Mr. Chu Feng, are you a chef? These ingredients are handled very well." "Right." Chu Feng replied. Cooking skills broke through level 2, and a lot of cooking knowledge appeared in his mind, and he was considered a chef. In a short while, the ingredients are cooked, golden and shiny, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding an attractive fragrance. "Wow! It looks so delicious." Toriko's eyes sparkled, and her saliva flowed out. Komatsu focused his attention on the ingredients, and praised, "It's grilled very well, and the seasoning is unique, Mr. Chu Feng, you are amazing." Chu Feng smiled and said, "You are also very good." Komatsu's cooking level is unquestionable. You must know that he is now the chef of a gourmet hotel, with strong food luck, and his future achievements are even more surprising. Keiki, Keiki. At this moment, a lot of strange birds appeared above their heads, making strange calls, which seemed a little uneasy. At the same time, a lot of beasts suddenly came around, one by one staring at the food on the grill, drooling, **. Chapter 7 Grera Crocodile. "Mr. Chu Feng, Mr. Toriko, what's the matter with these beasts?" Komatsu was puzzled. Toriko ate grilled meat and explained, "I'm hungry and want to ask for some leftovers and cold rice. The Barong Marsh is rich in prey, but food is scarce now." Galera crocodile is an omnivorous big stomach king. Assuming Igo's data is correct, then this situation is undoubtedly believed to be caused by the gorilla crocodile that has lived for 300 years. Chu Feng did not speak. In fact, he had discovered it a long time ago, especially in the last few days, when the ingredients were suddenly much less. He knew that it was the ghost of the giant Grera crocodile. He has also been looking for the Gala crocodile, but unfortunately he didn't find it. Komatsu worried, "Are you saying that the creatures of the Balone Islands are suffering from a biological crisis?" Wait a minute, the Galera is also adapted to the sea. If it eats up all the food on the island, it will attack the sea. Hey! At this moment, the strange bird circling overhead seemed to be frightened and fled. Immediately afterwards, the hungry beasts all around felt uneasy and fled in despair. At the same time, Baron Tiger, who was sitting next to him, let out an uneasy growl. What danger is coming? Beep. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out of the water not far away, and with a click, half of its body hit the ground. Oh, it's a marsh snake. Komatsu couldn't help exclaiming when he looked at it. Chu Feng's eyes fell on the marsh snake, and a huge blood hole appeared in its abdomen. The marsh snake had died. Capture level 5. If it's in the water, even the gala crocodile dare not rush to shoot. This is a powerful enemy. Toriko said with a deep face, but what's the matter with that wound? It's a bite wound. With this terrible bite force, I am afraid that only the gala crocodile is the only one. Boom. Suddenly, the ground vibrated slightly, and a powerful coercion struck. Chu Feng's consciousness swept away, and yes, the gala crocodile is here. This guy, Chu Feng, has been looking for but couldn't find it. Now he comes to the door. Of course, he didn't think that the gala crocodile came to him. Looking at Komatsu next to him, he saw that the place where his hand was bitten by the leeches was still bleeding. The gala crocodile came after the smell of the blood on Komatsu. In a deeper sense, it might be Komatsu's food luck that attracted the gala crocodile. After a while, a behemoth crawled over, covered in a thick armor, with 8 raised claws in his abdomen, his eyes bursting fiercely, his mouth was full of fangs, and his saliva flowed across his mouth. You could vaguely see a large number of leeches in the mouth. Domineering, fierce, and disgusting gathered together. Fully in line with the temperament of an overlord. It is the gala crocodile. Estimated capture level 8. It's the gala crocodile, Mr. Toriko. Komatsu paled with fright when he saw the behemoth. Toriko put on a fighting posture, staring at the gala crocodile with awe-inspiring fighting spirit in his eyes. Roar! The gala giant crocodile roared, and the sound shook the entire wetland, and the beasts around escaped faster. In the next second, this big guy rushed over, apparently trying to eat Chu Feng and others. Toriko sank, and rushed up with his fists. Chu Feng looked as usual, still sitting there, cooking the ingredients seriously. Roar! The gala crocodile roared and swallowed Toriko, extremely vicious. Looking down, Toriko punched the opponent's chin, knocking his entire head crooked. However, the giant crocodile's huge powerful tail drew back towards Toriko, very violent. Hey! Toriko directly hugged the tail of the gala crocodile, his arm muscles skyrocketed, his strength increased to the limit, and he threw it out. Boom! The gala crocodile fell heavily to the ground. Chu Feng raised his head and glanced, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Toriko's strength is quite enough to deal with the giant crocodile of Grera. If the strength is calculated by the capture level, Toriko's capture level is around 12. The gala crocodile fell to the ground without any harm, but its self-esteem was hit. You must know that it has not been defeated in 300 years. Wailing! It roared and vented its anger. Then with a flick of his mouth, the leeches inside whizzed out and landed on Toriko. Toriko slapped the leech off, and the momentum on his body directly increased to the limit and entered a state of battle. Kill you! As soon as the voice fell, a red figure appeared behind him, like a devil. At this moment, the aura exuding from him was very scary. Chu Feng squinted his eyes. He knew that the red figure was Toriko's food cell demon, the red ghost. Feeling the breath on Toriko's body, the gala crocodile felt inexplicably uneasy, but did not flinch. It is not the self-esteem of being an island king that prevents the fleeing from being deserted, but the ignorance that has been in danger of life after 300 years. Roar! The giant crocodile roared in anger, and rushed forward, the giant claw bursting down. Chiang chiang! Toriko has a gloomy face, rubbing her hands, making the sound of metal knives and forks colliding. Immediately afterwards, his left hand jerked out, fork. Puff! The fork in the left hand directly pierced the rigid armor of the giant Gerera, and pierced it into the body. Gala crocodile screamed. Toriko cut out with a knife in the other hand, knife. Puff. Splashing blood. The head of the Gerera crocodile was chopped off, *. Chapter 8 Double Comfort. What? Komatsu yelled in horror, his eyes protruding, and he almost fell to the ground. His legs were soft, but he was already diapering. Ghost, ghost. It turned out that this guy hadn't recovered from the red ghost released by Toriko. Thanks for the hospitality. Toriko clasped his hands together and restrained his momentum. And Chu Feng's face remained the same from beginning to end. Chu Feng, let's grill the giant crocodile of Grera to eat. Toriko was very excited, this guy's meat is super delicious. Chu Feng smiled, come here. In fact it is. The Gala crocodile is the top delicacy in the entire Balloon Islands. The high-end hotels outside are hard to come by. To be honest, Chu Feng is also full of expectations for the delicacy of the Grera crocodile. Soon, Chu Feng handled the Galera crocodile and immediately set it on the fire for barbecue. Hey, Chu Feng, you guys can also defeat the Gala crocodile? Toriko asked, eyes burning. Chu Feng smiled without answering. It's just a giant crocodile of Grera, if it is shot, it can be dropped in seconds with a punch. Although the armor of Galera giant crocodile is stiff, the giant claws are sharp, and the bite force reaches 3 tons, it is useless. Haha, I knew that you are great. Toriko said, his eyes flickering, I have a chance, I must fight you. Yes. Chu Feng replied. A battle with Toriko definitely has more advantages than disadvantages. You know, Toriko became the 4 heavenly kings, and he fought all the way. Very rich combat experience. After a while, the Gala crocodile was cooked. Hey, Komatsu, what are you doing there? Come over and eat. Toriko said, looking at Komatsu, who was still sitting on the ground not far away, as if he hadn't gotten over. Hearing that, Komatsu slowed down and walked over with a complicated expression. Chu Feng didn't talk about it, grabbing a piece of barbecue. The fat of the pork belly is gleaming, like a gem, it is very beautiful, and you have an appetite when you look at it. The whole piece of meat was stuffed into the mouth, and the whole mouth was fragrant for an instant. The more you chew, the more flavorful it is. Swallowing a bite of meat, it is full of happiness. Ding! Eating the giant crocodile of Grera will reward your physique by +10. Ding! Eating the giant crocodile of Grera rewards cooking skills by +1. Ding! Eating the giant crocodile of Grera rewards food luck +0.1. The system emits a series of sounds. The double sensation smashed his head and face. From the rewards of the system, we can also see how beautiful the crocodile tastes. You know, Chu Feng had eaten countless delicacies before, but his physique plus Chengdu did not exceed 2. The bonus physique bonus of the Grera crocodile goes directly to 10. Sure enough, the more delicious you eat, the stronger your strength. If you eat Acacia's Western-style full meal in the future, it won't go to heaven. Ha 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 ha. Next to Toriko, he swallowed wolfishly, and while eating, his saliva was still flowing. It's delicious, it's so delicious. Komatsu seems to be more gentle when he eats, taking it slowly one bite at a time, but it can't hide the satisfied expression on his face. Wow, the Gala crocodile deserves to be high-quality meat, no wonder director Ume Mantian uses this ingredient to entertain guests. Komatsu commented. Speaking of it, the purpose of his and Toriko's coming here is the Gala crocodile. Soon, Chu Feng and Komatsu were full, and Toriko's belly seemed to be a bottomless pit, as if he would never be full. In the end, eat up all the Gala crocodiles. Toriko fell to the ground with a round belly, looking happy and content. Do you eat food? It's all this virtue. Ah, have you finished eating? Komatsu exclaimed, as if only thinking that the Grera crocodile was a commissioned ingredient and was to be taken home, but now I have eaten it all, and I have to take a fart back. Haha. Toriko laughed heartlessly, it's okay. Chu Feng smiled. The next day. Hey, Chu Feng, are you going back with me too? Toriko asked. Chu Feng nodded, of course. If there was a boat, I would have left here long ago. Naturally, I have to leave. I have to go to the 8th courtyard of Igo to capture rainbow fruits to complete the task. Haha. Toriko laughed happily, then let's get together. Let's go back for a drink. No problem. Chu Feng replied. To bid farewell to the Barren Tiger, the three came to the entrance of the Barren Islands, with a small boat parked on the shore. The three of them got into the boat and left in a small boat. It took most of a day to leave the Balloon Islands and return to the place where humans live in the world. Komatsu returns to the gourmet hotel. Chu Feng followed Toriko to his house. After all, Chu Feng crossed over and had lived in the Balloon Islands before, and he did not have a home here. That night, Chu Feng and Toriko drank all night. There is no doubt that Toriko is still a drunkard, with an amazing amount of alcohol. Chu Feng almost couldn't hold it. Tomorrow, you shouldn't have a place to go, or go with me to catch the ingredients. The shimming guy commissioned the ingredients. Toriko said, thinking about finding a chance to fight Chu Feng tomorrow. Chu Feng nodded, yes. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Fight with Toriko. In the mountains, the sun is shining in the morning. Boom. Two fists collided, and a low sound burst came, resounding through the valley. The two figures withdrew at the same time. Haha, Chu Feng, you are really strong. Toriko said excitedly, the fighting spirit in his eyes was instantly ignited, his momentum rose in vain, and a red ghost appeared above his head. I'm serious. The next second, Toriko raised his fist, charging up, and rushing over. Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly, his brows lightly frowned, and he secretly said, this guy is going to use his unique trick to nail his fist. Nail fist should be Toriko's strongest move at the moment. Its penetrating ability is very overbearing, which is comparable to the blast fist. Then, you must also show your true ability. Boom. His right foot slammed on the ground, and at the moment the ground collapsed, Chu Feng turned into an afterimage and rushed out, very fast, like a rabbit. Hiss, so fast. Toriko's face changed when he saw it. Without thinking, he punched out 3 consecutive nail punches. Because Chu Feng has already come before him, it will be too late if he doesn't make a move. Naturally, Chu Feng didn't talk nonsense, clenched his fists, and slammed up 3 times the explosive fist. Boom! In an instant, the 2 fists collided, causing a terrifying sonic boom, and the void was slightly distorted. Toriko's face was painful, his entire fist and skull were torn apart, and his body kept retreating until he hit a boulder before stopping. And Chu Feng felt violent shocks from his fists like a beast, and he couldn't help but retreat. After the 3-stage impact, Chu Feng stepped on the ground with his right foot and forcibly stabilized his body. There is nothing serious about his body, but his fists are slightly numb. The corners of his mouth raised, and it seemed that the power of the popping fist was much stronger than that of the nail fist. Not long-winded, after standing firm, immediately rushed out again, like a leopard. Toriko just stood firm and raised his head, but saw that Chu Feng came to him again, his eyes widened, and he wanted to do something, but when the old power was exhausted and the new power was not born, he couldn't do anything. Bang! As a result, Chu Feng's fist was pumped in Toriko's abdomen. Boom! The huge boulder behind Toriko burst into pieces. With a wow, blood spurted from her mouth, and she knelt down on her knees. Chu Feng retracted his fist and looked at Toriko's situation, with a smile on his mouth. It seems that I still underestimated my own strength before. At this time, Toriko wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and laughed. Chu Feng, you are too strong, I am not your opponent. You are so strong, why haven't I heard of you before? Chu Feng laughed. If you've seen it before, it's hell. In other words, Chu Feng crossed over, not even a month. Go, catch the ingredients, and today I will take you to the market. Toriko said. Chu Feng nodded. As for Toriko's injury, don't care at all. This guy's vitality is very tenacious. As long as he is not completely killed at once, he will soon recover after eating delicious ingredients. The two enter a cave. Inside there is a pterosaur weighing 1.5 tons, called Shak Le Norton, with a capture level of 4. Oh oh oh, oh. The beast roared and roared at two uninvited guests, showing its mouth full of fangs, very vicious. Toriko rushed directly up, beat it, screamed, and then used the acupuncture gun to acupuncture it. Carrying their prey, Toriko and Chu Feng left, and it took almost an hour to arrive at the food center wholesale market. Countless people are trading food ingredients. The crowds are crowded and lively. In addition to more people, more ingredients. You know, the world's food materials are concentrated here, known as the world's kitchen, covering an area of 3,000 hectares, and importing 900,000 tons of food materials every day. Seeing countless people, Chu Feng had many thoughts. It's the first time I have seen so many people in this world. Even before the crossing, I have never seen a market with so many people and so many ingredients. The other side. In front of a stall, a black-skinned man with a scar on his face, a man wearing a sun hat pushing a cart of ingredients, ready to unload. He is Shiming, Toriko's friend. Inadvertently, he saw Komatsu next to him and said, "Oh, I remember you were the one before." Komatsu also saw Ten Dreams and said happily, "Mr. Ten Dreams, I was taken care of before. The last time I went to the Balloon Islands with Toriko was sent by 10 Dreams, and a small boat was left behind." Shimeng smiled and said, "You can come back safely, better than anything else." He knew that the ghost place in the Balloon Islands was very dangerous. The average gourmet is reluctant to go there to catch ingredients. That's right. Shimeng continued, "Today Toriko will deliver to my store. Do you want to see him? Say Cao 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 is here." As soon as the voice fell, Toriko came over with Chu Feng carrying a beast. "Hey, 10 Dreams. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Good looking, you can enjoy it everywhere. Ah, it's Mr. Toriko, and Mr. Chu Feng." Komatsu was so excited when he saw the two walking by, he hurriedly walked over to say hello. Passers-by were very excited when they heard Toriko coming, and they gathered around and talked a lot. "Wow, is this Toriko the 4 Heavenly Kings? That's amazing, capture Shak Le Norton. Hey? Who is next to Toriko? So handsome. It should be Toriko's friend, it seems to be called Chu Feng, so handsome." Hearing these people's comments and feeling the strange gazes of many girls, Chu Feng just smiled and did not speak. Looks handsome and enjoys everywhere. Before crossing, because he was so handsome, he was often blocked by school flowers in the toilet, and he was often jealous of other male classmates. Boom! At this time, Toriko put Shak Le Norton on the ground and said with a smile, 10 Dreams, this is the ingredient you want, 40,000 yuan per kilogram, how about it? Shimeng shook his head and bargained, "My home is a small shop, with more costs and less profit, let's 30,000 per kilogram." Toriko said boldly, "Okay, take it." More money and less money doesn't make much sense to him. Shimeng is very happy to accept this transaction. A man next to him with glasses, a thin face and a suit and leather shoes shook his head and muttered with some dissatisfaction, "It's really troublesome." He is the Director of Food Development of the Ego Development Bureau, Johannes. I helped my eyes and walked over to complain to Shimeng, "If you don't strictly adhere to the food market prices set by Ego, the value of the food will change. 10 dreams spread their hands. You have to tell Toriko this, as long as you can speak it. Reluctantly shook his head, Johannes said, it can't be done. And Chu Feng has noticed the existence of Johannes. In other words, according to the plot development of the original book, Johannes will commission Toriko to capture the rainbow fruit. When the time comes, just follow along. Sure enough, Johannes caught up and shouted, Mr. Toriko, I heard the rumors. I heard that you cleaned up the gala crocodile. You really deserve to be the 4 heavenly kings. The other 3 too, I really hope they can also learn from you. To contribute to the development of the food age. Toriko smiled and said, Hey, I think you have put your high hopes on them in vain. Johannes nodded lightly in agreement, and then shook his head, I won't mention it for the time being, it just happens that I have a job I want to entrust to you. Toriko was puzzled, there are many gourmets exclusively for ego, even if you don't find me. Hearing that, Johannes felt a little bitter, he also wanted to entrust others, but this was specially arranged by the chairman. What can he do? Taking a deep breath, Johannes directly released Wangzai, the fruits of the rainbow are bearing fruit. This is delicious, I don't believe Toriko is not tempted. Toriko didn't say anything, but Komatsu next to him was exploded and exclaimed, Rainbow fruit. You mean the fruit of the dream tree that can change 7 flavors according to the temperature and humidity? Johannes was taken aback and shouted, I said, your voice is too loud, Komatsu. Chu Feng understands Komatsu's fuss. After all, the rainbow fruit is a dreamlike fruit. It is said that as long as you own one, the price is equivalent to having a lifetime of wealth. It is also said that its juice concentration is very high, and only a drop of juice can turn a 20-meter deep swimming pool into a thick and mellow juice. Komatsu took a deep breath, calmed down, and wondered, but, I heard that the wild rainbow fruit has been extinct, are there any more? Johannes explained, the Ego Habitat Garden has cultivated 1 tree, and the result was a few days ago. Although it is not a pure breed. Toriko answered, it's the improved variety that you are good at again. Johannes nodded, but the problem is, now Troll King Kong is building a nest on the rainbow fruit tree, so that no one dares to approach it. Some time ago, a food tank with a cost of 2 billion and a weight of 40 tons was dispatched, and it was turned upside down by Tro King Kong. The capture level issued by the administration is 9, I am afraid that it will be higher than the gala crocodile. Chu Feng also knows something about Tro King Kong. In fact, it is also a cloned and improved variety of Ego. Power is boundless, but also has some wisdom. Tro King Kong builds a nest on the rainbow fruit tree, the purpose of which is to catch prey attracted by the deliciousness of the rainbow fruit. Of course, for Chu Feng, Tro King Kong is not a threat. Komatsu said, Mr. Toriko, accept the commission, it's a rainbow fruit. He really wanted to see this legendary ingredient. Toriko nodded, forget it, I want to eat too, I'll show my face after a long absence and go to the nostalgic courtyard. Hey, let Chu Feng take it. With Chu Feng, it will be easier to capture the rainbow fruit. Chu Feng nodded, okay. This is a must. Otherwise, how to complete the tasks assigned by the system? Asterisk. Chapter 11 The 8th Habitat Courtyard. A car is driving on the road leading to the Ego 8th Habitat Courtyard. Tro King Kong builds a nest on the rainbow fruit tree, won't they eat the rainbow fruit? Komatsu asked suspiciously. The rainbow fruit is so delicious, why not eat it as an orangutan? Toriko replied while eating, Tro King Kong only eats animal meat. They build nests in the rainbow fruit tree, with the purpose of capturing prey attracted by the deliciousness of the rainbow fruit. Ah, that's how it is. Komatsu suddenly realized, but a new question appeared in the next second, but, will such a violent Tro King Kong build a nest in the rainbow fruit tree, will there be other animals approaching? Tro King Kong is so fierce, knowing that it is there, there will be animals approaching? This seems a bit unreasonable. Johannes, who was driving nervously, answered, the approaching animals are just endless. Ah, why is this? Komatsu couldn't figure out the truth. At this time, Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and explained, in fact, the truth is very simple, this is a conditioned reflex. Condition. Komatsu seemed to understand. For example, Chu Feng said, for example, when playing baseball, when the in-boundary ball flies to the fence, the audience will definitely avoid it. It is clear that there is a net blocking it, but it will still reflexively avoid it. Animals that smell the scent of the rainbow fruit will be reflexively dominated by the appetite I want to eat. Even if many animals are attacked by a beast, they still can't stop eating the rainbow fruit. Hearing that, Komatsu nodded and understood, that's it. Mr. Chu Feng, you know so much. That's amazing. He has strong strength, good cooking skills, and knows so much, which is really enviable. When Johannes heard Chu Feng's words, he nodded in satisfaction. Before, he had no interest in Chu Feng's existence, and simply thought that he was an ordinary friend of Toriko. Now he understands that Chu Feng knows a lot. After a while, the car stopped. We are here. Johannes said. 4 people get out of the car. In front of me was a wall 10 meters high, the iron gate was heavy and high, and there were 2 fully equipped security guards standing guard at the door. When they saw Toriko, they looked excited, saluted, and greeted. Master Toriko, thank you for your hospitality. Thanks for the hospitality. Toriko smoked a cigar and replied a little embarrassed, don't use that way of greeting, I haven't asked you anything before. Wow, what a high wall. Komatsu looked up, his eyes full of horror, is this the Ego Garden? Chu Feng also looked up and saw the big characters 8th Habitat Courtyard written on the gate. The courtyard refers to the artificially constructed living environment for animals and plants, where animals are stocked in an environment close to infinite nature, and there are a total of 8. Ego conducts ecological investigations of gourmet animals in this courtyard. Can you open the door for us? Johannes said to the 2 security personnel. About this. A security officer hesitated. Boom boom boom. At this moment, bursts of low and low sonic booms were heard in the courtyard. Komatsu was shocked, his face changed. What is this? Is it thunder? Johannes looked ugly. What's the voice? The security officer said, just 10 minutes ago. We received a call from the monitoring tower of the research institute, and there was already a troll King Kong running inside the door. Hearing this, Johannes was startled, is it waiting for us there? Komatsu's face changed again, hey, really? Could it be that the sound just made it hit the door inside? Johannes shook his head and said, no, it is impossible. There is a deep trench in the door. It should not be able to cross the trench and hit the door. With a smile on his mouth, Chu Feng walked over and said, that's the sound of hammering the chest, it's the unique threatening action of Tro King Kong. Komatsu was surprised, Mr. Chu Feng, do you mean that the sound of Troll King Kong's hammer chest is transmitted here through the thick concrete wall? Johannes' forehead sweated, it's true. The sound of Troll King Kong's chest hammer is a super strong sound that can reach dozens of thousands of miles. Most animals who hear this sound will be so scared that they will pee and hug their heads. Toriko smoked a cigar, looked calm, and walked up and said, it doesn't matter, open the door. Troll King Kong is nothing more than he can't make waves in front of him. Master Toriko, it won't work. The security officer shook his head and said, we have a rule. For the 8th courtyard, if there is a beast with a capture level of 5 or higher within a radius of 5 kilometers from the door, yes. The door cannot be opened. Although it is estimated that no animal can cross the trench, just in case. Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge sonic boom sounded. Everyone looked at it, and was shocked. I saw that Chu Feng didn't know when he walked to the side of the wall and punched the wall through. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Are you throwing a viper at me? Wow! Komatsu and Johannes were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. The two security guards were shocked to petrochemical, their eyes widened and their mouths open. The wall is punched through with a single punch. It is necessary to know that the thickness of the wall is up to 3 meters, and it is made of reinforced concrete. Toriko was also slightly surprised, but soon recovered, with a smile on his mouth. This guy Chu Feng. Chu Feng retracted his fist, raised the corner of his mouth, and walked directly through the opened hole. Standing on a clearing, there is a deep and wide trench in front. Shoo! Suddenly, something roared from the other side of the trench. Swept away the sense of God, it turned out to be a poisonous snake, a zombie taipang. It is said to be a very venomous snake. If it is bitten, it will not let go. Obviously, these venomous snakes were thrown by Tro King Kong from the opposite side. Cunning guy. Chu Feng's eyes condensed, he took a deep breath, his momentum sank, and his right foot slammed on the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed, but the body turned into an afterimage and rushed to the sky, avoiding the poisonous snake, but also jumped directly over the trench and landed on the opposite side. Komatsu, Johannes, and the two security guards had just been relieved from Chu Feng breaking through the wall. At this moment, they happened to see Chu Feng jump directly from one side of the trench to the other, without even lifting the suspension bridge, and they were stunned. Ah! Jumped over. The Chu Feng guy is probably better than Toriko. Why haven't you heard of it before? This man is so fierce. Who is it? Toriko naturally saw this scene too, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Chu Feng, this guy, jumped over. You know, the trench is 100 meters wide. When he was surprised, he also found a lot of snakes flying down in the air. Unfortunately, the book fell on Toriko and bit Toriko directly. Ah, Mr. Toriko! Komatsu noticed and yelled nervously. Toriko glanced at the poisonous snake on her body, her face unchanged. Komatsu hurriedly walked in and looked even more ugly. Mr. Toriko, it's a poisonous snake, Te Pang the zombie. Toriko said calmly, I know, don't come over. As he said, he snorted his cigar sharply, and then yelled, smoke bursting out of his body. The poisonous snake immediately let go and left Dingy. It turns out that the pungent acetic acid in cigars is an unpleasant taste for snakes and other animals. After getting rid of the poisonous snake, Toriko looked at the trench, shook his head, and jumped over unsurely, so he walked aside and lowered the suspension bridge. Not long-winded, just cross the bridge quickly and catch up with Chu Feng as soon as possible. Komatsu gritted his teeth and hurried to catch up. Johannes and the two security guards didn't have the guts to follow. Here, Chu Feng jumped over the trench and landed on a mountain. There are not many trees around, but the terrain is complicated. Not far in front of Chu Feng, there is a strong black-haired Telo King Kong with 4 hands, which looks a little scary. It's just that this guy looks dumbfounded at the moment. Because he noticed that the human being in front of him jumped over the trench and came to him. It's so awesome. Hey, you just threw a poisonous snake at me. Chu Feng said. Hearing the sound, Tro King Kong reacted and suddenly opened his mouth and roared, revealing his mouth full of fangs, and his saliva flew wildly, abnormally violent. Then he picked up the rocks on the ground and prepared to hit people. Chu Feng didn't get used to it, his eyes sank, and he burst into it, as fast as lightning, with a punch in its abdomen. Bang! The sonic boom sounded. Wow! Telo King Kong sprayed blood from his mouth, fell directly to his knees, and passed out to death. Despite its thick skin and thick flesh, it still couldn't hold Chu Feng's punch. Of course, Chu Feng can blast it with one punch, but this is not necessary. After solving the Telo King Kong, I walked up to the top of the mountain and looked forward. I saw a huge plant on a hillside 1,000 meters away, with fruits hanging on the tree, glowing with colorful light. Magnificent! This is the rainbow fruit. It's just that, under the tree, around the tree, and even under the mountain where Chu Feng is located, there are many black-haired Trojans, and the ground is full of beast bones left over by Trojans. This scene is terrifying. Then, if you want to capture the rainbow fruit, you must get rid of this group of black-haired Tro King Kong. Of course, Chu Feng knows an inside story, that is, there is a silverback Trocan in this group of Trocans, who is the leader. Catch the thieves first. As long as the silverback Tro King Kong is subdued, the other Tro King Kong will be easy to handle. Chu Feng glanced around, looking for the silverback Tro King Kong, but couldn't find it. However, the scope of the divine consciousness was less than 200 meters, and it was emitted, but it was not found. This guy is hiding well enough. But, it must be near the rainbow fruit. It seems that I have to get as close as possible to the rainbow fruit first, and then use my spiritual consciousness to find it, and then subdue it. So Chu Feng moved and turned into a figure to rush down, *. Chapter 13 Defeat the Silverback Tro King Kong. Toriko and Komatsu crossed the suspension bridge and came to the mountain. They saw a fainted Trojan on the road. Wow, what kind of beast is this? Why did it fall to the ground? Komatsu was horrified. The beast in front of me looked like a gorilla, tall, but with 4 hands and a mouth full of fangs. Even if it was fainted, it was so frightening. Toriko said, "This is Tro King Kong, who should have been knocked out by Chu Feng." "Ah, this is Tro King Kong." Komatsu took a deep breath. "Mr. Chu Feng, really amazing." Toriko didn't say anything. He knew that Chu Yang was very strong, and the Tro King Kong was naturally scum in front of Chu Yang. However, in the next second, roars and screams came, resounding through the clouds, shaking the sky and the earth. Toriko's expression changed, and he immediately rushed to the top of the mountain. "Mr. Toriko, wait for me." Komatsu caught up with breathlessly, watching the scenes not far away, shocked, and almost forgot to breathe. I saw that Chu Feng rushed into a large group of Tro King Kong, his figure fluttering like a clever rabbit, as fast as lightning. One end after another Tro King Kong was hit by Chu Feng's fist, flew out, screamed, and fell to the ground, either fainted on the spot, or unable to get up in pain. During the whole process, Chu Feng's breath was steady and his face was as usual, as if he was doing a trivial thing. Toriko's eyes were full of shock. "Damn, Chu Feng, this guy is too strong." If it were him, although he could deal with so many Troll King Kong, he would definitely not be so easy, and he might even get hurt. Komatsu took a deep breath and recovered from his surprise, but his hands still couldn't help trembling, and he shuddered. "Mr. Chu Feng is surrounded by Tro King Kong. Mr. Toriko, go and help." Toriko shook his head and said, "I don't have to take action at all. There are a lot of Trojans, but Chu Feng alone is enough." "Are you kidding me? Tro King Kong surrounds Chu Feng?" "No, it was Chu Feng who singled out all Troll King Kong." Boom! Chu Feng fisted another Tro King Kong, his figure flickered, and he was approaching the rainbow fruit tree. "Where is the silverback Tro King Kong?" Divine consciousness immediately radiated out. The next second, the corner of his mouth raised. "I found you." I saw a larger Troll King Kong hiding behind a huge boulder, poking out ahead, observing what was happening in front of him. This Tro King Kong was covered with white hairs and his eyes were glaring. It was the silverback Tro King Kong who secretly commanded the other black-haired Tro King Kong to attack Chu Feng. Suddenly, silverback Tro King Kong realized something, and when he turned his head, he stared at a pair of playful eyes, and was stunned. After that, it reacted immediately, with a trace of anxiety in its eyes, and immediately fled. Obviously, it has noticed that this human being is very powerful. Where to flee? A sneer appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. His divine sense locked the silverback Tro King Kong, and then stamped his right foot on the ground, burst out like a rocket, and instantly came to the silverback Tro King Kong. Ooh! Seeing that he failed to escape, the silverback Trojan roared, showing his mouth full of fangs, and raised his sandbag big fist and hammered Chu Feng angrily. Great momentum! If you use the capture level to calculate, this guy's capture level should be around 10, which is better than Heimat Luo King Kong. Chu Feng sneered, clenched his fists, and blasted out a punch, 3 times the sonic boom. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The silverback Tro King Kong fist smashed, and the entire arm burst, flesh and blood flew, the huge body fell down and fell heavily to the ground. With a smile on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, he stepped up. Wow! Silverback Tro King Kong showed fear in his eyes and whispered in his mouth, directly kneeling in front of Chu Feng, looking like he was punished for doing something wrong. Seeing this, the other Heimat Luo King Kong knelt down and didn't dare to move anymore. Chu Feng showed satisfaction on his face, reached out his hand to touch the head of silverback Tro King Kong, and then walked towards the rainbow fruit tree. Hi! Chu Feng's house. Toriko took a deep breath. In less than 2 minutes, it was amazing to find the leader of Troll King Kong and defeat him. He has been paying attention to the Trojans around him, but he did not find the silverback Trojans, but Chu Feng was able to find the silverback Trojans during the battle. How did he do this? Wow! Mr. Chu Feng is so amazing. Komatsu was very excited. Tame the violent Tro King Kong. Chu Feng came under the rainbow fruit tree and looked up. There were many fruits about the size of tires hanging on the tree, with colorful lights shining on it, very beautiful. Just looking at it makes people want to eat. In addition, there are different delicious aromas lingering around, making people want to show off. No wonder, so many animals will have conditioned reflexes, and they will come to eat rainbow fruits even if they die. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng stretched out his hand to pick it. Chapter 14 Open to eat rainbow fruits. Pluck a rainbow fruit. Ding! Congratulations for completing the task to capture the rainbow fruits and rewarding empty steps. The system issues a prompt. Chu Feng was excited. With the air step, in this way, you can step in the air in the future, and it will be no problem to cross mountains and seas. In the future, it will be much more convenient to go to various places to capture ingredients and collect delicious food. What a great skill! Afterwards, his eyes fell on the rainbow fruit in his hand, smelling the tempting aroma, almost spitting out. Hey, Chu Feng, you guy, too strong. Toriko walked over and said, then stared at the rainbow fruit, drooling. Is this the rainbow fruit? Guru, Guru. Komatsu said as he swallowed. The legendary dreamlike fruit has finally been seen with my own eyes. It would be better if you could cook it yourself. Chu Feng smiled and said, go, let's find a place to eat. Komatsu suggested, Mr. Chu Feng, go to the hotel where I work. I want to cook rainbow fruits, okay. Chu Feng said readily, yes. The gourmet hotel where Komatsu works is a 5-star hotel, with all kinds of cooking equipment, and his cooking skills are quite good, so he can handle rainbow fruits without any problem. Great! Komatsu was so excited, tears burst out. Mr. Chu Feng, thank you. Being able to cook rainbow fruits, I'm excited to think about it. Ah, don't say anything, go back, I really want to eat the rainbow fruit. Toriko urged, can't wait. Chu Feng said, let's go. The rainbow fruit is quite large, divided into 3 portions, 1 portion is given to Johannes, 1 portion is used for market circulation, and the other portion is left to eat. The 97th floor of the gourmet hotel. The entire restaurant has been packaged. All kinds of delicious food are placed on the huge dining table, with all kinds of flavors and colors. Chu Feng and Toriko sat at the dining table and gulped. 7 or 8 waiters next to them were serving food frantically. Mr. Toriko's appetite is amazing, he has eaten 10 people. It's terrible. I heard that Toriko captured the rainbow fruit. No, Komatsu said, the rainbow fruit was captured by Mr. Chu Feng alone, the one next to Toriko. No, capture the rainbow fruit by yourself? I heard that there are a lot of Tro King Kong around the rainbow fruit. As Komatsu said, Chu Feng defeated a lot of Troll King Kong, and finally defeated the leader of Troll King Kong. It was really amazing. Is his name Chu Feng? So powerful, why haven't I heard of it before? Several waiters whispered. Their gazes all shifted from Toriko to Chu Feng, with surprises in their eyes. Chu Feng turned a deaf ear to the discussion around him, bowed his head and ate and drank wildly, feeling happy. Because. Ding! Eat toffee shrimp, reward physique +1, cooking skills +2, food luck +0.2. Ding! Eat crabs and pigs, reward physique +1, cooking skills +2, food luck +0.2. Ding! Eating creamy matsutake will reward your physique +1.5. The system emits a series of sounds. The improvement of all aspects of ability. Eat delicious and become stronger. It's really cool. At this time, Komatsu walked over with the food, while walking, drooling, which is really funny. Chu Feng knew that the highlight of the Rainbow Fruit Award was about to appear. From the ridiculous appearance of Komatsu, you can see how beautiful the taste of the rainbow fruit is, otherwise the saliva will flow like a waterfall. Let you wait a long time, Mr. Chu Feng, Mr. Toriko, this is the final dessert, rainbow fruit. Komatsu said, No, I can't stop the saliva. Toriko's eyes flashed sharply, as if he had been shocked. He stood up abruptly, staring at the rainbow fruit, as if his soul was out of his body. Chu Feng's gaze also fell on the rainbow fruit being cooked, which looked like a huge kizzy lang. As the juice evaporated, a beautiful rainbow appeared, which was especially magical. The alluring aroma instantly filled the hall. Everyone couldn't help it, and couldn't help running water. Chu Feng is no exception, swallowing saliva. This is so delicious. Komatsu swallowed his saliva and said, as time goes by, the taste changes as the temperature rises. Please enjoy it as soon as possible. Put the rainbow fruit on the table. Toriko's saliva flowed wildly, and she couldn't help it for a long time, and immediately dug a full spoon with a spoon. Her eyes were bright. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng also dug a spoon, his eyes lit up suddenly. So soft, like a pudding, but so heavy, just like the weight of gold. It is conceivable how much nutrient energy is contained in it. Put a spoonful of rainbow fruit into your mouth, *. Chapter 15 Multi-Purpose. The entrance of the rainbow fruit immediately melted and opened, and 4 flavors erupted in an instant. Chu Feng's eyes were bright, and his whole body cells seemed to be stimulated. He became active and couldn't help but let out a long scream, "It's delicious! This is by far the most delicious dessert ever." It is as if the sugar content of hundreds of ripe mangoes is condensed, and the sourness that emerges occasionally is incomparable with lemon and passion fruit. There is also a chestnut-like fragrance. But this was not over, and then 3 more unstoppable flavors emerged. Rainbow fruit, 7 flavors, really deserves its reputation. This is simply a treasure chest of taste. Grunt. Swallow the rainbow fruit. Even if it enters the depths of the throat, there is still an explosive sense of presence. It's so delicious to cry. Ding. Eat rainbow fruit, bonus physique +50. Ding. Eat rainbow fruit, reward cooking skills +10. Ding. Eat rainbow fruit, reward food luck +2. Ding. Eat rainbow fruits and reward spiritual consciousness +100 meters. The system issues a prompt. obviously felt that the body has undergone tremendous changes, and the strength has improved a lot. Chu Feng was so excited to cry. Enjoying the deliciousness and gaining a boost in strength is nothing better than this. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 290+. Cooking skills, level 2+. Food luck, weak+, about to break through. Spirituality, 300m+. Ability, Sonic Boom, Air Step. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, estimated 30. The Sonic Fist can explode 4 times the power. Don't mention how happy Chu Feng is. It's delicious, it's absolutely delicious. After taking a bite of the rainbow fruit, Toriko couldn't help shouting with a sense of happiness on her face. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Toriko's momentum rose in vain, his muscles skyrocketed, and his strength improved. Toriko was stunned. Looking up at the sky at 45 degrees, with moist eyes, "I don't know what I'm thinking." Finally excitedly said, "Chu Feng, I have decided, I will use rainbow fruit as the dessert of the Western-style meal of my life." Chu Feng nodded and said, "Congratulations." In fact, Chu Feng knew this a long time ago. As for the Western-style full meal, it is also clear. There are a total of 8 ingredients. They are appetizers, soups, fish dishes, meat dishes, main meals, salads, desserts, and drinks. Gourmets in this world basically collect their favorite ingredients as a Western-style meal. Some people struggle for this all their lives. It is an honor to complete a Western-style meal. In addition, generally speaking, the higher the capture level of Western-style full meal ingredients, the stronger and the more powerful it is. Toriko is very happy. One of the Western-style full meals is decided to be a happy event. "Chu Feng, I would like to invite everyone to share the rainbow fruits, okay?" Chu Feng has no opinion. After completing the mission, eat delicious rainbow fruits, get rewards, and improve your strength. The purpose is complete. Seeing Toriko, Komatsu and the staff happily eating rainbow fruits, Chu Feng also felt very happy. This scene somewhat reminded him of the good time drinking with classmates in the past. Ding! The sign-in location is refreshed, the cave beach. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt. Chu Feng recovered. Cave beach. This place is no stranger. This is a super delicious puffer whale spawning place. However, to get here, you have to pass through a maze of caves that are tens of kilometers long and nearly 800 meters deep. It is said that the probability of reaching the cave beach is about 0.1%, and almost 1 out of 1,000 professional gourmets can arrive. There are many fierce beasts in the cave. The most frightening one is the demon snake, the legendary beast. Of course, these dangers are the heart that cannot stop Chu Feng from going. What about the beast? What about the devil serpent? With Chu Feng's current strength, it can be completely dealt with. What's more, after signing in successfully, there will definitely be good rewards. At that time, you can catch puffer whales and taste them, and improve your strength. Do multiple things in one fell swoop. Without further ado, Chu Feng bid farewell to Toriko, Komatsu and others, left the gourmet hotel, and then used the large amount of money in exchange for rainbow fruits to buy some daily necessities and various tableware. When you are ready, immediately set off to the cave beach. The journey is relatively long, so take the transportation first, and then use the empty steps for the rest of the journey. A few days later. Bang bang bang! Over a huge island, a handsome young man in white stepped down into the air. Click! Both feet fell on the ground and looked around. There were no green plants. At a glance, they were all big and small rocks and some small hills. Very quiet. Very desolate. The cave beach is on this island. Chu Feng muttered. Then he walked to one side, and at the same time his spiritual consciousness was released. After a while, a huge black hole was locked by divine consciousness. When I came to the entrance of the cave, I looked inside, and the corner of my mouth raised slightly. This is it. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Scared away with a punch. Walk into the hole. It's dark inside, obstructing vision. The divine consciousness is released, everything within 300 meters is in my mind, and any movement can be clear. Therefore, black has no effect on Chu Feng. Down a slope, a lot of bones were scattered on the road, and the air was dull and depressing. After walking for a while, there was a fork in the road ahead. Which way to go? The brow frowned. There are many passages in the cave, like a maze, but there are not many roads leading to the cave's beach. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, you will enter a dead-end tunnel and finally have to turn back. But this is not the worst result. What's worse is that if you are unlucky, you will walk into the nest of a beast and lose your life. You know, there are many beasts in this cave. This is why the probability of reaching the cave beach is so low. Just when he hesitated, a huge centipede entered the scope of the divine consciousness, and the corner of his mouth gently evoked an arc. This is a giant centipede in the cave. It is poisonous and has a capture level of 6. At this moment, Chu Feng had a choice in his heart. Without thinking about it, I immediately chose another channel without giant centipedes to walk in. The passage where the giant centipede appears, 90% of its end is the nest of the giant centipede. Moving on, the slope of the passage is getting steeper and steeper, and the road is strewn with many stones, making it difficult to walk. Other than that, no beasts were found. Walk a little longer and stop. If there is light here, you can see a big hole next to Chu Feng's feet. If you don't pay attention, you can easily fall into the big hole. Chu Feng paused for a while, then jumped in. This shows that he chose the right path. The big hole is about 100 meters deep. When approaching the bottom, immediately use the empty step, and then gently land on the ground. Under the detection of divine consciousness, there was still a huge pit ahead, but it was only 3 meters high. At the same time, it was also found that there were countless scorpion cockroaches in the big pit. This is a highly venomous beast, its body is 10 times the size of a cockroach, and it has a poisonous scorpion tail. Capture level 10. There is no doubt that this is the nest of scorpion cockroaches. There are a lot of bones, beasts and humans. Obviously, many beasts and humans accidentally entered inside and were eaten up by poisonous scorpions. Bang bang bang! Chu Feng took an air step directly, flew over the scorpion cockroach's nest, and landed on the opposite side of the big pit. Scorpion cockroaches looked at the humans flying over their heads. They couldn't fly, so they could only do it in a hurry. I walked into a passage again, and the downhill became steeper, and a small cliff appeared at the end of the slope, about 200 meters deep. Chu Feng wants to reach the bottom of the cliff. That is the way to the cave beach. Cast the empty step again to sink. Suddenly, countless figures entered the scope of the divine consciousness. They flew out of the caves around the cliff and approached Chu Feng at an extremely fast speed. Ha! After a while, he came to Chu Feng, and the strange screams filled the cliff. This is a butterfly bat. A small beast with long legs and flower-like feathers with flapping wings and no sound. Chu Feng didn't panic. On the contrary, there was a smile on his face. Catching level 6 butterflies and bats is only a trivial matter. There is no threat, but it will become a good meal. Staying directly in the air, countless butterflies and bats showed their sharp teeth and bit them. Chu Feng blasted out with a punch, 2 times the sonic boom. Boom! The sound exploded, and a large swath of butterflies and bats were shaken to death and fell to the ground. The other butterflies and bats were frightened and screamed and fled. The human being in front of him is super powerful, but it's not easy to mess with. It's boring. Shaking his head, he flew to the bottom of the cliff, and used his spiritual consciousness to put away all the killed butterflies and bats. Butterfly bats are not much bigger than bats. They are furry and can be eaten raw. No nonsense, just put one into your mouth and eat it together with the hair. Don't look at the disgusting hair, but the smell is unusual. Don't look at the monstrous faces of butterflies and bats, they look weirdly disgusting, but they smell like meat. I will finish one soon. Some meaning is still unfinished. Ding. Eat butterfly bats, bonus physique +2. Ding. Eat butterflies and bats, reward cooking skills +5. The system makes a sound. Chu Feng didn't care too much. He glanced around and found that there were luminous stones on some of the surrounding stones, so it was not too dark. The eyes can still see things next to them clearly. This is on a large open space. All around is dead. The divine consciousness dispersed, and no abnormality was found. I'm a little hungry, let's get something to eat first. Find a flat stone, sit down, and start cooking the ingredients. The grill has been set up. Simply handle the butterfly bats, string them together, and start grilling. At the same time, other ingredients are also taken out from the system space. The ingredients collected in the balloon islands have not been eaten up yet. And there are many more. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Devil Serpent. Zi. Butterflies and bats were roasted, so much oil and water splashed, and the aroma was charming. This kind of food is delicious when eaten raw, and when it is baked, it tastes even more unusual. Grab one, bite it down, full of fragrant mouth, it is the smell of Peking duck, especially fragrant. 1, 2, 3. In a blink of an eye, 7 were eaten. It feels not enough. I can't do it if I want to. Shaking his head, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he continued to eat other delicacies. After a meal, I was full. I am in a good mood. It is indeed a captive world of food, any kind of food is so delicious and makes people happy. When I was at Blue Star, how could there be such a good thing? What's more, at Blue Star, delicious ingredients are basically too expensive for most people to eat. But here, the situation is different. As long as you have the strength, you can eat any kind of food. Ouch! Suddenly, a piercing sound came, resounding throughout the cave, and ears hummed. Hey! Chu Feng frowned and looked forward. I saw that a huge black shadow appeared, almost occupying the entire passage. From Chu Feng's perspective, it looks like a snake. Immediately afterwards, this guy crawled over and his face appeared in his sight. It was indeed a giant snake, but it was different from an ordinary snake. There are many thin tentacles growing on the huge head, just like hair. Under the detection of divine consciousness, there are poisonous needles hidden inside, and the mouth is open, just like the strange mouth in the movie. It is terrifying and terrifying. There are 3 on top. The cold eyes burst fiercely. Looking at its body again, it is a snake body, except that there are 4 huge dragon claws on its abdomen, which are extremely sharp. Its whole body exudes a cold aura, and its aura is extremely shocking. This is the Devil Serpent. World of Warcraft. Capture level 21. Although it is not the original species, its strength is also very powerful. In the entire cave, this guy is the overlord. At this moment, this guy's 3 eyes have locked on Chu Feng, and at the same time its thermal sensor that tracks its prey is also activated. If you guessed it correctly, this guy was attracted by the delicious barbecue taste. Staring at the Devil Serpent, without a trace of panic on his face, he smiled and said, "Aren't you going to eat me? I advise you not to do this." In fact, Chu Feng didn't want to do it, not because he couldn't beat it, but the opponent's meat was relatively unpalatable. If he was killed and didn't eat it, it would be too wasteful. However, there was a trace of disdain in the eyes of the demon Orokai, and he didn't follow the advice and went his own way. After all, it is the king here, and the other beasts inside will flee when they hear its voice. Before countless humans came here, they were not eaten by a single bite. In its view, this human being will end up like that. Ouch! The demon basilisk screamed with a harsh voice, and then rushed, a giant claw lifted up, contracted, and then violently stretched out to attack. Very suddenly, very fast. Like rubber, this guy's giant claws can be extended and contracted. Compared with one-piece Luffy. Chu Feng knew that the opponent's giant claws would attack, so he stepped away in advance. Boom! The huge claw hit the stone, and the huge stone shattered. The devil's serpent's eyes blinked, and a flash of surprise flashed past. Dodge? This human being seems to be a little different from what we have seen before. When he was surprised, Chu Feng had turned into a ferocious beast and rushed forward. The devil's serpent reacted, not long-winded, and another giant claw snapped out suddenly. Its combat experience is very good. The response is fast enough. Chu Feng did not dodge, clenched his fist, and greeted him with a punch, 3 times the sonic fist. Boom! The giant claw collided with the fist, and a powerful sonic boom was immediately produced. At the same time, flesh and blood flew in the air. However, the giant claws of the demon serpent were directly shattered. Oh! The devil serpent screamed. However, the giant claws that were shattered afterwards regrowth, just like salamanders, possessing the ability to regenerate. How about it? I have grown a new giant claw. The demon Orokai was a little overwhelmed. Chu Feng kept rushing forward with no expression on his face. The demon snake immediately opened its mouth and spewed a cloud of black liquid. Hey! Chu Feng frowned, stepped out with an empty step and flew high to avoid the attack. The black liquid hit the ground, sizzling, and the stone melted in the dark. There is no doubt that black liquid is highly toxic. I didn't know how many beasts died under this poison. Unfortunately, he missed Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng descended from the sky, head down, feet up, his fists clenched, and a fist hit the devil snake, 3 times the sonic boom. Boom! A shocking sonic boom sounded. The whole head of the devil serpent collapsed, 3 eyes, 2 of which were directly exploded, his head tilted, and he passed out. This human being is so strong. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Comprehend Food Loss. Chu Feng landed on both feet, looking at the terrible, fainted demon snake, shook his head, ignored it, walked to the barbecue grill, and ate all the remaining food. Ouch! However, just now, another strange cry came, followed by the ground shaking. Chu Feng's face was as usual. He knew that there were 2 big demon snakes in the cave, 1 male and 1 female. Sure enough, after a while, another demon snake appeared, and his body became even bigger. When it saw the wife who collapsed on the ground and passed out, his eyes were full of anger. Hateful! How dare to label his wife like this? Unforgivable! So, turning his head to look at Chu Feng, his eyes were full of madness, and he roared and rushed over. Damn humans, ate you! Chu Feng sneered and rushed up with his fists. The figure dodged and avoided the opponent's giant claw attack. The figure dodged again, avoiding the opponent's venom attack. Finally, the figure flashed and came to the other party. Fell me down! A punch came out in anger, and it was another 3 times sonic boom. Boom! The fist hit the demon snake's forehead, and as the sonic boom sounded, 2 eyes exploded, and flesh and blood spattered. With a scream of unwillingness, the demon Orokai fainted to the ground. He retracted his fist, without even looking at it, turned and left, then packed the kitchen utensils and continued to set off. Enter an oblique passage and go down. After a while, a ray of light flew by in front of him. It's the sea firefly. An insect with a glowing tail that likes to live on the seashore. The cave beach is nearby. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, speeding up his pace. Sure enough, at the end of the passage, a sandy beach appeared, shining brightly, and the sea not far away was clear and shining. The whole environment is very beautiful. This is the cave beach. Chu Feng walked over, and the moment he stepped onto the beach, the system issued a reminder. Ding! When you arrive at the cave beach, you can sign in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Without hesitation, he said silently. Ding! Sign in to the cave beach successfully and reward food. Eaten in. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng looked ecstatic. This ability is awesome. For Chu Feng, it is like a tiger with wings, like a fish in water. Chu Feng has no food cells, no food cell demons, and no strong appetite like Toriko. He can't eat much in one meal, but if there is no food, it is different. You can eat a lot of food in one meal. It can also save the energy of these foods and use them when necessary. The system is set, the more you eat, the stronger your strength. With no food, you can eat more. Ha ha ha, Shimei, it's so good. Ding! Do you comprehend the gluttony? Comprehension. Chu Feng responded without hesitation. In the next second, there was a slight strange appearance in his body, which was exactly the realization of anaphagia. After a long time of excitement, he recovered his mood and walked to the beach, staring at the sea, but did not see any puffer whales. It's not yet time for the puffer whale to lay eggs, but it should be almost done. Chu Feng calculated the time and muttered. Puffer whales are super delicious and must be eaten. This is a big wave of strength improvement. Thump! Chu Feng jumped into the sea and took a bath happily. After coming up, sit directly on the beach and start eating. In a good mood. And there is no food, Chu Feng ate a lot. Almost all the ingredients in the system space are eaten. The strength has improved a lot. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 310+. Cooking skills, level 2+, about to break through. Food transportation, general plus. Spirituality, 300m+. Abilities, sonic boom, air step, food not eaten. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, estimated 35. The sonic fist can play 4 times the power. In addition, Chu Feng weighs more than 500 kilograms, which is due to the large amount of energy stored in the body. It's so cool. Chu Feng murmured, the next step is to collect all the delicious food here, and finally catch the puffer whale and leave. After making a decision, immediately leave the cave beach and start collecting delicious ingredients. Returning to the space where the devil's serpent was defeated, the 2 devil's serpents have awakened and are dealing with the wounds on their heads. They looked miserable, their heads collapsed, and they turned into one-eyed ones. However, they have the ability to regenerate and should recover soon. At this moment, seeing Chu Feng coming over, his eyes were full of fear, and he immediately trembling on the ground. Damn, why is this terrible human kid still here? He won't eat us, will he? The demon Orokai was panicked. Chu Feng glanced at them, and when they were scared, he felt a little funny, shook his head, ignored them, and left. Seeing Chu Feng leave, the devil serpent secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 19. A look scares off the beast. Start collecting ingredients. In addition to the super puffer whale, there are many other delicacies throughout the cave. For example, the wolf elephant is a beast with a wolf body and an elephant trunk. Its meat can be simmered and boiled, but the taste is different. Gaba gaba mushrooms grow in dark and damp corners. They are golden and shiny. They are grilled and delicious. It took almost half a month to eat most of the ingredients in the cave, even the ingredients within 20 kilometers outside the cave. The strength has been improved a lot. However, at this time, Chu Feng also discovered that many gourmets have appeared on the island. Is it time? Well, go back to the cave beach to catch the puffer whale. Chu Feng muttered. In fact, puffer whales lay their eggs on the cave beach 5 days ago. Countless gourmets flocked to it. At this moment, There are many gourmets sitting on the stone near the entrance of the cave beach. They didn't have the guts to enter the cave to capture the puffer whales, they could only wait outside for the gourmets who captured the puffer whales, and then robbery. Relatively speaking, this risk is smaller. Of course, most gourmets have already entered the cave, with screams of despair from time to time. At the same time, in the deep sea connecting the beach of the cave, an unidentified creature swims quickly to the beach of the cave. Many beasts in the deep sea tried to eat this creature, but they were ruthlessly killed. Chu Feng rushed back from 10 kilometers away and saw many bad-eyed gourmets near the cave. He didn't care and walked into the cave. However, the arrival of Chu Feng attracted the attention of some gourmets, with disdain in his eyes and whispered discussions. "Isn't it? This kid dared to enter it alone? It's really crazy. That is, no one else dared to go in a team, alone, there is only one dead end. You know, Toriko, Koko and Komatsu are going in a trio. But it is understandable. After all, puffer whales are so delicious, there are still many people who risk their lives to try them." A lot of people came in. Chu Feng heard a lot of screams and released his divine consciousness. He also found many corpses who had just died, and some were fighting desperately with beasts. I didn't care, and went straight to the cave beach. Wow, help! Suddenly, there was a cry for help from the front passage. Immediately afterwards, a figure ran over in a panic, and behind him was a group of terrifying wolf elephants chasing after him. Bang! A person bumped into Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained motionless, but the person was bounced back and sat on the ground. "Ah, run, the beast is chasing you." The person reacted and said in fear. He saw 5 of his companions eaten by wolf elephants, which was terrible. At this moment, the wolf elephant had come to the front, fiercely shooting. The man was trembling with fright, and his fart PD, "It's over, it's over." However, Chu Feng stepped out, staring at the wolf elephant in front of him, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. The wolf elephant looked up and saw Chu Feng, and his whole body was trembling. His fierce look instantly turned into a look of fear and fear. The next second he immediately turned and fled. A few ran in a hurry and accidentally fell to the ground. Limped and continued to flee. "Nima, why is this terrible human being back again? You know, a few days ago, many of their brothers and sisters were eaten a lot by this human being." Seeing this scene, the man was stunned. What's the situation? How did the wolf elephant escape? Could it be that you were scared to see this kid? Lifting his head, his eyes are full of incredible. Chu Feng didn't say much, and continued to walk inside. The other side. That. Komatsu was trembling with sweat on his forehead, and hurriedly searched for something in the package. He was unlucky. Obviously followed Toriko and Koko before, but suddenly a person rushed out, taking advantage of Toriko and Koko not paying attention, kidnapping him, and then throwing him here, in order to attract the attention of the beast. Ouch! In front of him was a terrifying demon snake, roaring and grinning. He remembered what Toriko had given him on the way. It was the Toriko firecracker made by Toriko adjusting the type and amount of gunpowder. The sound is a super explosive sound unmatched by the firecrackers set off at the memorial service. Including humans, all animals are afraid of sound. Sound is the most primitive phenomenon that will make living things instinctively afraid. Found it. Komatsu was very happy. Just pull this rope. However, what he didn't know was that doing so would kill him. The sound of Toriko firecracker is indeed very strong, it can scare away the beast, but it can also make his eardrums shatter. Just at the moment, a voice came, "Hey, Komatsu!" Chapter 20 Hello, Master of Acupuncture. Hearing someone calling his name, Komatsu turned his head and saw the person coming. He was stunned and surprised. Mr. Chu Feng. Yes, the person here is Chu Feng. You'd better not pull that thing, otherwise you will die. Chu Feng said. Hey! Komatsu was surprised. This is a life-saving thing given to him by Toriko. It is said that it produces a loud noise after the sound, which can scare off the beasts. Toriko will not lie to him. Chu Feng said, the sound of that thing will shake you to death. Unless you cover your ears first. Mr. Chu Feng, but it doesn't sound, the devil snake. Komatsu said, looking up, but was stunned, because he saw the devil snake trembling. How could the devil serpent feel fear? Staring at the devil serpent, Chu Feng sneered coldly, go away. The devil basilisk screamed and fled. Komatsu stunned. It turns out that the devil snake is afraid of Mr. Chu Feng. Mr. Chu Feng, you are amazing. Komatsu sighed. It's incredible to scare away the demon Orokai with just one look. Yo yo yo, nice kid. At this moment, a voice of appreciation came. Chu Feng turned his head and saw that he was an old man with a hunchback. He looked 80 or 90 years old. He looked like malnourished. He had a plain head and had several missing teeth. He was drunk, holding a bucket of puffer fish in one hand. Whale! Ah, you are the old man on the train. Komatsu said in surprise. Unexpectedly, I met this poor old man here. However, Chu Feng didn't think so. The humpbacked old man in front of him is not so bad on the surface, on the contrary, he is a super awesome character, a legendary gourmet, acupuncture master, Jiro. He also has a more terrifying name, Beast Jiro. In the original work, after Master Jiro unblocked all his power, he became a handsome man, blasting the blue nitro with one punch. Even Acacia was dropped by him once. Seeing Jiro, Chu Feng was not surprised because he knew that the other person was here. If Chu Feng did not rescue Komatsu, Jiro would also rescue Komatsu when he died. However, seeing Jiro himself, Chu Feng was still a little excited. After all, this is one of the figures standing on the ceiling of combat power. Senior Jiro, hello. Chu Feng greeted politely. Oh. Jiro squinted, do you know me? Of course. Chu Feng said, you are a legendary gourmet, who doesn't know you? Jiro smiled slightly, did not reply, but drank a little wine and led the puffer whale to move on. Senior Jiro, go slowly. Chu Feng said. A very good little devil, who scared the demon snake away with just one look. Jiro muttered in his heart, compared to Toriko and Koko, this little devil is better. Both of them are still struggling with the devil snake. Fight! Komatsu stared blankly at Jiro's back, and said in surprise, Mr. Chu Feng, he is the master of acupuncture, that legendary gourmet. Yet. Chu Feng nodded. Replace it like a fake. Komatsu was stunned. Unexpectedly, thinking that a poor old man turned out to be a master of acupuncture points, it was surprising. Chu Feng didn't say anything, turned around and walked aside. Komatsu reacted and quickly followed. By Chu Feng's side, he felt very safe and reliable. The other side. Toriko, let's go together. Koko suggested. He saw the very strong electromagnetic waves on the devil's serpent and knew that the opponent was very strong and could not be defeated by one person. Okay. Toriko replied, feeling oppressed by the demon Orokai. Only when the two join forces can they have a chance to defeat each other. As a result, the two immediately exploded with a strong aura, the food cell demon appeared, and the red ghost and the poisonous ghost appeared behind them respectively, threatening the demon snake. Ah! The devil serpent opened his mouth and roared, and directly shook the demon image of the gourmet cell behind the two of them. So strong! Intimidation is useless. Toriko and Koko's faces changed. Click! At this time, a giant claw of the demon serpent shrank sharply, and then stretched violently, pressing Toriko against the wall abruptly. Boom! The walls collapsed and rubble was flying. Toriko screamed in pain. Toriko! Coco yelled, trying to rush over. However, the demon snake sprayed venom from his mouth to attack. Coco could only pull away and retire. Bang bang bang! The venom hit the ground, dissolving the ground out of big pits. Very violent and poisonous. Coco's face was gloomy, and he took off his headscarf and entered a serious state, otherwise he might be dead. Ah! At this moment, Toriko roared, "Let's look down on people." The energy burst on his body, the giant claw was forcibly shaken away, and the backhand smashed into the giant claw, knife. Puff! The devil serpent's giant claws were severed. However, in the next second, the giant claws that the demon snake had severed grew back again. Toriko and Coco are a little dumbfounded. This rebirth speed is too fast. Next, Toriko, Coco, and the demon Orokai fell into a bitter battle, and both sides suffered a lot of injuries. Coco, you help me to hold him, I want to use 5 consecutive nail punches. Toriko said. Only by doing everything possible can the devil serpent be brought down. Okay. Coco replied, also aware of this. Mr. Toriko, Mr. Coco. At this time, Komatsu's voice came. Chu Feng and Komatsu appear, **. Chapter 21 Coco's ability. Toriko was happy to see Komatsu. He thought that Komatsu was lost. He didn't expect to appear in front of him at this moment. But at the same time, he was surprised and couldn't help but say, Chu Feng, you guy, how can you? It's here. Next to Coco, seeing Komatsu coming back safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Komatsu was wandering around in this dangerous cave alone, and even countless gourmets would die, not to mention Komatsu, who had no power to restrain his chickens. Immediately after, he heard Toriko's voice, his heart moved, and his eyes immediately looked at the handsome boy next to Komatsu. This guy is Chu Feng. On the way here, Toriko told him about Chu Feng, and Komatsu was full of praise for Chu Feng. At that time, he was interested in Chu Feng. What kind of person was he? Now I finally saw it. However, it is a little different from what you imagined. Is this boy really strong? At this time, Toriko thought of something, and immediately said, Chu Feng, you came just right, let's clean up this demon snake. However, what he didn't know was that the moment when the demon Orokai saw Chu Feng coming over, he lowered his head and shivered. When he noticed this scene, the whole person was stunned. Coco next to him was also stunned. Chu Feng waved at the demon serpent. The devil serpent immediately understood it, cried out, and fled. Toriko. Coco. With a wave of his hand, the devil serpent ran away in fright. On the contrary, Komatsu looked normal and said, Mr. Toriko, Mr. Coco, Mr. Chu Feng just scared away the devil snake with a single look. Then he recounted his own experience and complained, Mr. Toriko, you Toriko firecracker almost killed me. Fortunately, Mr. Chu Feng arrived in time, otherwise I would be killed by the sound. Toriko laughed and said, didn't you plug your ears with something? In that case, you might really die. Haha. Coco took a deep breath, and his gaze fell on Chu Feng again. He stared at him, seeing the extremely strong electromagnetic wave, and was shocked in his heart. So strong. Similarly, Chu Feng also looked at Coco. I saw that he was 2 meters tall, black tights, green ribbons, an orange earring on his right ear, 2 purple ear clips, and a purple earring with a chain ear clip on his left ear. He looked a little black. But, in fact, he is a very considerate and gentle person. However, Chu Feng's knowledge of Coco is more than this. Coco's eyes can even catch electromagnetic waves far beyond the visible light that ordinary people can see. Due to the large number of vertebral cells and the number of visual cells, it can be seen from infrared rays to weaker ultraviolet rays. Darkness is like broad daylight to him. During divination, the weak electromagnetic waves emitted by the human body can be captured visually. From various information such as the strength, amount, and shape of the electromagnetic waves, he predicts the person's current situation in the future, and uses this for divination. What's more, his ability can also be applied to other creatures and substances. In addition, Kobo is also a poisonous person, with about 500 antibodies in his body. In short, Kobo is a great person. Even if it is not awesome now, it will definitely be awesome in the future. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Chu Feng, I am glad to meet you." Speaking and stretched out his hand. Kobo was stunned, then smiled softly, "My name is Kobo, and I am glad to meet you." The two shook hands, they knew each other. "Hey, Chu Feng," Toriko said, "you also came for the puffer whale, right?" Chu Feng nodded, "Forget it. His purpose is to come here to sign in, collect the ingredients, and the super delicious puffer whale will naturally not let it go." Toriko happily said, "Let's go together, and have a good drink with you later." "No problem," Chu Feng said. The four walked inside. Soon came to the cave beach. The sea water gleamed with fluorescence. The surroundings are still very bright and beautiful. There are a lot of sea fireflies here, so it's very bright. Kobo said. Toriko took off his shirt, "Don't worry about so much, go down and catch the puffer whale." Thump. Dive directly into the water. Kobo didn't talk nonsense, he also jumped. Chu Feng thought for a while, and jumped in too. Although the two of them can catch puffer whales, Chu Feng also wants to catch a few by himself. The transparency of sea water is very high. You can clearly see all kinds of fish. A squid-tail tuna swims quickly in front of him. Where are the puffer whales? Toriko looked around. Kobo is also looking for it. Chu Feng's spiritual knowledge dissipated, and he found the puffer whale in an instant, so he pointed it out to them. "Wow! Why is it so big, like a whale? Isn't the puffer whale very small?" Toriko exclaimed. Kobo shook his head. That huge puffer whale was formed by the gathering of countless small puffer whales. Toriko didn't see the flaw for a while. Chu Feng said, "Toriko, take a closer look." Toriko took a closer look, and suddenly the huge puffer whale turned into thousands of small puffer whales and scattered. Chapter 22 Capture and Cook Together. "Wow! So many, I can't catch it." Toriko screamed and stretched out his hand to catch the one in front of him. However, with the touch of his hand, the originally white puffer whale instantly turned black, but it was poisoned. Toriko looked regretful and even blamed himself. "Idiot Toriko, you can't catch it like this," Kobo said angrily. Afterwards, he demonstrated by himself, condensing the breath of his body, and suddenly seemed to merge with the sea, without exuding any breath. Immediately afterwards, Kobo approached a puffer whale quietly, and then gently touched the gills of the puffer whale with the point gun. In the next second, the puffer whale was acupointed and lay in Kobo's hands. It was not poisoned and was perfectly captured. "Awesome!" Toriko's eyes brightened. Seeing Kobo successfully capture a puffer whale, Chu Feng nodded slightly, not making a fuss like Toriko. In fact, no matter how concealed the aura, a faint murderous aura will leak out at the moment of doing it. For puffer whales who use their sense of hearing, sound waves, to search for their opponent's location, they have already grasped the existence of Kobo. However, the key to Kobo's success is the concealment of consciousness. How do you understand this? For example, when you are playing with your mobile phone and passing by, the animals will not run away, and even some animals will forget to be alert and approach you. However, when animals receive attention, hostility, killing intent and other ideas, they will run away. This is the same reason that herbivores dare to walk leisurely in front of a full-fed lion. The puffer whale did not feel Koko's consciousness, so it relaxed its vigilance, which allowed Koko to succeed. Koko's method is worthy of reference. There are also many things worth learning. Toriko said thoughtfully next to him, "Is that the way it is?" As he said, Toriko's breath was also hidden, and his body was completely integrated with the sea. Even if you look closely, you may not be able to find it. What? The breath is completely hidden. When Koko saw it, he was shocked. It's such a great comprehension ability, it's Toriko. Chu Feng also nodded. I have to say that Toriko's comprehension ability is really good, only after reading it once, he learned it, and it is still green out of blue. Toriko is also very satisfied with his performance. After all, it is not easy to shock Koko. Koko said, "Toriko, this is a point gun. Here you are." In Toriko's situation, as long as you use the acupuncture gun, you can successfully capture the puffer whale 100%. Toriko shook his head and said, "No, I'm going to use my method, I already remembered acupuncture points." With that said, he swam to a puffer whale and stretched out his hand, almost touching the puffer whale. But, the puffer whale didn't seem to feel the same. Toriko was calm, and gently touched the gills of the puffer whale with his fingers, face the gills and lean at a 45-degree angle. Very good. Puffer whales are laundered. However, it was poisoned. Toriko was a little discouraged. What's the matter, is the angle wrong? Koko shook his head and said, "No. It's your bad luck. It just so happened that the puffer whale's poison bag was right where you clicked, so you just click on the poison bag. The size of the puffer whale is different, the location of its poison bag is different. And the depth is different. Is that so?" Toriko suddenly realized, "I will try again." After several attempts, Toriko finally succeeded in capturing a puffer whale. "You are there, Toriko." Koko praised from the bottom of his heart. "Hey, Chu Feng, would you like to try?" Toriko looked back at Chu Feng and asked. Chu Feng smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, did not say much, took out a kitchen knife, then swam over, approaching a puffer whale. Seeing this scene, Toriko and Koko were dumbfounded and shocked. This? What is Chu Feng doing? He didn't hide his breath, and held a kitchen knife openly. Once the puffer whale senses danger, it will be poisoned. Just now, Toriko's first capture of puffer whales is a good negative example. However, what made the two of them stunned was that after Chu Feng approached a puffer whale, the latter did not become poisoned and did not run away, just standing there quietly. This scene directly subverted the cognition of the two. Especially Koko, he felt incredible. Chu Feng didn't think so much. He raised his kitchen knife and slashed towards the gills of the puffer whale. Both Koko and Toriko had their eyes straight. "I'm going, what is Chu Feng doing?" The two of them still don't understand what Chu Feng is doing, they just feel that their brains are not enough. However, in the next second, I understood, and at this moment of understanding, the two of them had eyes widened, their mouths were wide open, their eyeballs almost fell, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. They were so horrified that they were completely ruined with 3 views. Because Chu Feng's knife cut the puffer whale's abdomen just right, exposing the complete poison bag inside. Despite this, the puffer whale was not dead yet, and it was still swimming slowly. It seemed that the belly was cut open, and there was no feeling at all. "Hi! Koko, Chu Feng, is it?" Toriko couldn't believe it. Hiss! Koko also took a cold breath. Yes, Chu Feng is dealing with puffer whales. The two were so shocked that they almost passed their backs. Chu Feng was not long-winded, stretched out his hand and took off the puffer whale's poison bag perfectly. And the puffer whale doesn't seem to feel it yet. Toriko and Koko don't know what language to use to express their inner shock at this moment. **. Chapter 23. Is this still a human? Chu Feng did exactly what he had done, and quickly took out the poison bags of the 3 puffer whales perfectly. The 3 puffer whales are still alive and can swim in the water. Not long-winded, put them away. Both Coco and Toriko were still in shock, and they didn't react for a long time. Is this guy Chu Feng a pervert? Unexpectedly to do such a thing. It's incredible. Toriko looked at Chu Feng like a monster. He managed to capture a puffer whale with great difficulty, but Chu Feng did the capture and dealt with it. Moreover, it is still in the sea. How is this done? Is this still a human? Coco's shock is naturally not weaker than Toriko. Others don't know. He knows very well how difficult it is to successfully take out the poison bag while cooking the puffer whale. Few of 1,000 chefs can do this. Even for himself, there is only a 0.1% chance of success. Furthermore, after tapping the puffer whale, put it on the lying board. You must know that the location of the poison bag of each puffer whale is different. If there is no special eye ability like him, the location of the poison bag will not be found at all. However, Chu Feng did well and was directly in the sea, successfully removing the poison bag while the puffer whale was swimming. The difficulty is simply hell level. I am afraid that out of 1,000,000 chefs, one can succeed at one time, and it is estimated that not even one. Chu Feng has succeeded 3 times in a row. Is this still a human? Chu Feng smiled at the corners of his mouth when he saw the 2 of them were astonished as petrified. In fact, the 2 did not know that the most important thing that could do all of this was the function of divine consciousness. In addition, his cooking skills broke through level 3 a few days ago, and inexplicably countless ways of food preparation appeared in his mind, including puffer whales. At this time, Chu Feng had already landed. Coco and Toriko only then realized that they also hurried to land. It's just that the puffer whale caught in your hands is no longer fragrant. Komatsu sat on the beach with a look of lovelessness. Just now, he also went into the sea, intending to capture puffer whales, but he didn't know how to water. A proper duck, jumped in, drank a few sips of water, and had to swim back to the shore indiscriminately, almost drowning. Seeing Chu Feng, Toriko and Coco 3 ashore one after another, all holding the puffer whale in his arms, Komatsu's expression moved and excitedly said, "Wow, is this the puffer whale? It's so beautiful. Mr. Coco, teach me how to cook puffer whales." When he came, Toriko told him that Coco would cook puffer whales. Hearing this, Coco looked embarrassed. According to the original plan, he was going to show Komatsu the process of taking the poison bag, although he was not sure. But now, in front of Chu Feng, where does he have the courage to take action? Isn't this a joke? Mr. Coco, let's get started. Komatsu urged with a look of eagerness. Coco. Damn, stop talking, shame. Toriko laughed and said, Komatsu, Chu Feng has cooked the puffer whale. If you want to learn, you can find him. His skills are awesome. Coco smiled and said, Hee, yeah, Komatsu, my cooking skills are not good, let Chu Feng teach you. You will definitely benefit a lot. What? Komatsu was horrified. Didn't you go down and catch the puffer whale? Why did you cook it? Toriko explained, Chu Feng is in the sea, and the capture and cooking are completed. Hey! Komatsu's eyes straightened. How is this possible? As the chef of a gourmet hotel, Komatsu has never heard of cooking ingredients in the sea, and he is still a hard-to-cook ingredient like puffer whale. If it is him, he doesn't know how to start. Toriko said, we also think it's impossible, but in fact it is. You see, the puffer whale in Chu Feng's hands. Komatsu looked around and saw that the puffer whale in Chu Feng's hands was indeed different from the ones in Toriko and Coco's hands. They had already broken their stomachs and shone with a faint golden light. Seeing this, Komatsu believes it. Toriko said, Komatsu, it's a shame that you didn't see Chu Feng cooking puffer whales with your own eyes. Did you know? The puffer whales were cooked while they were still swimming in the water. The puffer whales have not yet died. Woolen cloth. Komatsu looked at Chu Feng with a look of ruin, as if he was looking at a monster, and then his eyes flashed with worship. Mr. Chu Feng, you are amazing. You really are an amazing chef. Komatsu was very excited. Can you show me how you cook the puffer whale? His eyes flickered with expectation. Admired. As if seeing an idol. Yes. Chu Feng did not refuse. It's just a small effort. Great. Komatsu was so excited that he was crying. Chu Feng didn't talk nonsense. He took a puffer whale captured by Toriko, *. Chapter 24 Superb Knife Craftsman. Without saying much, Chu Feng laid the puffer whale flat on the beach covered with tablecloths. Start taking the poison bag. Komatsu stared intently, excited inside. Toriko and Coco were also very excited. Just now Chu Feng was cooking 3 puffer whales in the sea, but the 2 of them had been in shock and didn't see clearly. Now that they have the opportunity, they naturally want to appreciate them. I'm optimistic. Chu Feng said, and then enveloped the puffer whale with divine consciousness, locking the position and depth of the poison bag. Toriko, Coco, and Komatsu watched tightly for fear of missing something. At this time, the kitchen knife in Chu Feng's hand steadily swept the puffer whale's gills and gently pulled it toward its abdomen. In this process, the path of the knife is not exactly a straight line, and the depth of the knife is not the same. If this is done by others, it would be impossible to do without decades of knife skills. If the hand shakes a little, it will fail. However, Chu Feng did it all in one go, as if this kind of thing had been done thousands of times. Awesome! Avoid the poison bag perfectly. The knife is extremely precise. Coco was shocked, his expression a little messy. This kind of superb sword technique, even if he has studied for 10 years, he may not be able to learn it. Komatsu, as a full-time chef, naturally sees that Chu Feng's knife is not simple, and can be described as superior. Awesome! Komatsu admired, Mr. Chu Feng, you really are a great cook. At this moment, he believes that Chu Feng is an awesome chef. Chu Feng put down the kitchen knife, and the puffer whale's abdomen was cut open, revealing the intact poison bag inside. Reached in with both hands and took off the poison bag. Shit! At the moment the poison bag was taken out, the whole puffer whale emitted a faint golden light, and bursts of charming fragrance floated out. Toriko, Coco, and Komatsu were stunned. It's amazing. The whole process is pleasing to the eye, and looking at it is a kind of enjoyment. Komatsu, try it. With your talent, you can definitely take out the puffer whale's poison bag perfectly. Chu Feng said. In the original book, Komatsu is probably the protagonist, and the 4 heavenly kings revolve around him. His cooking talent is unquestionable, and he is even affirmed by Setsuno. Just one click. Me? Can I really do it? Komatsu was a little nervous. He was confused about Chu Feng's handling just now. Chu Feng encouraged, be bolder, you can do it. Toriko and Coco encouraged, Komatsu, just try it and believe in yourself. Taking a deep breath, Komatsu said, okay, I will try, Mr. Chu Feng, you have to guide me. Taking out his kitchen knife, Komatsu calmly grabbed a puffer whale and placed it flat in front of him. Starting from the gills, lower the knife 2 centimeters, and at a 45-degree oblique angle, slowly cut into the abdomen. Chu Feng used his spiritual sense to see the location of the poison bag, and then said, that's it, don't panic. But in the next second, Komatsu still couldn't grasp the depth of the knife, cut the poison bag, and the whole puffer fish whale poisoned in an instant. Hey, it's so difficult. Komatsu was a little frustrated. Chu Feng comforted, don't worry, come again. Komatsu probably hasn't entered the state yet. With encouragement, Komatsu tried to cook the puffer whale again. No longer under any pressure, and relaxed, and the kitchen knife cut the puffer whale's abdomen. Yes, that's it. Very well, a little left. Slower. Chu Feng guided by. Komatsu obeyed the command and made no mistakes this time. The last knife fell and the puffer whale's abdomen was cut open, revealing the poison bag inside. Success! Komatsu was excited. Chu Feng smiled and said, "There is one last step, to carefully take out the poison bag with your hands. This is considered a success. Be careful of the film on the poison bag, it can easily break." Komatsu cautiously leaned in with both hands and gently held out the poison bag. Shit! Suddenly, the puffer whale glowed with a faint golden light, which was very beautiful. "Take it out!" Komatsu cheered and burst into tears. "Mr. Chu Feng, I finally made it. I can't wait to dance a dance with Chu Feng." Komatsu, so amazing, learned so soon. Toriko was happy for Komatsu. The corners of Coco's mouth raised slightly, and he nodded. "Mr. Chu Feng, thank you." Komatsu cried and threw himself into Chu Feng's arms. "Okay. Let's eat." Chu Feng laughed. The fins of the puffer whale can be made into fin wine, and the meat can be made into sashimi or fried. Toriko and Coco went to make fin wine, and Chu Feng and Komatsu cleaned the puffer whales and cut them into sashimi. The fin wine is ready, and the sashimi is finished. 4 people sat together. Congratulations on the successful capture of the puffer whale. Cheers. 4 people toast. After drinking, the next step is to eat puffer whale, *. Chapter 25 Strength, so. It's really beautiful meat. Toriko drooled, squeezed a chopstick full into his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes were enlarged, and his face was filled with satisfaction and happiness. "It's delicious, it's so delicious." There are tears in Toriko's eyes. Is this delicious enough to cry? Chu Feng didn't talk nonsense, picking up a chopstick full of puffer whale sashimi. "It's really beautiful fish, shimmering with pink light, and the fat attached is almost like beef belly. I have an appetite when I look at it, making people want to eat." Tuck the fish into your mouth, the deliciousness of fat fills your mouth, so sweet, so fragrant. It doesn't melt in the mouth like a large piece of fatty tuna sashimi, and the taste disappears, but like a puffer fish meat, it will be fragrant. The more you chew, the more delicious it is, and the deliciousness continues to emerge. A look of shock appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. "This is the first time I have eaten such delicious fish. Is the fish that I ate in the past all rubbish? No wonder, countless people even dare to eat poisoned puffer whales. This is a taste worth risking your life." The endless supreme happiness envelopes the whole body, like a newborn baby lying in the arms of his mother. "Tasty!" Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. Ding! Eat puffer whales, bonus physique plus 80. Ding! Eat puffer whale, cooking skill plus 10. Ding! Eat puffer whale, food luck plus 2. The system issues a prompt. The strength has improved a lot. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 460 plus. Cooking skills, level 3 plus. Food transportation, general plus. Spirituality, 400 plus. Abilities, sonic boom, air step, food not eaten. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, 50 estimated. The sonic boom can burst out 7 times as much as the horror. The current strength can slap the current 4 heavenly kings Toriko, Coco, Sunny and Zebra, and even the 4 of them are not necessarily Chu Feng's opponents. Cool. Delicious on earth. After Komatsu had eaten puffer whale meat, he was so happy that he even forgot his birthday. Even Coco, who has always paid more attention to image, was impressed by the deliciousness of puffer whale meat. Wow! At this moment, a figure emerged from the sea. It is a creature with white hair, tall stature, and a pointed mouth. It was dragging a small net of puffer whales in its hands. Chu Feng turned his head and saw that there was no expression on his face. This white-haired creature is naturally a Bishokyukai GT robot. Moreover, Chu Feng also knows that it is Starjun who controls the GT robot, a very powerful guy. This guy came here to catch a puffer whale by swimming from a depth of 1,000 meters. However, the faces of Toriko and Coco changed drastically in an instant, but they felt something. Ah, this guy is dangerous. Instinctively, Toriko's breath sank, his strength increased to the extreme, his muscles skyrocketed, and he assumed a fighting posture. Coco also looked tense, his body instantly blackened, and the venom was about to drip down his fingers to the ground, and he became serious. Because he saw powerful and unknown electromagnetic waves from the opponent, which he had never seen before. The GT robot glanced at the nervousness of Toriko and Coco, with a dazed expression, then scratched his head with his hand. But the next second, turning his head to look at Chu Feng, who was sitting there still eating puffer whale sashimi, his eyes flickered slightly. Chu Feng also looked at the GT robot, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Starjun's strength is good, but he is not Chu Feng's opponent at all now. So, there is no need to be afraid. If the opponent dares to do it, Chu Feng will blow it up. Starjun thought for a while, dragged the puffer whale and chose to leave. Toriko and Coco breathed a sigh of relief and condensed their breath. At this time, the two of them discovered that Chu Feng looked calm from beginning to end. Hey, Chu Feng, what was that just now? Isn't it strong? Toriko asked, aren't you nervous at all? It's a GT robot, something made by Bishokyukai. Chu Feng said calmly, the strength is average. So. Toriko was speechless. Bishokyukai? GT robot. Coco was thoughtful. Chu Feng didn't say much, and continued to eat the puffer whale sashimi. This is a delicious taste that only has a chance to eat once in 10 years. Eat more. Ding. The system mission is refreshed, catch the terrestrial tough fish, and reward food for justice. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt. Chu Feng frowned. Terrestrial fish, it is a kind of beast in the fourth courtyard of Igo, it is very delicious. Now that you have free steps, you can sneak in without the help of others. According to the original plot, Bishokyukai has already started to act at this time. They will enter the fourth courtyard, the fifth courtyard, the eighth courtyard, and the first courtyard to capture food. In the original work, the terrestrial fish in the fourth courtyard, the red scorpion in the fifth courtyard, and the rainbow fruit in the eighth courtyard will be snatched by the people of Bishokyukai. Therefore, Chu Feng must set off immediately, otherwise the people of Bishokyukai will snatch the terrestrial tough fish, and it will not be easy to get it back. The task must be completed. Shii must be obtained. Without further ado, after bidding farewell to Toriko, Coco and Komatsu, immediately left the cave beach and rushed to the fourth courtyard, *. Chapter 26 Terrestrial Bacchus, I want it. Faster. It took 3 days to finally come to the fourth habitat courtyard of Igo. Use empty steps to stay high in the sky and look down. The difference from the eighth courtyard is that this is not a small island. The animal and plant ingredients in it are basically Igo cultivated and improved varieties. Like the first courtyard, a research institute is also set up here. Boom boom boom. A burst of sonic boom came from below, followed by some noisy and screaming sounds. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, caught up. Not long-winded, it turned into a figure swooping down. Don't let him escape, catch him. The food police Captain Thor led a group of food police officers to chase a Bishokyukai robot. 20 minutes ago, he received surveillance information from the research institute that it was the Bishokyukai robot invading the fourth courtyard, killing animals and plants, and snatching the terrestrial fish. so he immediately sent out the police. Unexpectedly, the GT robot is powerful, and a group of them encircled and suppressed, but they were still rushed out and surrounded by each other. Da-da-da! The gourmet machine gun shot wildly at the GT robot. Bang bang bang! However, the bullet hit the opponent and was bounced away, but its appearance did not leave any traces. A bunch of rubbish, still want to catch me? The GT robot sneered. Damn it, where's the tank? Hurry up and shoot! Thor ordered. Boom! As a result, a shell blasted past. The GT robot noticed something, turned his head abruptly, and hit the cannonball with a punch. Boom! The shell exploded and smoke billowed. However, the GT robot is harmless. You angered me. The GT robot made an angry voice, eat you. Carrying a huge terrestrial tough fish on his back, he no longer ran away, but rushed directly to Thor and others. At the same time, the mouth suddenly opened, and the energy gathered inside. Thor's expression changed drastically, and he immediately said, "Everyone, get away." Boom! At this moment, a terrible laser was ejected from the GT robot's mouth, directly at the feet of Thor and others, and exploded. A group of people were screamed by the explosion, and their flesh and blood flew. Ha ha ha! The GT robot let out a grinning laugh, rushed over quickly, and smashed the food chariot with a punch. Thor stood up from the ground, his face extremely ugly. The GT robot in front of him is powerful, beyond his imagination. He was also a good foodie before. He had fought with beasts and never felt afraid, but now when facing the GT robot at close range, he feels uneasy and his legs are a little weak. Director, haven't you come yet? Damn, I will be killed. Thor panicked. Boom! At this moment, a figure descended from a high altitude and landed in front of Thor. He is a handsome boy in white clothes. Thor was stunned. Who is this? The boy in front of him is not the one in Ego, nor the 4 heavenly kings. Someone he had never seen before. The person who came is naturally Chu Feng. The terrestrial tough fish on you, I want it. Chu Feng ignored Thor, his eyes fell directly on the GT robot, and he said. He knew that it was Kid, a member of the 6th branch of Bishokyukai, who controlled this black-haired GT robot, a self-righteous guy. Hearing what Chu Feng said, Kid was stunned, then grinned, and said, "Who do you think you are? Go to death for me." He didn't know the kid in front of him, and he didn't care about it. Meat fist. Hit out with a punch. Chu Feng had no expression on his face, clenched his fists, and greeted him with a fist, 4 times the explosive fist. Boom! 2 fists collide, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Almost at the same time, all the right hands of the GT robot burst, turning into broken parts and flying everywhere. What? Thor's eyes widened in shock when he saw this scene. A hole, I want you to die. Kid didn't expect at all, his entire arm was shattered by a blast, and he could only use the strongest attack, Death Ray. The mouth opens, and the energy gathers. However, before the Death Ray could be sent out, Chu Feng flashed up and hit its head with a punch. Bang! As the sonic boom sounded, the head of the GT robot burst into pieces. At this time, the GT robot and Kid lost contact. Thor is stupid. Instantly drop the GT robot, this strength is not comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. Who is this boy? Chu Feng ignored that much, walked up to the scrapped GT robot, and removed the terrestrial tough fish. This is a fish that can crawl on land because it has 4 legs. It's almost like a baby fish. Ding! Successfully capture the terrestrial bestiff, the mission is completed, and the reward will be rewarded. Ding! Do you practice food righteousness? System hint. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth raised, and he said silently, cultivation. Ding! I practice successfully. Suddenly, a peculiar energy swam through the body. Shi is a very good ability, can use the least physical energy to exert the strongest power. For example, Chu Feng can now play 7 times the explosive fist, but after using Shi, he may play 8 times. Toot toot. At this time, there was a helicopter landing overhead, asterisk. Chapter 27. What, do you think I am handsome? 2 men walked out of the helicopter. A strong body, one can see one muscle after another, with a bare head, you can see strange iron nails on the top of the head, with bright eyes, holding a jug of wine in his hand, taking a sip from time to time, with a smile on his face, optimistic. Chu Feng knew that this person was Mansum, the director of the Ego Research Institute, a very powerful character. If all his power is unblocked, in his words, the only one who can stop him is a dragon. Although there is a little exaggeration, there is no doubt that his strength is very strong. The other has a thin face, glasses, and a suit and leather shoes. It is Johannes, who has seen him before. Seeing the visitor, Thor greeted happily, Director Mansum, Minister Johannes. Upon hearing this, Director Mansum asked seriously, "What, did you just say I was a handsome guy?" Thor was angry, "No, no. Ha ha ha." Director Mansum laughed heartlessly. "What's the situation? Did you catch the intruder, Captain Thor?" Johannes asked. Thor took a deep breath and replied, "Many of the ingredients have been destroyed. The invader is a Bishokyukai robot. The controller has not yet figured it out. However, it has been destroyed by the kid. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have to be killed. Then I will briefly explain the process of the whole thing." The 2 heard this, their expressions moved. "You mean, one punch blasted the GT robot's head?" Johannes was shocked. Mansum was also slightly surprised. Bishokyukai's new GT robot is not easy, and the members of Bishokyukai are even better. Blast the opponent's head with one punch, even if it is him, he has to unblock the power to do it. Who is so strong in the end? The 2 looked at the person Thor was referring to. Suddenly Johannes opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, Chu Feng. At this moment, he was relieved. No wonder it was able to blow up the GT robot, it turned out to be this monster. You know, last time in the 8th courtyard, Chu Feng punched through the wall 3 meters behind, jumped over the 100-meter wide trench, broke into the TRO King Kong group single-handedly, beat the silverback TRO King Kong, and captured the rainbow fruit. This is a stronger man than Toriko. Mansum looked at Chu Feng, his eyes flickering slightly. I didn't expect that besides the 4 heavenly kings, there is such a strong young man. At present, Bishokyukai has acted. It is just when there is a shortage of people. If you entrust him to capture the ingredients, it would be best. Besides, if you can earn him into Ego and train him, you can contribute to the food age. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth smiled slightly. Minister Johannes, long time no see. Chu Feng smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here. Johannes said, this time, thank you so much. Thank you, no need. Chu Feng said, give me this terrestrial tough fish. He just came to complete the task, not to protect the 4th courtyard, even if Bishokyukai did not catch the terrestrial bastiff, he would catch it. However, the terrestrial tough fish is very delicious, but it is a big wave of strength, and it will naturally be won. Haha. Mansum laughed, just take the terrestrial fish. In addition, you help us catch the invaders, and I want to treat you to a luxurious meal. My life Western style full meal, do you want to try it? Chu Feng's eyes sparkled. Okay. The full set of Western style menu of Mansum's life is as follows. Appetizer, wine thief snail, capture level 28. Soup, Jubai soup, capture level 25. Fresh fish, Dionysus, catch level 31. Meat, alcoholic cattle, Capture level 30. Main course, Bacchus Dragon, capture level 37. Salad, Bacchus Onion, capture level 15. Dessert, Juhao White Orchid, capture level 19. Drink, the Tide of Bacchus Whale, catch level 33. Although they are all related to wine, they are undoubtedly delicious. If you eat all of these ingredients, you can be sure that Chu Feng's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Johannes stayed with Thor and others to deal with the wounded and counted the casualties and losses. Mansum took Chu Feng and left happily and went to the first courtyard. The first courtyard is regarded as the headquarters of the 8 courtyards of the human world. The ingredients caught in other courtyards are generally sent to the first courtyard research institute for research. At the same time, a large amount of food materials will be produced and circulated in the market to maintain the price of food materials. Mansum's office is in the first courtyard, and Lazarus is also there. On the other side, the Bishokyukai robot control room. Ah, damn it, PS me off. A man in weird clothes and a mask was venting his anger. And he is Kid, a member of the 6th branch. Kid, what's the matter with you? Failed to capture the ingredients. Xiao Niang, who was dressed like an old wizard, walked over with a cane and asked. He is the chief designer of the Bishokyukai robot. Of course, he has another identity that others don't know. Kid said, Xiao Niang, didn't you say that the new GT robot has good performance? How can it be blown so easily? Battered? How is this possible? Xiao Niang said, did you meet Igo or the 4 heavenly kings? Neither. Kid replied with resentment in his eyes, it's just a kid, he blows the GT robot's head with one punch. How is this possible? Xiao Niang was shocked. Not a direct employee of Igo, nor the 4 heavenly kings, who has such a great ability to blow GT robots, besides, even the 4 heavenly kings can't do it with one punch. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Double the Strength. The helicopter landed at Gate 5 of the first courtyard. Director, you are back. Good director. Mansum and Chu Feng rushed out of the plane, and the 2 security guards at the door saluted Mansum. What? Did you just say I'm handsome? Mansum asked seriously. No. The 2 security personnel looked disgusted and shook their hands angrily. Ha ha ha. Mansum laughed. Chu Feng also smiled slightly, followed Mansum through the gate, and passed through a long glass passage into a huge and spectacular food processing factory. Finally, he simply disinfected and took the elevator, descending to the 60th floor, and finally came to the food research place. Sorry, the Legion Yeti escaped. Suddenly, a staff member ran in a panic and yelled at the same time. A beast that looked like a monkey rushed out with a babble sound from its mouth, fiercely fierce. Hurry up and inject anesthesia. Someone yelled. Chu Feng squinted his eyes. The Legion snowman is a beast that has long been extinct. Igo found gourmet cells in their fossils and cloned them. The beasts like this have a unified name, that is, yoke animals. Yukuo punch. Mansum rushed forward and punched the Legion Yeti. Boom! The Legion snowman flew out, his head collapsed, and he died of fainting. It was really pitiful. Didn't I keep talking? The shackles must be locked up. Mansum reprimanded angrily. I'm sorry, Director, we will pay attention to it in the future. Several staff members quickly apologized. Mansum didn't care, and laughed. Okay, you guys quickly shut the group of snowmen in, and then prepare for the banquet. Ah! Several staff members were surprised. Director, do you have a banquet now? Didn't you say wait for Mr. Toriko to come? Mansum said, haha, I want to invite Chu Feng to have a big meal, so I will open it now. Wait for Toriko to come in 2 days, and drive it again. Hurry up, don't chirp. Notify everyone, and take mine. Take out all Western-style meals. Yes, Director, several staff members replied. As a result, almost everyone in the entire institute took action, and some people discussed it in private. Who is Chu Feng? The face is so great, I actually asked the director to have a Western-style meal. This is the director's highest level of hospitality. It seems that Chu Feng is an amazing person, he should be the same as Mr. Toriko. I saw Chu Feng just now, almost as tall as Toriko, with black hair, dark eyes, very young, and super handsome. I think he is not as good as Toriko-sama. You know, Toriko-sama has never lost a battle with those terrible beasts in the arena before. Director Mansum's office has already set up a huge dining table, one after another with delicious food. Chu Feng looked at it with a smile in his eyes. These ingredients, in addition to Mansum's full-life Western-style meal, there are also many varieties that have been improved by research. Although they are not wild, they taste very good. If you eat all these ingredients, your strength will be doubled. Let's eat. Mansum said. Chu Feng is welcome, and immediately eats and drinks. Comprehending the lack of food, he can eat a lot of food in one meal, not less than Toriko. All kinds of delicacies such as Bacchus dragon, Bacchus new, Bacchus god, and wine thief snails were swept away by Chu Feng. The system emits a series of tones. The changes in the body are becoming more and more obvious. The staff nearby looked at Chu Feng how eating, they were very surprised. This guy's appetite is really scary. It's amazing. So strong appetite, just like Master Toriko. Sure enough, he is a very tough person. Mansum's eyes were also full of shock. The appetite is so strong, the strength will naturally not be low. This guy should have realized that the food is gone. It's amazing to know how to eat at such a young age. Chu Feng didn't say a word, and continued to eat wildly, and finally ate every ingredient on the table. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 900+. Cooking skills, 3+ level, about to break through. Food transportation, general plus. Spirituality, 1000 m+. Abilities, Sonic Fist, Spatial Step, Shiju, Shiai. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, estimated 90. The Sonic Fist can exert 13 times the power. Seeing this, Chu Feng was surprised and delighted. Sure enough, this gluttonous meal almost doubled his strength. That's so cool. The more you eat, the more delicious, the stronger you are. This is better than having a gourmet cell. For example, Toriko has a gourmet cell, and his appetite is very strong, but if he wants to improve his strength, generally speaking, he needs to eat food that is suitable for the gourmet cell. But Chu Feng doesn't need it. Any delicacy can enhance the strength, it's just a little different. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Join Ego. Finally, all the delicacies of the entire table were eaten up. Chu Feng's weight is already 1,000 kilograms. Wiping his mouth, he was in a very good mood, and smiled, "Director, thank you for the hospitality. It was a great meal." Ha ha ha. Mansum laughed happily. 2 days later, Toriko will come, how about we continue to eat? Johannes said, "You and Toriko are also friends." Chu Feng nodded, "No problem." Mansum said, "Then, you can play here these 2 days, the scenery here is still very good, and if you are boring, you can go to the arena." "Yeah." Chu Feng nodded. The first courtyard has sightseeing tours and is open to the public, but it is fixed at about 1 million people a day, so you need to make a reservation in advance if you want to go sightseeing. After you make an appointment, you will have to wait for several years before you can get your turn. The Colosseum was originally used by the Research Institute to measure the level of capture of beasts, and later gradually developed into a traditional entertainment project and became a playground for the wealthy. Every day there are countless people watching the battle in the arena and making big bets at the same time. Speaking of the arena, Chu Feng thinks of Terry fighting the wolf in the original book. In the original plot, Toriko and Komatsu come over 2 days later, and Mansum takes them to the arena. Fighting wolf Terry was born on that day and was accepted as a pet by Toriko. This is a very powerful beast. He is the descendant of one of the 8 kings of the food world, the Wolf King, and will become the Wolf King in the future. This fighting wolf has to be taken down. Chu Feng's eyes flashed. Toriko, I have to be sorry for you. Chu Feng wandered around the institute. Director Mansum made a call. Hey, President, there is a very good kid, I have to quickly earn him into IGO. Oh? What kind of kid do you recommend? Younger than Toriko, but probably better than Toriko Zebra and the other 4. Really? There are such people. President, I didn't lie to you. I have to take him quickly. I can talk to him. Such a good seedling must be taken down. This matter is left to you. Chu Feng came back after walking outside for half an hour. Come on, Chu Feng, I will talk to you. Mansum said, and then straight to the point, I made my own case and told the president about your situation, and we decided to invite you to join IGO as an exclusive staff member. Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart moved slightly. There are a total of 20 exclusive IGO staff, who are directly managed and deployed by the president of Yulong. All of them are powerful. So far, they basically have the ability to enter the food industry. It's really good to be one of them. Mansum continued, if you join, your career is positioned as an agent, and you are not assigned a job task. You can do what you like, but at a critical moment in the world, you must stand up and protect the world. Good food age. Of course, you are an exclusive IGO employee, so you can naturally enjoy the same treatment as other employees. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, okay. Becoming a member of IGO, there is no harm, on the contrary, you can get a lot of benefits. For example, if you want to catch food in the courtyard in the future, you just need to show your identity, you don't need to be sneaky. In addition, with this status, you can also eat and drink for free at the IGO exclusive hotel. Haha. Mansum was very happy. Great. From now on we will be not only friends, but also colleagues. Today is really a good day, continue to have a banquet. So, it's eating and drinking again. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Toriko should be here soon. Mansum said, when he comes, we will go to the arena. Today's game is very interesting. Chu Feng nodded, feeling a little excited. He knew that Fighting Wolf was about to play today. Ah, shit, the muscle crab ran out. Quickly anesthetize it. Suddenly, a staff member yelled. These guys are. Mansum murmured and walked out immediately. Chu Feng also followed out. I saw a huge crab, full of muscles, looking very weird and fierce, with a poof sound in its mouth, chasing several staff members. Mansum quickly rushed forward and hit the muscle crab's face with a punch. Yupan punch. Bang! With the sound of the sonic boom, the muscle crab flew upside down, fell to the ground, and passed out. Didn't I keep talking? The shackles must be tied up. Mansum was a little angry. You are still as merciless as you always have, and you have a little pity for the animals, Director Mansum. At this time, a voice came. Mansum turned his head and his face was full of joy. Wow, haha, no matter who your opponent is, you must fight with all your strength. This is love? What do you mean, Toriko? That's right, it was Toriko and Komatsu. It was Toriko who spoke just now. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Break into the Arena. Welcome back, Toriko. Don't drink it first, you drunkard boss. Mansum and Toriko shook hands. Komatsu next to Mansum looked at Mansum with a terrifying expression on his face. Okay, so tall, with a physique comparable to Mr. Toriko, this person is the director of the institute. Hey, Toriko, who do you think is that? Mansum said with a smile, looking to the side. Toriko was curious, looked at it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Damn, Chu Feng. Then strode up. Chu Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth and greeted him. The two gave a big hug, like brothers they haven't seen for many years. Komatsu reacted from the shock, and immediately rushed up with a look of ecstasy. Mr. Chu Feng, you are here too, I miss you so much. Unforgettable, Chu Feng instructed him on the beach of the cave to successfully deal with puffer whales. In his heart, Chu Feng is an idol. Komatsu. Chu Feng smiled slightly. With the color of worship gleaming in his eyes, Komatsu properly a little fan, standing next to Chu Feng. Go. Mansum said, let's go to the arena. Today's game is very interesting. It's Fighting Wolf. Arena. The seats are full, crowded, and lively. Looking at it, they are basically the presidents of various countries, or famous capitalists. They cheered and excited. At this moment, the Gala Crocodile and Troll King Kong are fighting each other on the field. Wailing. With a roar, Tello King Kong jumped on the back of the Gala Crocodile, opened his mouth and bit down, blood splashing. The Gala Crocodile screamed and immediately took countermeasures. The body performed a 360-degree death rotation and forcibly threw Tello King Kong away. Immediately afterwards, the huge tail was drawn violently on Tro King Kong's chest. Bang! Tro King Kong screamed, blood spurted from his mouth, and slammed heavily on the ground. The color of madness flashed in the eyes of the Gala giant crocodile, roared, and rushed forward, preparing to make a final supplement to Troll King Kong. However, at this moment, Trokin jumped up from the ground violently, clenched his fists, and tried his best to hammer the giant Galara's head fiercely. Boom! The giant crocodile's head collapsed and died on the spot. The crowd is boiling all around. I have reserved a good place for you, let's sit there. Mansum said, the next battle will be even more exciting. Fighting the wolf will be on the stage soon. As everyone cheered, the next battle began. Door number 1 slowly opened, and the silver-backed Tro King Kong roared and burst out from the inside, with a fierce aura. Immediately afterwards, the second door opened, and a tiger walrus crawled out of it. Its body was huge, like a hill, with 2 long and pointed teeth, which made people startling. Capture level 13. Porga, Porga. A strange cry came, and a 9-headed strange bird rushed out of the third door. It was the death god in the sky, the strange bird Gerald. Capture level 15. Door number 4 is also opened. What came out of it was a dragon head and dragon claws, a beast with an elephant trunk, and an elephant dragon. Capture level 17. When the 4 beasts met, they all roared, letting go of their aura and showing their power. At this time, door 5 opened. Amidst the people's boiling, a white giant wolf walked out of it at a pace that the 6 relatives did not recognize, surrounded by the king's aura, not angered and majestic. It is Fighting Wolf. I have to say that his presence is very strong. After all, this is the end of the existence of the death end of the supergiant herbivore. The 4 beasts felt the strong pressure, and each one shivered, without the courage to fight. Director Mansum made a phone call. Hey, Rin, let me deliver a little more fragrance. The beasts are afraid that they won't be able to fight. In the beast control room, a beautiful girl with short hair complained a little. I know, Director, you are so noisy. My work here is also very hard. Soon, a cloud of smoke filled the arena, and the 4 beasts were stimulated. Their temperament changed drastically, but they made the same move, rushing towards the Fighting Wolf, and launched an attack. Fighting Wolf did not move. As a result, he suffered a violent attack from 4 beasts and was seriously injured. Everyone was puzzled. Why didn't Fight Wolf fight back? What's the matter? Is this an upset rhythm? Haha, it's good to be upset, I can make more. Fighting Wolf, fight back for me. Countless people are boiling. Toriko's nose moved, as if smelling something. The look of fighting wolves is a bit strange. Boom! At this moment, a figure fell in front of fighting wolf. Seeing this scene, all the audience were dumbfounded, and then it was boiling again. Hey, what's the matter? Who is that kid? Damn, is that kid going to fight? I never heard that there will be human battles in the arena today. Haha, it's been a long time since humans and beasts have fought in the arena. I'm afraid this is the highlight of the day. When Mansum saw it, his eyes suddenly enlarged. How did Chu Feng get in? When I looked up, a hole had been broken in the upper protective glass, and my eyes almost fell to the ground. Chu Feng, this kid is really messed up. Toriko moved his eyes and muttered, it seems that Chu Feng also sees something wrong with fighting wolf. In fact, he was also preparing to enter the arena to help fight wolf, but Chu Feng took the lead. Now, he has to be an audience. Facing the fighting wolf, Chu Feng grinned, today's fight, I will replace you. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Adopt a Little Fighting Wolf. Oh oh oh! The elephant dragon roared, opened its huge mouth, ready to give the fighting wolf a fatal blow. 2 times the sonic boom. At this moment, Chu Feng stepped forward and slammed a punch on Xianglong's waist. Boom! The sonic boom sounded, Xianglong's waist collapsed, and the entire huge body flew out, directly hitting the wall, falling to the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What? Defeat the elephant dragon with 1 punch? Really, it's too strong. Hi! Who the hell is this kid? Chu Feng didn't think so much, his figure flashed and rushed to the other 3 beasts. Boom boom boom! 3 punches out. The silver-backed Tro King Kong, the strange name Gerard and the tiger walrus, also flew out screaming and fainted directly. This? No, am I dazzled? Why is it so strong? Who is it? The audience around couldn't believe what they saw before them. Whether it was a silver-backed Trojan with a capture level of 10 or an elephant dragon with a capture level of 17, all were blown away with a punch. Chu Feng, his strength has improved a lot. Toriko's eyes flickered. Ha ha ha. Mansum laughed, sure enough. However, today's arena match is probably going to be yellow. But Komatsu was in shock all the time, his mind was blank. Chu Feng ignored the various shocked voices of the surrounding audience, his eyes fell on Fighting Wolf, and said, do what you should do. He knew that Fighting Wolf was about to give birth. Do Lang looked at Chu Feng with gratitude in his eyes, then fell to the ground and began to give birth. What's the matter? Why did Fighting Wolf, who was standing to death, fall down? Countless spectators around were puzzled. Toriko murmured, sure enough, Fighting Wolf is about to give birth. I can smell it, but how did Chu Feng know? Mansum said, it's really shocking. I didn't expect the Fighting Wolf clone to be parthenogenetic. This kid Chu Feng seems to have known it early, right? Oh oh! At this moment, door 6 opened, and a terrible roar came. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious demon snake crawled out, bullying. When the audience saw it, they were all excited. Come out, the devil serpent! In the ancient times, one of the most terrifying beasts came out. The unknown kid fights the demon Orokai. I want to buy the devil's serpent win. Although I don't know who that kid is, I am optimistic about him. For a while, the entire arena is boiling. Even the big screen has already appeared on the battle table, there are winning odds. Chu Feng looked at it and saw that it was a big demon snake stronger than the 2 ends in the cave beach. Oh oh! At this time, the demon serpent rushed over violently, raised its giant claws, and slapped Chu Feng's head fiercely. Seeing this scene, many spectators around were extremely excited and showed an abnormal mental state. Hey, that kid's head is going to be smashed. Are you being scared? Hey, if you don't avoid it, you will die. However, at this moment, Chu Feng greeted him with a punch. Boom! The demon serpent's giant claws smashed. However, Chu Feng's figure flashed again, appeared in front of the opponent, and punched out again. As a result, the devil serpent also stepped into the footsteps of the four beasts and fainted to death. The whole process happened in a blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The whole audience was dead. After a while, bursts of cold breath sounded, and the battlefield exploded. How is this possible? No? Really? That's the devil serpent, was it defeated like this? Am I dazzled? Grass, this kid is too strong. They all thought that there would be a fierce life and death struggle, but they did not expect that the result would be a ruthless crush on the other by one side. Only Mansam and Toriko were not so shocked. Chu Feng didn't even look at the fainted demon Orokai, his eyes fell on Fighting Wolf. Fighting Wolf is giving birth in pain. Exhausted his energy in the last breath, and finally succeeded. A little Fighting Wolf is born. The she-wolf's eyes are full of doting, licking her child with her tongue, enjoying the last good time. Somatic cell clones generally have a short lifespan. As a clone, it is a miracle that this Fighting Wolf can give birth to cubs. Even if she hadn't been attacked by those four beasts, she might not be long alive. Chu Feng said, "Congratulations." The female Fighting Wolf looked at Chu Feng with a trace of gratitude and begging in her eyes, then closed her eyes, but died. The little Fighting Wolf snuggled in his mother's arms, his mouth whispered, and his expression was sad. Chu Feng squatted down and stroked its little head. "Congratulations on coming to the food age, I will be your family from now on." Little Fighting Wolf licked Chu Feng's hand. Chapter 32 Give a Gift. Chu Feng touched Little Fighting Wolf's head and said, "You will be called Terry from now on." Woo! Little Dulang nodded. "Stand up and look around." I saw that everyone basically showed horrified expressions. Suddenly, a figure entered Chu Feng's line of sight, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Well, just join Igo, just give it a small gift." Bang bang bang! Stepped out in an empty step, flew out from a hole above, and landed in front of an old man in the auditorium. This old man wore a white hat on his head and a huge white robe on his body. He covered all his hands and feet. The beard on his face was dark, dense, and long. He covered his mouth and couldn't see his nostrils. He only saw. The bridge of the nose is high, and his small eyes are squinted, as if he can't open it. Everyone noticed Chu Feng's actions, and they all turned their heads and looked at them, puzzled. Including Mansam Toriko and others. "Hey, isn't that the President of the Republic of Rhodes Dheim? Does that kid know each other?" To know President Dheim, that kid's identity is not simple. That kid has a smile on his face. I'm afraid he has an unusual relationship with President Dheim. There was a lot of discussion in the surrounding audience, and some eyes showed envy and jealousy, and they wished to exchange identities with Chu Feng. Mansam was also a little surprised. "I didn't expect Chu Feng to know such a big man, haha, it's great." Komatsu exclaimed, "Mr. Chu Feng is so amazing, he actually knows President Dheim." However, something unexpected happened to everyone. Chu Feng smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and when he raised his hand, he slapped President Dheim on the face and knocked him directly to the ground. Seeing this, everyone present was collectively petrified, and the expressions of ruined three views were messed up in the wind. "What? He smacked President Dheim? Oh my god, that kid is too courageous, right? That's President Dheim. What's going on? How dare he slap President Dheim? People are sitting well, why are they slapped in the face? President Dheim is a good man." Everyone felt messy. Puff. Mansam was also taken aback, spitting out a sip of wine in his mouth. Toriko's expression changed. This fellow Chu Feng, really or not? Although he has no interest in President Dheim and others at all, he can't beat anyone casually, can he? Komatsu is stunned. Undoubtedly, everyone thought that Chu Feng was going to greet Dihame, but they didn't expect to slap in the face. The GT robot Bei, hiding in the appearance of President Dihame, never expected that Chu Feng would do something with him. Just now, Chu Feng suddenly came in front of him, which made him a little unnatural. When he was considering whether or not to do it, he was slapped with one mouth, and his heart burned with anger. He wanted to do something, but found that the GT robot was malfunctioning and could not be fully controlled. In other words, Chu Feng almost scrapped the GT robot just now. Bei panicked. He successfully invaded the first courtyard and got into the arena. He was so triumphant that he wanted to hold Mansum and others and let others capture the legal mammoth, but he didn't expect that the plan would be half beaten before the plan was implemented. Disabled. And it was beaten by an unknown kid. However, what made him even more frightened was that the other party raised his foot at this moment and aimed at his head. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were straight. Is this guy real? Is to kill? Assassinating President Dihame is a big crime. Mansum is also a little flustered. He didn't know why Chu Feng did this, revenge, or something else, but no matter what it was, if President Dihame had an accident, then Chu Feng would be in serious trouble. It must be stopped. Hey, Chu Feng, wait. Mansum spoke. However, Chu Feng ignored it and stepped on Dihame's head. Boom! The whole head burst. Some metal parts splashed out. What's the matter? Mansum was stunned, and then reacted in the next second. Metal? How could the head be metal? Others are equally puzzled. Chu Feng picked up the headless body of Dihame and threw it to Mansum. Director, this gift is for Ego. Mansum took the corpse, immediately felt something was wrong, and quickly stripped off the clothes on it, and a headless GT robot appeared in front of him. At this moment, even the idiot understood that President Dihame was faked by the GT robot. Are these bastards like Bishokyukai already mixed in? Mansum said when he saw the GT robot. He suddenly thought of something in the next second and his face changed. Oops. Toriko asked, what's the matter, Director? Mansum said, Toriko, your mission this time is to capture legal mammoths. The people of Bishokyukai have entered the first courtyard, and we must hurry up. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Sunny appears to be forced. Legal mammoth. Toriko's eyes moved slightly. Could it be a legal mammoth with jewel flesh in its body? Not bad. Mansum replied, everyone, hurry up. Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly. Gem meat, only the meat of all the special parts of the legal mammoth, whether it is tenderloin or loin, even the heart, liver and other internal organs, it is the highest level part that integrates the deliciousness of the whole body. In ancient times, the flesh of gems was called food treasure. Therefore, capturing the legal mammoth is also Chu Feng's goal. This is a big wave of strength. Director, my brother just contacted me and said that he has captured the legal mammoth. He is almost at the institute. At this time, a girl came over and said. He is about 1.7 meters tall, has a relatively strong body, short hair, a little round legs, young and beautiful. Chu Feng knows that she is Sunny's younger sister, named Lin, who is an exclusive beast envoy for Ego. She uses aroma components such as hormones to manipulate the beast at will. In the original book, she always liked Toriko, and finally married Toriko. What? Sunny, that guy captured the legal mammoth. Hearing this, Toriko was surprised, and there was some expectation in his eyes. Mansum said, let's go over and take a look. In fact, Chu Feng is very clear that the legal mammoth captured by Sunny is only a cub, not an adult legal mammoth on the legal plateau. Several people immediately left the arena and came to a mountain road through the research institute. Now, an incomparably huge colossus was held by a beautiful man with colorful long hair and a delicate face, and walked slowly. The giant elephant is naturally a legal mammoth. and beautiful men are undoubtedly the four heavenly kings. Sunny. On the surface, Sunny is holding the legal mammoth with one hand, but in fact it is not the case. Others can't see Sunny using his hair to lift up the legal mammoth, but Chu Feng's consciousness can capture it clearly. This guy can get full marks for his pretending posture. Poor. At this moment, strange screams from both sides of the mountain road saw strange lizardmen appear, grinning at the legal mammoth, and drooling. They are gangster hood, reptilian beasts, capture level 15. They are ferocious and appetizing beasts, they plan to snatch the legal mammoth. Komatsu was a little nervous and said, "It's the gangster hood." Toriko smiled and said, "Don't panic. Sunny guy will do it." Chu Feng was also indifferent. If even a beast of the level of gangster hood can't handle it, Sunny is not worthy of being the four kings. Poor. A group of gangster hood screamed at the legal mammoth. However, in the next second, their bodies were unable to move and seemed to be acupunctured. Chu Feng's consciousness is very clear, it is not acupuncture, but is tightly bound by Sunny's magic hair. At a distance of 7 or 8 meters away from everyone, Sunny stopped, a strange smile came up at the corner of his mouth, and then threw the legal mammoth in his hand towards Mansum. Mansum's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly supported the legal mammoth with his hands. At this moment, he seemed to be catching a mountain, his feet crushed the ground, his knees were also bent, his arms were bulging muscles, his face was twisted, and he looked very strenuous. "Look like..." "Ah, sorry, is it a little heavier, director?" Sunny said calmly. With an expression of doing nothing. "BD Sunny, don't throw such a heavy thing over!" Mansum yelled. "Compared with before, you guys have not changed at all. You'll be retribution, BD." Faced with Mansum's curse, Sunny didn't care at all, her eyes fell on the opponent's body, her left hand lightly covered her mouth, and she made a gesture that she thought was very beautiful, commenting, "Director, you are well received. It seems, your wrist strength hasn't flinched. But, not beautiful enough. To catch the mammoth's movements, it can't make the heart turbulent at all, and can't move at all. It's better to say that the legs are ugly, not sexy at all, it's better to die." Komatsu was surprised at the sight. "Ah, what's the matter with this person? It's more messy than Mr. Toriko." Chu Feng watched from the sidelines, chuckled at the corners of his mouth, and did not comment. "Sam is a bit cunning and likes to play pranks." "Oh, long time no see, Toriko." Sunny looked at Toriko, looked up and down, and then said, "Oh, the cells are activated more than before. Muscles are also very elastic. This is evidence of eating good things." At this time, Toriko felt a cold face and seemed to be touched by something, and immediately cursed, "Hey, Sunny, don't run over to touch someone's face suddenly, it's disgusting." Almost at the same time, other people also felt a slight coolness in their faces. But it was touched by Sunny's touch. But Chu Feng moved his gaze, and quickly drew away, avoiding the touch of the opponent. At the same time, Fighting Wolf Terry also followed. "Hey!" Sunny looked back at Chu Feng, with a look of surprise in her eyes. "Who is this guy? Actually avoid the sense of touch? And this dog, what's going on, also avoid it? You know, his sense of touch is completely imperceptible even to extremely alert animals." "Haha." Toriko laughed. "Sunny, let me introduce you, this is Chu Feng, a great guy." "Chu Feng?" Sunny looked at Chu Feng carefully. He was a guy who had never seen him before. He was very handsome, but he met his aesthetic standards. "Hey, you guy is very vigilant. You actually avoided my touch. How did you do it?" Sunny asked curiously. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Again. "I said, I see, do you believe it?" Chu Feng said with a smile as he walked over. "Oh. Is this?" Sunny was slightly surprised, but a sly look flashed through her eyes, and then she activated her touch. He doesn't believe what Chu Feng said. Only Coco's perverted eyes can see his touch. Others also saw that he didn't believe it when he was killed. Chu Feng frowned, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey? Come again. This time, he didn't avoid it, but directly reached out and grabbed a touch, and then tore it off. Sunny couldn't help groaning in pain. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth raised his mouth. You can't just touch my face with triggers, otherwise it's all ripped off. At this time, he already believed that Chu Feng could see his touch, and he no longer dared to use Chu Feng at will. Haha. Toriko smiled. Sunny, didn't I tell you just now? Chu Feng is very good, I am not his opponent at all, do you believe this time? Chu Feng, isn't it? You are very good. Sunny said, you are one of the few people who can find my touch. I will ask you to have my Western-style meal someday. Chu Feng nodded, okay. Toriko hurriedly reminded, Chu Feng, you better not expect his Western-style full meal, he is the most partial eccentric BD. Ah! Toriko, you are so noisy. Sunny was very dissatisfied, and even said he had a partial eclipse. He feels that his Western-style full meal is the most perfect and unique. Chu Feng smiled slightly. In fact, he knows Sunny's Western-style full meals. Appetizer, beautiful skin cabbage, capture level 30. Soup, Holy Grail lobster juice, catch level 19. Fish dishes, whitening tuna, catch level 25. Meat dishes, perfect cow, capture level 21. Main meal, no. Salad, glutinous bean sprouts, catch level 15. Dessert, not yet. Drink, Holy Grail Dragon Scale Wine, capture level 35. All are ingredients for whitening and beauty. According to his sister Rin, Sunny is like a woman. Love beauty, but also narcissistic. However, Chu Feng doesn't care about these, anyway, just eat it to improve his strength. At this time, Mansum had put down the legal mammoth and smiled, all right, let's go now and capture the legal mammoth. Sunny wondered, Director, haven't the legal mammoths been captured? Toriko, Komatsu, and Rin were also puzzled. Mansum said, this is just a cub of legal mammoths. Bishokyokai is looking at adult legal mammoths. They have already sneaked into the first courtyard. You have to capture them first. What? This is a cub. Toriko and Sunny were surprised, then, how big is an adult legal mammoth? Komatsu next to him was stunned. The legal mammoths of the cubs are all as big as the mountains. Chu Feng is very calm. Because, he knew it from the beginning. Ding! The sign in place is refreshed, the legal plateau. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt. Chu Feng was stunned. Especially, at this time, the sign-in location is refreshed, and it is still a legal plateau. Isn't this the place to go? You talk slowly, I'll go first. So, Chu Feng said, and then ordered, Terry, let's go. Bang bang bang. Stepped out in empty steps and whizzed away. Wow! Terry yelled and immediately caught up. Don't look at Terry not long after he was born, but his strength is not simple, his speed is extremely fast. Toriko and Sunny froze for a moment, and then set off immediately. Komatsu and Rin had to keep up. Seeing everyone going away, Mansum smiled at the corner of his mouth, with Chu Feng here, they should be able to capture the legal mammoth. It's just that, in this way, the experience of Toriko and Sunny is probably gone. Bishokyokai, the sixth branch. Surge! A fat bug with a human screamed and fled. Wait a minute, let me eat that fart. Bay in his pants was chasing the A, shouting in his mouth, his face was ugly and very disgusting. He leaped forward, grabbing the A with both hands, a greedy light appeared in his eyes. Gluck, it looks so delicious. This sashimi is better than roasted whole, so it's better to eat with mustard blood soy sauce. His eyes shined brightly. At this moment, a giant shadow appeared in front of him, and when he looked up, he was shocked. Ah! Master Starjun! The visitor wore a mask, long hair, and a knife around his waist, majestic. He reached out and put his hand on the fart bug, and a blue flame burst out of his hand. Damn it! The fart worm is cooked. You still have such a bad taste in terms of food, Bay. Starjun said, by the way, it seems to take a lot of time to capture legal mammoths, what's the problem? As soon as this question was mentioned, Bay became excited. Ah, that's because a nasty guy appeared, if it wasn't for him to intervene. Hearing that, Starjun was shocked and quickly said, are you talking about the black-haired man with Toriko? Yes, it's him. Bay said fiercely, next time I see him, I will pull out his intestines. Starjun clenched his fists, his eyes full of warfare, and walked forward. On the beach of the cave, he met Chu Feng and felt that the opponent was strong. He wanted to fight, but he didn't do it in the end. Xiao Niang came over and said respectfully, the assistant chef, I really missed you. Starjun said, who are the personnel dispatched this time? Xiao Niang replied, there are Lord Setaru, Weird Zaiba, Savage Dosa, and Kid. Starjun shook his head and said, I'm afraid this is not enough. The other party may gather together with the 4 heavenly kings, let alone an unknown guy. A machine replaces people. Xiao Niang was surprised, the assistant chef is going to go out in person again. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Terry and the Diplodocus. Chu Feng and Terry left the institute as quickly as possible and entered the legal island. This island is the most dangerous place in the first courtyard. There are many beasts in it. The average catch level is 27. Among the 8 courtyards, the danger is the highest. Bang bang! Falling from a high altitude, there is a black grassland underfoot, also called the Black Grassland, which is very vast. Many animals are leisurely eating grass on the black grassland. Chu Feng knelt down, grabbed a handful of black grass, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. These black herbs are not ordinary herbs, but a very popular salad. If you add honey, it tastes better. After eating a few handfuls of black grass, he looked forward. There are 2 roads from the black grassland to the legal plateau. One is to pass through the White Forest and then through the Devil Arena to enter the legal plateau. The other one passes through the tree mushrooms, and then to the ancient marsh, entering the legal plateau. I chose to take the White Forest road, because if I walked on the ancient moor, Terry would not fly and might not be able to get there. Of course, you can hold Terry in your arms, but it's too much trouble. Although there will be more beasts on the road of the White Forest, it is not a problem at all. With Chu Feng's current strength, capturing beasts within level 30 is a joke. Wow! At this moment, Terry let out a vigilant cry. Sweeping the consciousness, covering an area within a radius of 1,000 meters. It turned out to be a wagyu, a giant crustacean, with a capture level of 27. Originally speaking, the habitat should be near the coast. Because it is too greedy, it is a beast that goes inland in search of a lot of food. The figure is very tall, covered with stiff stones, and its flesh is even more expensive gems. No edible value. 7 or 8-headed rock drum monsters screamed and stepped forward. The animals on the black grassland were frightened and fled. Boom! A deer with bunny ears was smashed by Yang with a punch, then grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth to eat. Don't want to waste time on them, just take an empty step and fly over them. Yang was helpless to Chu Feng, and roared with anger. So they focused on Terry, and Terry ran so fast that they couldn't catch up at all. Yang had no choice but to hunt down other animals unwillingly. Along the way, I saw countless beasts on the road, but they didn't stop. About 500 kilometers forward, 1 person and 1 wolf entered a white forest, which is the white forest with the most beasts. Running such a long distance, Terry needed a little rest, so he stopped. Of course, if it wasn't for the lack of food to store a lot of energy, Chu Feng would also need to rest. After all, using empty steps all the time consumes a lot of money. Terry, let's rest here for a while, eat something before going on the road. Chu Feng said, touching Dulang's head. Wow! Terry barked lightly and nodded. Take out the terrestrial fish caught a few days ago from the system space, clean it up, cut it into pieces, and rack it on a barbecue grill. The white and tender fish meat quickly sizzled, splashing with oil and water, and the aroma was striking. After it is almost roasted, sprinkle with a little chili powder, which is delicious in color and fragrance. Oh! At this time, the roar of beasts came from all around. And a group of beasts appeared not far away, including horned rhinoceros, bear, and horse, and moa. Their eyes flashed fiercely, their teeth grinned, and their saliva flowed. Chu Feng looked up and didn't care too much. Wow! Terry stood up and barked at the group of beasts. The king's aura burst out in vain. The beasts felt the great threat, their eyes were full of fear, and they fled. In the end, there was still a huge beast. It looks similar to a gala crocodile, but has 2 jaws. Chu Feng knew this beast. It was a 2-jaw dragon, with a capture level of 28. The strong will be regarded as the master and let him mount. Until the stronger strong appears, it will be faithful to the beast of the master's command. In fact, Chu Feng knew that it was Bishokyukai's 6th branch head Sidora who defeated him and became its owner, ordering it to stay here to prevent others from passing through the White Forest. Wailing! The 2-jawed dragon roared, opening both mouths at the same time, exposing its fangs, and rushing towards Terry with its tongue like a snake. Wow! Terry barked fiercely and rushed forward, so fast that only the afterimages could be seen. At the same time, the right paw waved. Sneer! Terry flew over the 2-jawed dragon's head, leaving a bloody wolf claw on the latter's head. However, the 2-jawed dragon was not a vegetarian. The long tail chased Terry and swept away. With a bang, Terry was beaten out. Chu Feng watched their fight while eating the landed fish, but he didn't mean to shoot. In the original book, Terry defeated the 2-jaw dragon and became its master. Rising from the ground, Terry shot a terrible cold light in his eyes, grinned, and rushed fiercely, using his speed advantage to attack the 2-jaw dragon. Chapter 36 Damn, can you still play like this? Under Terry's frantic attack, the 2-jaw dragon was covered in blood, unable to hold it any longer, surrendering. Wow! Terry barked at it. The 2-jawed dragon lowered its head and shivered. Terry, good job! Chu Feng praised. In other words, Terry has only been born a few hours now, but the combat power it has shown is extraordinary. Its speed, responsiveness, sharpness of teeth, and the way of flapping giant claws are all of the king's level. Born to be a fighter. Wow! Terry barked lightly, looking excited. Picking up a piece of grilled crocodile terrestrial mermaid, Chu Feng asked casually, Terry, would you like to eat something? It's delicious. Terry shook his head, lying on his side. Chu Feng also shook his head, ignored it, and ate it alone. Because he knew that Terry was not interested in the ingredients of the human world, but only interested in the ingredients of the gourmet world. The outer layer of the terrestrial fish is like a cylinder of ice cream. It tastes crispy and refreshing, but inside is the tender tuna flesh that melts in the mouth, and the sweet taste fills the whole mouth. It's really addictive. Ding! Eat terrestrial tough fish, bonus physique plus 45. Ding! Eat terrestrial tough fish, reward cooking skills plus 6. A series of voices came. Chu Feng feels that his strength has improved a lot. After eating the terrestrial bastiff, Terry also rested almost, and then moved on. As for the 2-jawed dragon, it didn't let it follow and stayed in the White Forest. The other side. Toriko, Sunny, Komatsu, and Rin have entered the Black Grassland. They encountered an attack from Iwagu, and finally the four separated. Toriko and Rin headed towards the White Forest, and Sunny and Komatsu headed towards the Mushroom Tree. At the same time, a black-haired GT robot entered the Black Grassland from the other side. Along the way, countless beasts were killed by him, and all the rock drums were beaten to pieces by him. Here, Chu Feng and Terry came to the demon arena at the fastest speed. Looking around, it was a place with countless stone pillars. If you look closely, you will find that the arrangement of stone pillars is regular. On the opposite side, there are a total of 10 stone pillar routes, each of which has 10 stone pillars, and each stone pillar has a beast, and its capture level varies. Through the Devil Arena, the average person's method is to choose one of the routes. However, Chu Feng is not an ordinary person, and directly flies over the demon arena with empty steps. The beasts lying in ambush on the stone pillars waiting for others to pass through the barriers saw a human being flying directly above their heads, and they were all bewildered. "Damn, can you still play like this? This is cheating." However, they soon discovered that there was another dog that could attack. However, what they didn't expect was that the speed of this dog was amazing. Before they could react, they jumped over. Bang bang bang! Chu Feng took an air step and flew halfway. Suddenly a figure rushed up from below, making a strange cry of KO in his mouth, which was extremely ferocious. I stopped and looked intently. I saw it was a huge strange bird, which looked like a devil and was very ugly, but it had wings on its back. This is Lupin the strange bird, with a capture level of 30. It looked at Chu Feng with a hint of playfulness in its eyes, as if saying, unexpectedly, "I will fly too." The next second, this guy opened his mouth and spewed out a cloud of smoke. As a result, Chu Feng saw many strange birds Lupin with his eyes, and it was hard to find which one was real. This is obviously the breath of confusion of the strange bird Lupin. The beasts in the demon arena can use incredible illusions and mimicry. They are the demons who are keen to provoke invaders cunningly and consume their physical strength little by little. This is why it is called a place where evil spirits play. The strange bird Lupin was very proud of seeing the human beings in front of him, but he didn't rush to attack, but waited for the opponent to lose consciousness and then make a fatal blow. Because it believes in its own abilities. Because the breath of confusion is related to this incredible terrain. Repeated countless times of seemingly indistinguishable terrain can easily cause the entrant to fall into a state of sensory deprivation. This is the same as driving for a long time on a highway where the signal light stimulation is rarely exactly the same. When a person maintains this state for a long time, the brain's thinking ability will be reduced, and hallucinations will also be seen during the period. At the same time, when people are exposed to volatile hallucinations that will act on the brain's central nervous system, their consciousness will become blurred. In the past, it killed many intruders in this way. Chu Feng knew the other party's intentions. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, his divine consciousness turned on, and he was caught by the deity who had locked Lupin the strange bird, and then suddenly flashed up and hit one of the strange bird Lupin's head with a punch. Boom! The strange bird Lupin screamed and fell from the air. To death. I don't understand how this humanity discovered its true body. Asterisk. Chapter 37. The same formula, the same way to die. In the original book, Toriko suffered a lot in front of the strange bird Lupin, and finally Terry helped to resolve the crisis. And now, Chu Feng instantly dropped the strange bird Lupin. Bang bang bang. Continue to take an empty step. No more beasts stopped the way, and passed the demon arena with ease. Terry also passed smoothly. One person and one wolf went to the legal plateau. Boom! After a while, there was a loud noise in front of him. Chu Feng swept away his consciousness, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, without talking nonsense, and moved on. Less than 800 meters away from Chu Feng, a white-haired GT robot and a beast are fighting. Give me to die! The white-haired GT robot roared, spraying a terrifying laser wave from its mouth, Death ray. Bang! The laser directly pierced the belly of the beast. The beast screamed and fell to the ground and died. Ha ha ha! Bai Mao GT Robot laughed. The strength of the new GT Robot is different, and the performance is much better than the previous ones. If I meet that guy again, I will kill him. Walking triumphantly in front of the beast, squatted down, reached out through the blood hole, and then pulled out the intestines and internal organs. Ha ha ha, it's really enjoyable. Suddenly, when he sensed something, he turned his head abruptly, and when he looked around, he was stunned. Because he saw a man and a wolf howling. Hey! It's that kid. In the next second, he recognized people and his expression changed drastically. Are you Ziba? We met again. When speaking, Chu Feng had already arrived in front of the other party, with a playful smile on his face. What did you say just now? I will kill you when you meet me. Am I right? You're looking for death. Ziba was furious. This guy was blown by Chu Feng in the Balloon Islands when he manipulated the GT robot last time. He was full of resentment towards Chu Feng and wanted to take revenge all the time. Now, I finally met Chu Feng again, but he was still ridiculed ruthlessly. Uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't bear it. So, he punched it hard. Chu Feng sneered, you dare to use your fist at me? You are really healed from the scar and forget the pain. Hey! Ziba snorted coldly, this time I am manipulating a new type of GT robot, which is different from before, boom. However, before he finished speaking, two fists collided, and the whole arm of the GT robot burst and shattered. Impossible! Impossible! Ziba was shocked. Obviously it is a new type of GT robot, which is made of ultra-high molecular weight special polyethylene, and then covered with a body of reinforced aramid fiber hair, without flaws. It was shattered by a punch? It doesn't look like much. Chu Feng sneered, and then flashed up and hit the opponent's head with a punch. Boom! As the sonic boom sounded, the head of the GT robot burst into pieces. Ziba lost contact with the GT robot. The same formula, the same way to die. Bishokyukai, control room. Damn it! It is PD that I am annoyed. Ziba is going crazy. Xiao Niang couldn't help asking, what's the matter? I was blown up by that kid again. Ziba replied, hey, Xiao Niang. Didn't you say that the new GT robot is very stiff? Why is it still so vulnerable and beaten by a punch? A punch? How could this be possible? Xiao Niang was horrified and couldn't believe it. He knows what he has made himself. If he is really hit by a punch, then how strong is the person who punched it? Xiao Niang dare not imagine. Take a deep breath and look at the control room next to him. I hope the vice chef can go well. Ignoring the scrapped GT robot, Chu Feng and Terry moved on. After a while, an extremely tall mountain appeared in front of him. Its shape is like a bowl. When you get closer, you can feel its height, which is 3,000 meters. This mountain is the legal plateau. Terry, you stay here and wait for me, I'll go up. Chu Feng said. Wow! Terry nodded. Bang bang bang! Step out in an empty step and fly up the legal wall. There are many cave houses on the walls, and there are pairs of red eyes in them, and there are beasts living in them. Chu Feng knew that it was Snake Cliff, with a capture level of 30. Snake Ya let out a low growl, but did not attack, so Chu Feng didn't bother to pay attention to them. The speed is extremely fast, and in a short while, it will reach the top. Click! Both feet fell on the top of the mountain. Ding! You can sign in when you arrive at the legal plateau. Do you sign in? The system issues a prompt. Sign in. Chu Feng said silently without even thinking about it. Ding! The statutory plateau sign-in is successful and rewards for absorbing the applause. Do you practice? Cultivation. Chu Feng said silently again. In the next second, you will master the ability to suck your palms. Sucking the palm can absorb physical objects as well as energy attacks, and its power is proportional to the user's strength. Chu Feng's eyes are bright. This is obviously a very awesome ability. Boom! At this time, a huge sonic boom came, interrupting Chu Feng's excitement. Chapter 38 The Power of Sucking Palm. A legal mammoth as big as a mountain rampaged wildly, and the entire legal plateau was almost crushed by it. Countless beasts fled everywhere, and some that couldn't dodge were directly crushed to pieces. This is an adult legal mammoth, the most powerful beast in the first courtyard, with a capture level of 50. Boom! A giant GT robot turned on the death ray and was bombing the legal mammoth. The legal mammoth ignored these attacks, appeared more violent, and ran all the way. Hey, what a joke! The giant GT robot was shocked. This physique is too big, there is no way to start, it can't be done. Master Cedaru has entered its body, and I can only enter it. At this moment, a white figure whizzed up and hit the legal mammoth's head with a punch, 7 times the sonic boom. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom sounded. The legal mammoth screamed, and the huge body crashed to the ground, directly crushing a mountain, but fainted. Oh no! The giant GT robot saw this scene, so shocked that his eyes almost fell to the ground. How powerful is this to knock the legal mammoth unconscious with one punch? You know, just now he made a violent attack on the legal mammoth, but it did not cause substantial damage. Who is this white figure? Why is it so powerful? Could it be the president of Igo? So, he looked at the white figure, and the next second, the whole person was stupid. Because the white figure turned out to be someone he knew. Yes, is it you? Kid looked particularly shocked. The last time I caught a terrestrial brawfish in the 4th courtyard, I was blown up by this kid in front of me. Unexpectedly, today I met this one who suffered $1,000. Originally, Kid planned to seek revenge from the other party, but just saw Chu Feng hit the legal mammoth with a punch, and he never thought of revenge anymore. At this moment, he just wants to leave quickly. Although, now I am controlling a giant GT robot with very strong performance, but I am not sure about defeating the opponent at all. Chu Feng smiled slightly. You are Kid. Kid panicked. Nima, this kid actually knows it's me. No nonsense, immediately turn around and flee. Chu Feng sneered at the corner of his mouth and raised his right hand, suck palm. Suddenly, a terrifying swallowing power roared out, acting on the giant GT robot, so the latter flew backwards towards Chu Feng. Ah, what's the matter? My body. Kid panicked. 6 times the explosive fist. Chu Feng didn't hesitate. After sucking the opponent over, he slammed a punch on the head. Boom! The whole head burst into pieces. The giant GT robot crashed down and was scrapped. In the original work, the 4 Heavenly Kings Kobo tried his best to defeat him, but in front of Chu Feng, he could not endure 2 seconds. Looking back at the legal mammoth, he walked over and muttered, "You have to enter the body. Of course, if you kill it, break your stomach, and take out the gem flesh, it's too much effort. Therefore, it is best to go directly into its body and cut off the gem flesh. Anyway, the legal mammoth is very bright and well ventilated." So, Chu Feng went in from the mouth of the legal mammoth. Toriko and Rin entered the White Forest and were besieged by countless beasts. They looked ugly. Sure enough, there are the most beasts here. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Toriko secretly said. Wailing. But at this moment, a roar came. The beasts around were frightened and fleeing everywhere. Rin nervously said, "Toriko, this beast seems to be stronger than the beast just now." "Well, this is a 2-jawed dragon." Toriko looked at it. his face changed, and there was a hint of war in his eyes. However, what he didn't expect was that the two-jawed dragon did not attack, but lay there cleverly. He was stunned, wondering, why doesn't it attack us? Toriko thought for a while, it should be Chu Feng that has tamed it. Let's go. The two easily passed through the white forest and soon came to the demon arena. Sunny and Komatsu are in the mushroom tree like dating. Komatsu used local ingredients to prepare creamy matsu take, and invited Sunny to eat together. Sunny refused at first, but couldn't help but take a bite later, it was so fragrant. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Sunny said. Komatsu chuckled, no. Mr. Chu Feng's cooking skills are amazing. I can't even match half of him. What? Sunny was surprised, that guy knows how to cook too. Of course. Komatsu said, his eyes full of admiration. After the two left the mushroom tree, they entered the ancient marsh and saw many tragic beasts along the way. What's the matter with these beasts? Komatsu asked, feeling sad. Sunny said angrily, it must be those Bishokyukai guys who did it. It's disgusting. On the other side, the black-haired GT robot entered the white forest and was besieged by beasts. As a result, countless beasts were maimed, and even the two-jawed dragon was beaten to death, and finally recognized the black-haired GT robot as the master. Chapter 39 I'll take your head. Enter the legal mammoth's mouth, along the esophagus, and into its body. It is spacious inside, bright all around, and well ventilated. It didn't seem to be in the body of a beast at all. Looking forward, I saw a GT robot on a similar grass. Compared to the giant GT robot, this guy looks petite, with long hair and a small package around his waist, sitting there with an eyeball in his hand and watching. Chu Feng knows its controller. It is the head of the 6th branch of Bishokyukai, Sidoru. A weird man with a band around his body. Cruel personality, hobby is to dig out the eyeballs you like, cherish them, and admire them when you are bored. The eyeballs just dug out, like other organs, still move. If he doesn't move, he will throw it away. Known as eyeball idiot. At this moment, Sidoru turned his head and looked at Chu Feng, stunned. Perhaps, he did not expect that other people would enter the legal mammoth, and they are not the 4 heavenly kings. Immediately, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Your eyeballs are good, I like them. Chu Feng looked at him and smiled. Your head is ugly, I don't like it very much. Ha ha ha. Sidoru laughed wildly and rushed over at a very fast speed. Boy, I don't know who you are, but I really want to punch your face and then gouge your eyes. Such a handsome face, so special, and such beautiful eyes, it is really unreasonable. He is jealous. Chu Feng smiled calmly, you are Sidoru, the head of the 6th branch of Bishokyukai. I want to blow your head. Ha ha ha. Sidoru laughed wildly, so you know me. Then let you die faster. Death Ray. The mouth opened, the laser energy roared out, and the penetrating power was terrifying. Chu Feng raised his hand and activated a pump palm to absorb all the energy of the death ray. Suck, absorbed. Sidoru was surprised. This kind of method has never been seen before, even among the many masters of Bishokyukai, it has never appeared before. Chu Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth, sucking his palms to absorb all the energy of the death ray, but there was no pressure. Unfortunately, the absorbed energy cannot be used, but disappears silently. He raised his hand again, sucked his palm and started again, and his swallowing power burst out. Sidoru, who was astonished, was locked by the swallowing force and was sucked in instantly. Ah, this! Sidoru was horrified and immediately took measures, but it had no effect. He could not get rid of the restraint of swallowing power. Because, compared to Chu Feng's strength, his strength is weak. Your head, I'll take it. 6 times the explosive fist. Clenched his fist and blasted it out. No. Boom! Seedaru uttered a desperate cry, followed by an explosion, and the GT robot's head exploded. In the Bishokyokai control room, Seedaru is stupid. He has completely lost contact with the GT robot. In fact, his strength is still good. In the original work, he beat Sunny so badly. In the end, Sunny tried his best to defeat him. Unfortunately, he met Chu Feng. After killing the GT robot, the divine sense was released, covering the entire body of the legal mammoth, and began to search for gem meat. The legal mammoth is more than 1,000 meters tall and very huge. There are many passages in it, like a maze. If ordinary people come here and want to find gem meat, it is still more difficult. Seedaru was the first to enter the legal mammoth, but he was lost, and he didn't know where the gem meat was, so he sat there playing with eyeballs. Chu Feng has a strong spiritual sense, that's different. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I found it. Toriko and Rin encountered a crisis in the demon arena, but fortunately they finally passed. However, a bigger crisis is approaching. After Toriko and Rin left the demon arena, they walked a little further, and they could see the legal plateau in the distance. Suddenly, Toriko found a GT robot with a cracked head on the road, and his eyes flickered. It seems that Chu Feng did it. I have to catch up quickly. In the next second, Toriko's expression changed drastically, a sense of crisis lingered in his heart, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and when he looked back, he saw a black-haired GT robot approaching. Yes, this guy. Rin, get out of here. Toriko immediately entered a state of combat. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura broke out in his body, his muscles skyrocketed, but he was about to rise to the extreme. He knew very well that the person who appeared before him was the one he had met on the beach of the cave before. Although the GT robot is different, the controller is the same person. Rin was terrified at seeing this scene. Is it Toriko? The black-haired GT robot made a low voice, keeping you, sooner or later will be a trouble, I will kill you today. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Heavenly Kings v Star Jun. 5 consecutive nail punches. Toriko rushed up with his fist, whizzed out, and hit the opponent's vitals. The black-haired GT robot tilted its head and dodged easily, and punched Toriko in the abdomen at the same time. Bang! As the sonic boom sounded, Toriko screamed, spurted blood from his mouth and flew out, directly hitting the boulder, unable to get up for a while. Rin's expression changed drastically, and he immediately took a spear from behind and pointed it at the black-haired GT robot, fragrant rocket launcher. A peculiar aroma energy bombarded out. The black-haired GT robot completely ignored this energy and directly smashed it away with its body, and its figure appeared in front of Rin for a moment. Lin felt death coming, cold sweat on his forehead, and a look of horror on his face. You are in the way. The black-haired GT robot threw a fist towards Rin. Send traction. However, at this critical moment, a voice came, and Rin's body flew back, just to avoid the attack and take his life back. Brother! Rin exclaimed. Yes, the person here is Sunny. He had just passed through the ancient moor with Komatsu, and soon after seeing Toriko being beaten into flight, he hurried over to help. You guy! Sunny stared at the black-haired GT robot a little angrily. Is there another 4 heavenly kings? One piece will solve you. The black-haired GT robot made an icy voice. As soon as the voice fell, he flashed up, appeared in front of Sunny in an instant, and punched out. Spatula. Sunny's expression changed. He didn't expect the opponent to be so fast. He immediately activated his skills, forming a walk shape with his touch, blocking him. This is a move he often uses, it can defend, and it can also bounce back the attack of the attacker. Bang! The attack of the black-haired GT robot hit the spatula, and the entire spatula was deformed and distorted. Sunny's face is also slightly distorted, his expression is painful, and the opponent's strength is super strong, which is obviously beyond the scope of the spatula. Hey! The black-haired GT robot frowned. Obviously, he did not expect Sunny's defense to be so strong. The next second, the power on his fist increased. Stir fist. Boom! The spatula burst, Sunny was also punched, and his body flew upside down. Hey, your opponent is me. At this moment, Toriko suddenly appeared behind the black-haired GT robot and said calmly, Hey! As soon as the black-haired GT robot showed a look of surprise in his eyes, Toriko's fist greeted his face. Impossible! The black-haired GT robot got up from the ground, surprised. You are already immobile, but why? Could it be a precursor to cell evolution? Just now, Toriko's food cell self-eating effect was activated. Self-eating refers to the behavior of organisms that are in a state of nutritional starvation and temporarily obtain energy by decomposing proteins in their own cells through amino acids. To put it bluntly, it is to eat yourself. GT robot. Toriko roared and rushed forward, 6 nail punches in a row. He punched the black-haired GT robot. Bang, bang, bang. 6 sounds exploded, and the black-haired GT robot flew far away and fell heavily to the ground. With this punch, Toriko was almost exhausted. However, the black-haired GT robot got up from the ground again and stared at Toriko. The strength and speed have improved a lot. But it shouldn't last long. It's so strong, I didn't even fall down after eating 6 nail punches. Toriko said with a solemn expression, Sunny, are you okay? No way, you have to join forces with Sunny to defeat each other. Sunny wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, got up from the ground, and came to Toriko's side. He also realized that he had to work with Toriko to have the hope of defeating the enemy, otherwise he might die. Sunny, let's go together. Good. The two attacked together. The black-haired GT robot was still very pressured to face the two, so it immediately took measures to lift all restrictions and convey 100% of its own strength in place. So the two sides entered a fierce battle. Hair locks. Sunny activated the sense of touch and locked the black-haired GT robot. Toriko, good opportunity, come on. 6th Company, nail punch. Toriko rushed up violently with his fist, and tried his best again. After this punch, he might never stand up again, and his entire right arm might be scrapped. The black-haired GT robot felt that its whole body was bound by invisible hair and could not move for a while. If this continues, if he is hit by Toriko's fist, he will be seriously injured. Boom! Without hesitation, the black-haired GT robot burst out with incomparable energy, which directly shattered the sense of touch, and immediately withdrew and retreated. Toriko fisted out, and it was empty. The black-haired GT robot took the opportunity to flash up again and punched Toriko in the face. Toriko spurted blood from her mouth and flew out, unable to stand up anymore. Sunny's face was extremely dignified, and he roared, with long hair standing up to the sky, turning into a hideous devil, a demon of food cells, a ghost. Fagui smashed the black-haired GT robot with his huge fist. 200,000 roots, send a fist. The black-haired GT robot dared not resist this punch, and immediately pulled back. Boom! A big hole appeared on the ground. The black-haired GT robot dodged dangerously, with a look of horror in his eyes. That punch was not weaker than Toriko's 6 consecutive nail punches. Seeing that he hadn't hit the opponent, Sunny's face was full of unwillingness. If you hit, the opponent must be flat. Now, his stamina is almost exhausted, and he can no longer fight. You are very strong, but it's a pity that your physical strength is almost consumed. If you don't eat something, you will definitely die, said the black-haired GT robot, but I won't give you a chance to eat. After speaking, he rushed forward, ready to kill Toriko and Sunny. Poison gun. At this time, a cold voice came, and a row of black venom hit the black-haired GT robot like bullets, who withdrew and avoided. Kobo jumped from the back of a huge crow and landed in front of the black-haired GT robot. It was him who launched the attack just now. At the same time, on the other side, Chu Feng has already seen gem meat in the legal mammoth. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Delicious, Gem Meat. Chu Feng entered a space, which was full of light, very dazzling. The light shines like a gemstone, and what is even more amazing is that there seems to be a fragrant fragrance in the light. His gaze fell on the source of the light. It was a huge piece of meat, as big as a truck tire, covered with beautiful lines, as if it were a handicraft repeatedly processed by craftsmen. There is no doubt that this is gem meat. Just taking a look, Chu Feng couldn't help but shed water from the corner of his mouth, and a magical force pulled him forward and walked forward. Tick! The dripping gravy is like gold dust. The scent that surpasses all, the mellow character that makes the high-end perfumes inferior, and the thick and original meaty fragrance that seems to penetrate instinct. Worthy of being an ancient food treasure. Reach out to touch, it's so soft and smooth as if it can be sucked on the skin. Take out the kitchen knife and gently everything. A piece of meat fell down. The scattered gravy is like string cigarettes. Grab the cut meat and put it in your mouth. It is silky, moist, and fragrant. You don't need to chew too hard, it will break. As if countless layers of fat exploded in the mouth, it seemed to wear back to ancient times for a while. Grunt. The melted meat is easy to swallow. The light blooms wherever I pass, waiting for the meat to enter the stomach. A warm flow spreads throughout the body, the whole person is emitting the light of gems, so dazzling. At this moment, every cell in the body seems to be basking in the warm sun in the winter. Don't mention how comfortable it is. Galera giant crocodile meat, wine messy beef, terrestrial fish meat, are not comparable to this gem meat. One bite and wanting to take a second bite is really addictive. It's delicious. Chu Feng couldn't help exclaiming. Ding! Eat gem meat, bonus physique plus 100. Ding! Eat gem meat, reward cooking skills plus 20. Ding! Eat gem meat, reward food luck plus 3. Ding! A series of voices came. It can also be seen from this that gem meat is the most delicious ingredient Chu Feng has ever eaten. Chu Feng gulped and ate half of it unknowingly. Hey! So cool! So satisfying! Save some to bake and eat. Sprinkle chili powder, green onion, coriander, it should taste better. There was a look of expectation on his face. Take a deep breath and enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 1150 plus. Cooking skills, level 3 plus. Food transportation, general plus. Spirituality, 1200 meters plus. Abilities, Sonic Fist, Spatial Step, Eat Soon, Shi Yi, Sucking Palm. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, calculated 115. The sonic boom can play 16 times the power. Seeing this, Chu Feng smiled brighter. Pack your mood, cut all the remaining gem meat, put it into the system space, and then leave the legal mammoth. Kobo stopped in front of the black-haired GT robot, seeing the situation of Toriko and Sunny, his face solemn. Komatsu, Rin. Hurry up and give Toriko and Sunny something, the more delicious the better, or they will die. Kobo said quickly, his expression serious. Luckily, I came here in time, otherwise Toriko and Sunny would be in danger. What he didn't expect was that the two of them were defeated together, and it seemed that the other party was super strong. Here is another for Heavenly King. The black-haired GT robot sneered, but, what about it? Talking. Flashed up. If he can defeat 2 for Heavenly Kings, he can defeat the third. Seeing the opponent rushing over, Kobo immediately entered a state of combat, but he dared not zoom in on the poison hell. After all, this is a large-scale attack. And Komatsu, Rin, and others are nearby. If you use this trick, they will probably be poisoned to death. You must lead him elsewhere. Koko thought to himself, and at the same time he raised his right hand and fired venom again, poison rifle. The black-haired GT robot just didn't know how toxic the venom was, and didn't dare to touch it easily, but now it knows it, so it just ignores it and rushes forward as always. Sure enough, the venom hit the body, but it didn't do any harm. The performance of the new GT robot is super good. It can hold the gravity of the food world, and can also swim in the poisonous tide of the food world. Originally, the GT robot was designed to deal with various harsh environments. Seeing that the poison rifle didn't work, Koko's face was even more ugly, and he immediately used stronger moves. The venom overflowed in his hand, turned into a long poisonous gun, held it in his right hand, and threw it out fiercely. Call out! The poison gun broke through the sound barrier and whizzed away beyond the speed of sound. The black-haired GT robot hit the stabbing poison gun with a punch. Bang! The poison gun burst into pieces. Hi! So strong! Koko's face changed drastically. But at this moment, the black-haired GT robot has appeared in front of Koko, and punched out again, meat fist. Venom! Koko didn't talk about it, and immediately launched a defense, while crossing his hands to block his chest. Boom! The sonic boom sounded, Koko flew out, the poisonous membrane shattered, and the bones of his hands almost broke. There is no doubt that Koko is not the opponent of the black-hair GT robot. 4 heavenly kings, just this strength. The black-haired GT robot sneered with disdain, today, I will get rid of you. Ready to do it. Koko, Sunny, and Toriko are ashamed. Boom. But, at this moment, a white figure fell from the sky, asterisk. Chapter 42 unilaterally crushed. Seeing the person coming, Toriko's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The whole person relaxed and became confused. If Chu Feng is here, then there is no longer any danger. What a perfect way to play, this guy. Sunny looked at Chu Feng with envy. Chu Feng. Koko smiled at the corner of his mouth and sighed in relief. Mr. Chu Feng. Komatsu was so excited that he cheered, tears streaming down his eyes. Lin looked at Chu Feng, a strange light appeared in his eyes. So your name is Chu Feng? The black-hair GT robot said, we saw it at the cave beach. I heard that you blasted many members of the 6th branch of Bishokyukai. As far as he knows, the GT robots controlled by Zaiba and Kid have been blown by Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at the black-haired GT robot and smiled at the corner of his mouth, you are Star Jun. Thank you for not doing it at the cave beach last time, otherwise you will be blown by me. Hey! After hearing this, the black-haired GT robot was slightly surprised. Yes, I am Star Jun. Chu Feng, come on, fight with me, let me see your strength. I have lifted the restrictions, and 100% of physical attacks can be communicated. He felt that he would not necessarily lose, and the worst result would be to lose both. However, Chu Feng smiled, a fight with you? Ha, you are not qualified now, you and I will not have a real fight, only one-sided crushing. You really can be kidding. Star Jun laughed, and then the figure from behind appeared in front of Chu Feng for a moment, and he slammed a punch, smashed meat fist. Chu Feng stretched out his hand to catch his fist, without moving his steps. So strong. Star Jun's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally knew that Chu Feng was not joking. He tried his best to punch and was easily blocked by the opponent. This is completely beyond his imagination. Chu Feng didn't talk nonsense. After catching the opponent's fist, he squeezed it tightly, then squeezed the opponent up and threw it under his feet severely. Boom! The ground burst. The black-haired GT robot was smashed and the parts in the body fell apart. But before it was over, Chu Feng immediately raised his foot and stepped on his stomach. Bang! There was a loud sound, the whole belly of the black-haired GT robot burst into pieces, parts splashed out, and the electric light sizzled with black smoke and could no longer move. Chu Feng, you are so strong. Starjun said, I remember you. Disconnect as soon as you finish speaking. Toriko, Sunny, and Coco were shocked when they saw this. Kill the black-haired GT robot in an instant, shouldn't it be too scary? A few days ago, there was not much difference between Chu Feng and Chu Feng, but now it is a world of difference. Toriko shook his head helplessly. Ah, why is this guy so strong? Sunny's eyes widened. Before, he felt that Chu Feng was just a little capable, but he didn't expect to be so perverted. Chu Feng is really amazing. Coco smiled slightly. When he was on the beach in the cave, one look scared away the devil Orakai. At that time, he knew that Chu Feng was very strong, but now it seems that he still underestimates the strength of Chu Feng. Mr. Chu Feng, that's amazing. Komatsu was excited. The enemy that Toriko, Sunny, and Coco couldn't deal with, was killed instantly by Chu Feng. Rin looked at Chu Feng with strange light shining in his beautiful eyes, and said in his heart, this Chu Feng is super handsome, so strong, so powerful. When I was a child, why didn't I see him? Bishokyukai, control room. Damn, I was blown by that guy again. It's the same for me, I'm so annoyed. I've been beaten by him twice. The weirdos Zaiba and Kid were grumbling and were extremely upset. I hope Lord Cedaru can successfully capture the gem meat. Kid said. However, at this time, Cedaru walked out of the control room, cursing, a whole guy, you will definitely get your eyes out next time. Seeing this, Zaiba and Kid were stunned. What, Lord Cedaru, failed too? Master Cedaru, are you also blown up by that dark-haired, dark-eyed guy? Zaiba asked weakly. Yes, it's him, really annoying. Cedaru said, with resentment in his eyes, what's the matter with you? We were blown by him too. Zaiba and Kid replied. At this time, Xiao Niang came over and said, don't panic, the assistant chef Starjun will go out in person, and the gem meat will definitely be successfully captured. What? The head chef himself did it. Hi. Master Starjun. That's great. In this way, that guy will definitely be killed by Master Starjun, and then capture the gem meat back. Several people are very happy. After all, Starjun's strength, they all know, is the strongest among the three sous chefs. However, at this time Starjun walked out of the control room, feeling a little lost. Xiao Niang, Cedaru, and others were stunned. Could it be that Starjun also failed? Asterisk. Chapter 43 New Task. Master Starjun. Xiao Niang said weakly, could it be that you? Starjun didn't reply, clenched his fists, and walked forward glumly. I was defeated so thoroughly. Chu Feng is really strong. Next time I meet him, can I beat him? Xiao Niang and others looked at Starjun's lonely back. Without asking more questions, the vice chef also failed. That is to say, capture the flesh of gems, and the whole army will be wiped out. Hey! Chu Feng, did you capture the gem meat? Toriko asked. He has a better nose than a dog, and he has already smelled a faint mellow scent of meat on Chu Feng, which makes people obsessed. The others also looked at Chu Feng, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Of course. Chu Feng smiled, go, let's eat gem meat together. In the legal mammoth, I have eaten it raw, and now I want to eat it. A group of people came to the White Forest. Chu Feng took out gem meat and tableware from the system space. Wow! Is this gem meat? What a dazzling light! What a beautiful meat! It's so touching. This dazzling meat, this is the first time I have seen you. It is indeed an ancient food treasure. Several people looked at the gem meat, their saliva flowed out. Chu Feng was not long-winded, and immediately started cooking gem meat. "Mr. Chu Feng, I'll help you," Komatsu said. "What a blessing to be able to cook ingredients with idols." After all the meat is cut, the grill is set up and the charcoal fire is ready. Several people sat around the grill and began to barbecue. Zi. The fat exploded, the aroma was diffuse and radiant. The entire white forest is full of bright light, full of seductive fragrance, and full of happy laughter. Countless beasts around were attracted, but they did not dare to approach, because Fighting Wolf Terry and Crow Keith were nearby. "It's delicious," Toriko ate while grilling. "Ah, Mr. Toriko, wait until it's cooked before eating," Komatsu complained. "Haha, gem meat is so delicious, I can't help it," Toriko said. It was another gluttonous meal. Sunny sat there earnestly grilling the meat, her eyes gleaming with colorful light. "It's so beautiful, it's perfect. Such beautiful meat, with a perfect man like me, perfect match." Coco didn't speak, he kept laughing. The picture in front of him is too happy, which is exactly what he wants to see. People are sitting together and eating delicious food, how beautiful it is. With a slight smile, his eyes fell on Chu Feng, and he said inwardly, "Since this guy appeared, everything seems to be different. The gem meat will be cooked quickly. The light shines. Add your favorite ingredients to make the taste even more special." Everyone gulped, and the light burst out from their bodies, like the sun. "Ah, it's so delicious!" Sunny screamed with excitement, her body radiant, and her long hair fluttered back. "Sure enough, gem meat matches me best. I want gem meat as the main Western-style meal." Sunny makes a decision. What? Toriko and others were surprised. Chu Feng didn't respond, because he knew it early on. "Hey, Sunny, BD, don't be too hurry," Toriko said. Sunny argued, "I'm not in a hurry. Didn't you see me more shiny? Ah, I choose gem meat chooses me." The two quarreled. Because Toriko also wants to treat gem meat as a Western-style meat dish. Coco, Komatsu, and Rin were speechless. Chu Feng smiled slightly. Ding! System mission update, capture BB corn, reward meteorite shield. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. BB corn, which grows on the top of the vegetation jungle, is a delicacy from the gourmet world. After just one grain is fried with powerful firepower, it can instantly transform into 100 people's popcorn. Even the transaction is carried out in units of hundreds of thousands of one grain. If it is a whole root, it can be more than 1 billion in the high-end market. It is simply the king of corn. Look at the reward, the meteorite shield, which is a defensive skill. After opening, the body will be covered with a layer of energy like a meteorite. The defense is very considerable, invulnerable, and even more powerful than the advanced armed color in One Piece. It's just that the journey from the first courtyard where Chu Feng is now to the vegetation jungle is very far away, and it takes 3 days and 3 nights even by plane. Of course, BB corn must be captured, not only for strength, but also for Terry. Long ago, Chu Feng planned to take Terry to capture BB corn, and now is just the right time. All right. You eat slowly, I have something to do, so I will withdraw first. Terry, let's go. Chu Feng told everyone and left with Terry, *. Chapter 44 Pair Chu Feng with a partner? The first courtyard, the director's room. Oh? Is this Garana Ilsoju? The speaker was a tall, muscular man with a thick beard and a white trench coat. He was sitting on a chair with Erlang's legs tilted, one eye open and one eye closed, and glass in his right hand. He is Shigematsu, the vice-chairman of IGO. Mansum replied a little proudly, yet. It has been soaked for 2 full years, with an alcohol content of 65, which is delicious. After sniffing, taking a sip, and swallowing, Shigematsu commented, the smelly smell similar to tiger's ts, and the slight bitterness of herbs. The pores of the whole body are all opened in one breath, and the body becomes warm, almost. It's like Hyuxia medicine, well, delicious. Ha ha ha. Mansam laughed. I heard that the biggest contribution to protecting the legal mammoth this time is a guy named Chu Feng. Shigematsu said after a turn. Haha, yes. Mansam laughed. The new GT robots controlled by those Bishokyukai guys were blown up by him, even their sous chef. This little guy is amazing. Shigematsu's eyes were surprised. If I have a chance, I must meet him. How can the little guy who is more powerful than the 4 heavenly kings not make people curious? Mansam smiled and said, there will be a chance. Chu Feng is already an IGO staff member, Shigematsu is the vice chairman, and logically Chu Feng's boss, there will definitely be opportunities to meet. After sending Shigematsu away, Mansam received another call from President Ichiryu. Ha ha ha, Chu Feng, this little guy is really nice, I like it very much, said the president of Yulong. Is he still in the research institute now? Mansam replied, he has already left. After listening to Toriko and the others, Chu Feng has gone to the North Fiber continent. Chairman, what are your plans? Hey, in order to better let him grow, I found him a good partner. Partner? Who? Adesino. Haha, the President Gao Ming, this is indeed a good partner. For both, it is very suitable. I hope the two of them can get along well. Time is like an arrow, the sun and the moon are like a shuttle, and 10 days have passed. Northern Fiber Continent. The center of the entire continent is covered by dense jungle, and you can't see the end at a glance. From time to time, there were terrible sounds in the jungle, which sounded numb to the scalp. It was 10 minutes at noon, and the sun was very bright, but the jungle was gloomy, and the ground was full of leftover bones. It was lifeless, it was like hell. However, here is the vegetation jungle, a paradise for carnivorous plants. This day, an extremely handsome man with a head of almost 1.9 meters in white clothes appeared here. There is a white wolf beside it, with sharp eyes, very ferocious. There is no doubt that it is Chu Feng and Terry. Chu Feng's bright eyes looked at the jungle in the distance, and he murmured, Terry, we are here. First find a place to sit down and have a meal, and then enter to capture BB corn, you will definitely like it. Wow! Terry barked excitedly. Looking to the side, I saw a grassland not far away with a few trees planted on it. Under the shade, not bad. When I walked over and looked up, I saw many coconut-like fruits on the tree. Well, this is wine coconut. His eyes moved slightly. This is a coconut with sweet wine in the cut meat. Naturally fermented wine. Just like a high-quality liqueur, it tastes rich and delicious. I can just get a few to drink. Pick off a few coconut palms, then take out a lot of ingredients from the system space, perform simple cooking, and finally eat and drink. After a meal, his strength has also improved a lot. Over the past 10 days, Chu Feng has been on the way, but he has not forgotten to collect ingredients and eat delicious food. The strength is very different from 10 days ago. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Physique, 1500 plus. Cooking skills, level 3 plus, about to break through. Food transportation, general plus. Spirituality, 2000 meters plus. Abilities, Sonic Fist, Spatial Step, Eat Soon, Shi Yi, Sucking Palm. System space, 10,000 cubic meters. Capture level, 150 calculated. The Sonic Fist can be 21 times more powerful. This kind of strength is enough to enter the food industry. Vow! Suddenly, Terry barked at a ripe and huge strawberry not far away. Hey! Chu Feng frowned, and immediately said the next second, Terry, that's strawberry snake, leave now. At this moment, a huge mouth burst out from Terry's feet, full of fangs, and wanted to eat Terry in one bite. Hey! Terry flashed and fled quickly. That mouth ate a loneliness. A huge snake appeared, very strange, with a strawberry growing on top of its head. During the ambush, the whole body is hidden in the ground, only the attractive strawberry is exposed. If someone does not pay attention and picks this strawberry, they will be eaten. Terry, forget it, ignore it, let's go and catch BB corn. Chu Feng said. Seeing a person and a wolf leave, the strawberry snake hides in the ground again unwillingly, waiting for the next prey. After all, it moves slowly and can't catch up with its prey. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Vegetation Jungle. Enter the vegetation jungle. It was dark all around, and there were bones everywhere on the ground, like hell on earth. What I saw in front of me were all kinds of weird plants. It was said that they were plants, but in fact they were more like a combination of plants and animals, a kind of weird plant that was born. Speaking of it, most of the carnivorous plants in the vegetation jungle come from the gastronomy world. Because it is close to the food world, the wind blows the seeds or spores of the food world, and then roots and sprouts here. Quack! Suddenly, there were strange screams above his head. Looking up, I saw a group of ugly strange birds hovering overhead. FK, Terry, get away! Chu Feng thought of something, and immediately drew back. Click to click. Sure enough, at the moment of avoiding, the strange birds above their heads shit collectively, falling like rain. The bird dung fell on the ground, on the rocks, on the branches, and in an instant, plants took root and sprouted frantically from the ground, on the rocks, and on the branches at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are strange seeds mixed in the dung, and the vitality is extremely tenacious. In fact, when plants grow in places where it is not normally possible to grow plants, it is mostly because the feces pulled down by birds are mixed with fruit-eating seeds. Plants have the vitality to take root even if it is a concrete roof. If these seeds fall on the body of an average person, they will take root and sprout in a very short time, thereby absorbing the essence of the person's flesh and blood. Seeing that the strange bird above his head did not succeed, he quickly left and rushed to another place. Forget it, fly directly to the top of the vegetation jungle. Chu Feng muttered, and then said, Terry, let's go to the top of the tree, the BB corn is there. Keep up. Bang bang bang. Step out in an empty step and fly to high altitude. Wow! Terry barked twice, and immediately chased Chu Feng along a huge tree. Terry's speed is extremely fast, not lagging behind Chu Feng's empty steps. But at this moment, a few branches were like ghost hands, surrounding Terry like lightning. Terry's body had just jumped into the air, still ascending, unable to dodge, and he was about to be caught by a branch in front of him. Suck the palm. Chu Feng immediately activated the skill with his right hand. The swallowing force acts on Terry, directly sucking Terry over, avoiding the attack of the branches at the moment of the moment. Puff! A terrible roar came. Looking for the sound, I saw that a plant like a sperm was stepping forward, with eyes, nose, mouth, teeth, and even hair. The trunk is full of branches without leaves, and these branches are its hands and feet, and it can do any movement. In addition, there are many aerial roots. The roots of aerial roots, banyan trees, and other tree species that are exposed to the air, vertically to the ground, and use this as a pillar root to support the trunk. In fact, after repeating this action for decades, the trees seem to have moved. Chu Feng recognizes that this is a goblin plant, with a capture level of 33. In the entire vegetation jungle, he is a very good powerhouse. Shoo! The next second, the goblin plant attacked again, and countless ghost-like branches attacked Chu Feng and Terry indiscriminately. Chu Feng and Terry rushed up at the same time. Terry's teeth and giant claws were used at the same time to break all the branches that had been rolled over, and Chu Feng rushed directly in front of the goblin plant and hit the opponent's face with a punch. Bang! The upper body of the goblin plant shattered. Green blood spattered. The goblin plant could no longer move and died temporarily. To kill it completely, just uproot it. However, this is not necessary. Terry, well done. Chu Feng praised as he watched De Wolf. This is the first tacit cooperation with Terry. Wow! Terry was also very happy. Let's go. One person and one wolf continue to go to the top of the vegetation jungle. Along the way, they encountered attacks from some carnivorous plants, but they were all eliminated by Chu Feng and Terry. Ascending a few hundred meters, you can see the sunlight leaking from the gaps in the dense leaves. Terry, we are almost there. Chu Feng said, no longer using empty steps but to climb up quickly along a tree. Because there are leaves everywhere, it hinders the performance of empty steps. These branches are extraordinary, only the size of a thumb, but they can withstand heavy pressure. It should be no problem even to build a tall building on these dense branches. No wonder it can withstand BB corn. In fact, Chu Feng also knows that although BB corn appears on the top of the tree, it grows by absorbing the nutrients of the entire vegetation jungle. Call out! Chu Feng rushed out from a dense leaf, with the shining sun above his head. The surroundings were wide open, the breeze was slow, and the air was unusually fresh. Terry, here we are. Chu Feng said happily. Wow! Terry also rushed out from below, his eyes full of joy. Looking forward, it is easy to see a lot of corn growing on the top of the vegetation jungle. Some are tall, some are short. Of course, even the shortest one is 1 meter long, and the tallest one can reach tens of meters. Chapter 46 Capture BB Corn. Terry, that BB corn is the biggest. Chu Feng focused on one tree, and then rushed over. Wow! Terry looked very excited, and followed him. Perhaps, it smelled a favorite. Gagey. Suddenly, there was a strange cry from the top of the head, and a black shadow fell. Looking up, I saw that it was a huge strange bird. If its wings were removed, it would be a jackal with eagle claws. This is the jackal hawk, with a capture level of 35. Specially catch prey attracted by BB corn. Obviously, Chu Feng and Terry have become its hunting targets. There was another weird cry, fierce glow in his eyes, and he swooped down directly. Looking for death. Chu Feng looked cold, raised his right hand, and directly turned on suction palm. Jackal Eagle was still thinking about how to eat this person and wolf, and suddenly his body was sucked in by a powerful force. It immediately resisted, flapping its wings desperately, trying to break away from the suction, but it was completely impossible. The next second, it saw a fist greeted the door face. Then, no more. The Jackal Eagle's head burst to a tragic death on the spot. If there is an afterlife, it will definitely not provoke this human being. Chu Feng brought the Jackal Eagle into the system space. The meat of this animal is a rare delicacy. It is used to boil and cut, and it is especially delicious when dipped in soy sauce. The best white sliced chicken can't compare to it. After collecting the Jackal Eagle, he continued to rush forward and came to a BB corn. Looking up, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This BB corn is tall and big, just like a building. It is 70 meters high visually, and 7 or 8 big men hand in hand may not be able to surround it. With such a large corn and such a plump corn, it is definitely the first time Chu Feng has seen him. The faint scent of corn has radiated from the wrapper, which greatly increases appetite. Wow! Terry was spinning around with excitement, and couldn't wait to eat. Terry, don't worry. Chu Feng smiled, it's okay to eat as much as you want later. Peel it first and take a look at the corn kernels inside. Stepped out in an empty step, staying in the air, tearing the wrapper with both hands. The wrapper is very stiff, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is almost the same as the arm of a GT robot. Most people want to tear it apart, but they really can't do it. In the original book, Toriko took a lot of effort and worked with Terry to tear open the wrapper. However, Chu Feng is not an ordinary person, nor is it something Toriko can think of, so he can't take too much effort to tear the layers of wrapper apart. Shit! A faint golden color was emitted from the cracks in the torn package leaves, and the fragrance was permeated. Put your hands into the slit, and forcefully break it open on both sides. As the opening gets bigger and bigger, the golden light from the inside becomes stronger and the fragrance becomes stronger. What came in front of me was not the kernels of corn, but the ears of corn, a thick layer of golden light gleaming. Without wording, peel the ear of corn with your hands. Shit! At this time, a stronger golden light came out. The fragrance is tangy. Looking intently, Chu Feng's eyes are wide. Damn, are these BB corn kernels? It's so big, every kernel is bigger than a basketball. This corn is very good, so full, take it all. Without verbosity, Chu Feng forcefully broke the whole BB corn from his head. Boom! The whole 70-meter high corn fell suddenly. Terry, this big one has been enough for you to eat for a long time. Chu Feng laughed. Wow! Terry nodded excitedly. Let's remove some first, and then bake it into BB popcorn to eat. Chu Feng said. Then put your right hand on a corn kernel and pull it hard, and with a go, the corn will be pulled off. Then dig out a few more. These are enough for us to eat temporarily. Chu Feng said, stuffing the whole BB corn into the system space. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission to capture BB corn and reward the meteorite shield. When the system sound came, Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, but didn't care too much. Then he took the 4 corn kernels and Terry and whizzed to the north. In the north, there is a volcano called Fiber Volcano. It has a high temperature and is a natural baking place, which is suitable for baking BB popcorn. After all, BB corn is not ordinary corn, and ordinary firepower cannot make BB popcorn. At the same time, a fierce flying beast was flying towards the Fiber Volcano from another direction. Sitting on his back is a weird man, tall, with tattoos, a turban on his head, 4 arms, one of which is holding a long straw. If Chu Feng is here, he must recognize that this guy is Green Patch, one of the 3 chief chefs of Bishokyokai. His goal is to cross the Fiber Volcano, reach the vegetation jungle, and capture BB corn. Bang bang bang! Chu Feng stepped on the air and left the vegetation jungle at a faster speed, followed by Terry. Looking forward, I saw countless peaks appearing in the distance. Smoke was rising from the top of each peak, which was a huge number of active volcanoes. That's it. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Eat BB popcorn, delicious. Fibrous volcanoes are called hot spots. The volcanic area in this area is filled with extremely high temperature magma, and the ground is as hot as a sauna. The hottest part of the rock is about 1200 degrees Celsius. The magma flowing below is over 1400 degrees Celsius. Chu Feng fell from a high altitude and landed on a rock, and Terry also fell beside him at the same time. The surrounding temperature is very high. After a while, Chu Feng was sweating profusely. Laugh. Suddenly, the soles of the shoes were full of black smoke, emitting a burnt smell. Damn, the soles melt. Not long-winded, quickly take off your shoes and put them away. The temperature of the rock surface he was standing on was about 80 degrees Celsius, and there were a few rocks below. Their temperature was higher, 100, 300, 500, 800, 1000, 1200, and then 1400 degrees magma below. Chu Feng is in good health, standing barefoot on a rock at 80 degrees Celsius, and he doesn't feel much. Terry can bear it too. Without verbosity, immediately take out a grain of BB corn. To make BB corn popcorn, you need to constantly increase the temperature. This place, just right, is the best kitchen for cooking BB popcorn. Put the BB corn on the rock at 80 degrees and start to bake, but Chu Feng can't care about it. The BB corn is locked in his divine sense. After a while, a fragrant smell wafted out, and a little smoke came out. Chu Feng quickly turned it over and continued to bake it. When both sides are golden and shiny, move it to a rock at 100 degrees Celsius and continue baking. Because the temperature rises, more attention must be paid. If it is burnt, it will fail. Fortunately, with a strong sense of God, any changes in BB corn can be mastered. The baking is very smooth. After a while, I came to the rock at 1000 degrees Celsius. At this moment, Chu Feng felt hot on the soles of his feet, so he immediately opened the meteorite shield on the soles of his feet, and it was not hot at all. The meteorite shield not only has a very high defensive power, but also can heat insulation and antifreeze, which is very easy to use. However, Terry became a hot dog, with his tongue out, almost unable to hold it. There should be magma rats here. Chu Feng's gaze moved, and his spiritual consciousness spread. Sure enough, a dead rat was found nearby. Suck palm. Chu Feng raised his right hand and sucked it in. Iwagami rat's skin can withstand ultra-high temperatures and cut-off heat. Chu Feng spread the rat skin on the rock. Terry, sit on it. Sitting on it, Terry feels much better. At this time, the BB corn is evenly heated and roasted very well, golden and translucent, the body has expanded, and it makes a crackling sound, which is very beautiful. Chu Feng knew that this was going to burst. Just increase the temperature a little bit more. The BB corn will pop and eventually turn into popcorn. With shining eyes, he picked up the BB corn and landed on the 1200-degree rock. Zi zi zi. The BB corn makes a strange sound, the aroma is permeated, and the body continues to swell, getting bigger and bigger. It's going to burst. It's going to burst. Chu Feng watched intently, looking forward to it. At a certain moment, bang! BB corn seemed to be overwhelmed and exploded on the spot. Shoo! At the same time, countless cotton-like objects exploded from the BB corn, flew high, and then fell one after another. Like rain. Suddenly, popcorn was all over the floor. The portion is plenty. Serving for more than 100 people. It is hard to imagine that a grain of BB corn burst out so many popcorn. The whole space is full of sweet taste. Terry, let's eat. Chu Feng said. Wow! Terry screamed with excitement. Grab a popcorn, which is as big as a cotton ball, and it smells like freshly baked potato pancakes. When you open your mouth and bite, the mouth melts, and you swallow it all at once. That feels so good. Chu Feng took another bite. This time, instead of swallowing it in a hurry, he chewed it up, but it increased the flavor and turned it into a deeper flavor. The throat is also very smooth, not the roughness of ordinary popcorn at all. The feeling of roughness. And the more you eat, the better your appetite, which makes people want to stop. If this is an appetizer, it is very good. No wonder, Toriko used BB popcorn as an appetizer for a Western-style full meal in the original book. No nonsense, Chu Feng continued to gobble up. Boom! At this time, a small volcano erupted not far away. Volcanic ash scattered in the sky, dotted with BB popcorn on the ground. Chu Feng didn't panic at all, but smiled. This volcanic ash is rich in salt and edible, it adds flavor to the popcorn. Popcorn scattered with volcanic ash, tastes moderately salty, and it is more delicious. Ding! Eat BB popcorn, physique plus 100. Ding! Eat BB popcorn, cooking skills plus 20. Ding! Eat BB popcorn, food luck plus 3. A series of sounds came. Chu Feng was so glad he didn't want it. Next to him, Terry hugged a bunch of popcorn and ate it happily, with excitement in his eyes. Hoo! Suddenly, a strange wind blew, and the popcorn on the ground was rolled up, and then flew towards a place, Chapter 48 Suck. Chu Feng looked in the direction where the popcorn was flying, and saw that it was a monster with tattoos and 4 arms sitting on the back of a huge beetle and using a long tube to suck the popcorn into his stomach. Well, BB popcorn is so delicious. I want to capture it too. The weird man flashed his small eyes, his face was satisfied, his mouth was full of black teeth, and he was disgusting. He is the sous chef of Bishokyukai, Green Patch. The beast he set down was his pet, named Jack Giant Carapace, a hybrid of Shiro and elephant, with a capture level of 85. Among the beasts of the entire human world, it is very awesome. In the original work, this animal can easily catch whole BB corn. Green Patch's original purpose was to go to Habitat No. 1 to recover the GT robot destroyed by Chu Feng, but when he met Director Mansam and Shigematsu, he had to retreat without a fight. However, if you go back in this way, you will be punished if you don't complete the task, so I plan to come here to capture BB popcorn and go back for business. Just now, when he was flying above, he heard a bang and smelled the sweet smell, so he rushed over immediately. He didn't expect to see BB popcorn, so he couldn't help eating. Looking at each other, Chu Feng looked unhappy. He didn't even say hello, so he ate all his BB popcorn. Really uneducated guy. Green Patch's small eyes were shining with excitement, and the corners of his mouth were smiling, but it looked even more hideous. Looking at the fighting wolf next to him, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. Let me swallow this dog too. The straw was pointed in Terry's direction, and he sucked sharply. A swallowing force whizzed out. Hey! Terry reacted swiftly, his figure flashed, and jumped onto a distant rock, avoiding the attack. Whoosh! At this time, Chu Feng rushed over and appeared in front of Green Patch instantly, punching out, "Suck it, suck!" Hey! So fast! The other party's face changed drastically, and he didn't react for a while. When the reaction came over, he found that he could not escape, so he immediately covered his head with his hands. Boom! 20 times the explosive fist hit Green Patch's arm, the arm burst and turned into shattered flesh and blood, and at the same time his entire annoying face was smashed and collapsed, blood and teeth flew out, and half of his face was gone. Do you think that only you can suck? Chu Feng sneered, raising his left hand and starting with a pumping palm. Green Patch, who was flying upside down, was forcibly sucked in again. What happened? Green Patch was horrified and found a terrifying suction acting on his body. I tried my best to resist, but I couldn't get rid of it for a while. The next second, he saw a terrible fist greeted him. If this is hit by a fist, it will undoubtedly die. You know, just now I blocked that punch with my arm, so my head didn't burst. Jack! In a hurry, Green Patch shouted immediately. The opponent is too strong, not an opponent at all, and must help. Next to Jack, the giant elephant called strangely, his eyes were full of fierce light, and he bumped his head. Court death! Chu Feng sneered, clenched his fists, and smashed Jack's giant elephant's head with a punch, 20 times the sonic boom. Boom! The horror blast sounded, and the flesh and blood splashed, but the entire head of Jack's giant elephant was shattered and died on the spot. You know, 20 times the power of the sonic boom, using the capture level to calculate it exceeds 140, how can you resist the beast with a small capture level of 85? Green Patch took his life back, but the next second saw Jack's giant elephant head smashed to death. The whole person was stupid. Jack Giant Elephant, that is one of the few beasts in the world of beasts. And such a beast was beaten to death with one punch. Why is it so strong? 4 heavenly kings and others, Ego staff, he all knows, but the kid in front of him has never seen him before. Who is it? Suddenly, he thought of something and exclaimed, could it be, you are the one who blew the GT robot? Chu Feng rushed over and sneered, Yes. You will soon follow in their footsteps. Green Patch was terrified. At this moment, he finally understood the reason why the members of the 6th branch and Star Jun captured the gem meat and wiped out the whole army. Seeing Chu Feng bursting in, Green Patch looked extremely solemn and had to use 100% strength to escape, otherwise he would really die. A breath of rocket launcher. The body swells, like an angry pufferfish, billowing. He can do this, the key is his lungs. His vital capacity is one of the highest in the world. Moreover, it is said that he has several lungs in his body. The straw squirted to the mouth suddenly, and the whole straw swelled in an instant. Then, with a boom, a horrible energy roared out. At the same time, he inhaled fiercely, and his deflated body inflated again to form a balloon, which immediately flew into the sky. After doing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I fly high in the sky, I can escape safely. However, in the next second, something that scared him happened. Chapter 49 Beautiful Partner. Boom. Chu Feng fisted the breath rocket launcher that Green Patch ejected, and then stepped out with an empty step to catch up. What? Actually, we'll fly in the air. When Green Patch saw it, his face was shocked and his heart was cold. I never dreamed that the other party would have such an operation. Seeing the opponent catching up quickly, Green Patch immediately pierced out with the straw in his hand. Meteor Shield. Chu Feng turned on the skills. The body is covered with black energy like a meteorite. The sharp straw pierced violently on it, but it did not cause the slightest damage to the meteorite shield. Green Patch was dumbfounded. The kid in front of me is fast, strong, able to fly, and has a high defense. Is this still a human? When he was surprised, Chu Feng reached out and grabbed the straw, then twisted it. The straw becomes twisted and scrapped directly. The corners of Green Patch's mouth twitched. Nima, it's scary. You know, this is a straw made from the mouthparts of a giant mosquito called the devil mosquito. Toughness, durability, very good. The pet was killed and seriously injured, and now even the important weapons are scrapped, and a big watermelon. Your name is Chu Feng, isn't it? Green Patch said weakly, is it all right for today? We will fight another day. Not good. Chu Feng replied coldly. What a joke, Green Patch ate his BB popcorn and wanted to eat Terry. How could he let it go? Besides, Green Patch is the sous chef of Bishokyukai, and Chu Feng, as an IGO staff member, is reasonable to beat him to death. Hearing that, Green Patch's face was ashes, blowing in his mouth, and his body flew up. Chu Feng followed up with an empty step and punched him in the back of his head, 20 times the explosive punch. Boom! With the sound of the sonic boom, Green Patch's entire head burst into pieces, his flesh and blood flew, and he died tragically on the spot. In the original book, he was super strong in the later period. With a single blow of the breath rocket launcher, he blasted a 20,000 meter pit, fought with Coco 20,000 meters underground, and swallowed all the poison released by Coco without death. Unfortunately, he provoked Chu Feng. After killing Green Patch, Chu Feng fell from a high altitude and came to the corpse of Jack's giant elephant and put it into the system space. This beast is also a delicacy. Wang. Terry came to Chu Feng's side. Terry, you haven't eaten enough. Chu Feng said, touching his head, let's grill BB corn again. Wow! Terry was very happy. Next, baking the BB corn went very smoothly. Bang! The BB corn burst like fireworks, turning into countless popcorns. Chu Feng and Terry ate all they could eat. Find a shady place, one person and one wolf lying on the ground to rest. It's really hard to find you. Suddenly, a sweet voice came, like a lark. Chu Feng sat up abruptly and looked around, only to see a young girl, about 23 years old, not far away. The height of 1.7 meters, the figure is well proportioned, and the proportions are perfect, especially the two long legs are particularly eye-catching. He wears a white hat on his head and a white mask on his face, showing only charming eyes, white clothes on his body and white gloves on his hands, dressed as a nurse. Seeing the person coming, Chu Feng was stunned. Because, he knew, this was Adesino, one of the staff of Igo's 0th courtyard. As a gourmet surgeon and gourmet cook. In the original book, she is the person who arranged to serve Acacia's Western-style full-course salad air. This is a big beauty with strong strength and very good cooking skills. In the captive world of food, there are many female characters. Among them, Chu Feng's favorite is Adesino. Are you looking for me? Chu Feng asked quickly, standing up with a smile on his face. Adesino nodded, his beautiful eyes were looking at Chu Feng, and then he said, "You are younger than I thought, and handsome." She thought that the partner arranged by President Yulong was one of the four heavenly kings, because she knew very well that the four heavenly kings were all disciples of President Yulong, and it made sense to ask her to take care of them. But I didn't expect it to be the young man in front of him who was younger than him. Are you looking for something to do with me? Chu Feng asked. He really couldn't think of Adesino's purpose for looking for him, and there was no clue in the original plot. Adesino said, "We will be partners in the future." Partner? Chu Feng was stunned after hearing this. In the captive world of food, gourmets and chefs generally have partners. One captures the ingredients and the other cooks the ingredients. For example, Toriko and Komatsu. President Yulong and Kiki, a copper-flavored fairy. Jiro and Setsuno. And many more. Tell you the truth, it was arranged by President Yulong. Adesino said, "He is very optimistic about you, so let me be your partner." Chapter 50. Do you underestimate me? After listening to Adesino's account, Chu Feng finally understood. It turned out that President Yulong didn't know that Chu Feng could cook the ingredients, so he arranged for Adesino, who knew how to cook, to be his partner. In fact, Chu Feng does not need a partner, he captures the ingredients alone, and the ingredients are completely sufficient for cooking. However, it would be nice to have a big beautiful woman with him. Next, what ingredients are you going to catch? Adesino asked. It turned out to be Chu Feng's chef, so everything is based on the ingredients that Chu Feng needs. Not yet. Chu Feng said. Currently, the system check-in location has not been updated, and the system tasks have not been updated, so there is no main goal for the time being. No. Adesino was stunned. Don't you even have the ingredients you like? Everyone's food cell is different, and the food cell determines the ingredients. Eating ingredients that are suitable for gourmet cells can activate gourmet cells, so as to maximize their strength. Adesino said, "It's not far from the vegetation jungle. As far as I know, there is BB corn. The food ingredients there should taste good." She is an Igo employee and the head chef, and she knows a lot of information about the ingredients. Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "BB corn? I just ate. It tastes really good. Come and taste it." With that, I took out a large amount of BB popcorn from the system space. Adesino looked at it and was a little surprised. You capture BB corn." The next second, she thought of something, and she was even more shocked. "Hey? BB popcorn, where did you get it?" Chu Feng said, "The system space. It's a special space. I collect a lot of ingredients and put them in." "So amazing." Adesino's eyes sparkled. "Can I see it?" Chu Feng shook his head and said, "Only I can see it." "Okay." Adesino stopped pursuing it, picked up the BB popcorn, took off the mask, and ate. It can be seen that Adesino has an extremely delicate face, with very white skin, white and red, like jelly. There is also a small cherry mouth, red lips, and white teeth. It really is a big beauty. This made Chu Feng couldn't help thinking of his girlfriend in college, who really resembled Adesino, but a little bit of sand sculpture. Is this your pet? Adesino was eating BB popcorn. His eyes fell on Terry. It doesn't look like an ordinary dog. Chu Feng said, it's Fighting Wolf, called Terry. Terry, this is Adesino, say hello. Wow. Terry barked in a friendly way. It's so cute. Adesino smiled, come on, I'll get you some food. Pass the popcorn. Terry is welcome, and swallows it in one bite. Ding. The sign in place is refreshed, Autumn Mountains. At this time, the system voice prompts. Chu Feng's eyes flashed slightly. Autumn Mountains. This is a very nice place with unique scenery and no dangerous beasts inside. It is worth visiting. Of course, there is also a super delicacy in it, that is, the legendary pear, a fruit that is extremely secretive. Without thinking about it, Chu Feng said, Adesino, I am going to lie down in the Autumn Mountains now, do you want to go? Of course I want to go. Adesino said, my job is to cook the ingredients for you. Autumn Mountains? It's a nice place. It is said that there is a legendary delicious fruit in it. We can find it. Go. Chu Feng said, Terry, Adesino gave it to you. Okay. Wow. Terry barked and nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Hearing this, Adesino next to him was dumbfounded. What does the conversation between Chu Feng and Terry mean? Chu Feng, do you underestimate the speed at which I can't keep up with you? Adesino said. With a faint smile, Chu Feng didn't speak, but just stepped out in an empty step and flew into the air. Adesino. What? Can Chu Feng fly in the air? What is this ability? This is too convenient. She knows that among the staff of the 0th courtyard of Igo, none of them have the ability to fly in the air except for President Yulong. Other people travel by means of transportation or flying beasts. Wow! Terry barked at Adesino, motioning her to sit up quickly, otherwise she would not be able to keep up with Chu Feng. Adesino didn't think much, and immediately sat on Terry's back and grasped firmly, Terry, thank you for your hard work. After Adesino sat down firmly, Terry ran wildly, with lightning speed, and soon overtook Chu Feng. Adesino's eyes were full of shock. I didn't expect Terry to be so fast. This guy Terry is quite capable. Chu Feng muttered, when he grows up, both of them can ride it. Asterisk.